Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great.
Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah. Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah,
searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great.
Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
What it is, what it do, what it be. It's me. What's happening, y'all? Good morning, afternoon, good evening, good night. Whatever it is, whoever you are, I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you all. Hope you're having a great day today so far, folks. Thank you for joining us here at the cafe. I appreciate you all, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button on your way through the door. We got 15 peeps in the house with 18 likes. How did that work out? That's pretty awesome. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Come on in and go grab a seat, guys. It is a Friday. the last day of the week for a lot of you hard working peeps out there. I hope you guys are having a great week, by the way. And this is the end of it. So, hey, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you to my blue crew in the house. I appreciate you all so very much, too, for being here. We all know I couldn't do it without them. I sure couldn't. So come on in, guys, and grab a seat, grab a cup of joe, whatever it is. Let's do this thing. Let's see who we got here today. Good afternoon, guys. For me, it's afternoon, I should say. Looks like Skit's West Side Crime Show is in the house. Welcome back to you. Good to see you today. Miss Alicia J. Hey. Always happy to have you here, Alicia. Alicia keeps me on my toes and makes sure that my brain is working right. Or actually, I should say that. When my brain's not working right, she corrects me and finds the true answers to things that I need. She's very good at that, guys. She's queen of Google. She's quick, too. Miss Trish Crow's back in the house. I hope you had a great day yesterday on your birthday. Uh-oh. There you go. Good for you. Glad to hear that. Let's see. Who else do we have? Brandy B, the OG. I hope you're feeling better today, Bran. Meg Pay. Welcome back, Miss Meg. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here today. Again, guys, please make sure, please share this out. You hit the like button. Thank you to those of you that are not in chat, that are just out there lurking and watch us. We love you and appreciate you too so very much. Great to see you, Skits. El Barrique was in the house. Michelle F., welcome back from over the pond. Good to see you today. Come on in, guys, please, and thank ya. Hope everybody had a great night and slept well last night. Thank you for those of you that joined us last night. We had a hell of a panel last night, guys, and a great conversation, in my opinion. Quite a few peeps jumped up here. We got a couple people we just met. Appreciate that. Well, actually one, but thank you to all of you guys that joined into that conversation. It was a good one. It definitely was. Stuart's in the house. Welcome back, Stuart. Truth Seeker's here seeking it. Good to see you, Truth Seeker. Yep, today's the day. Today is the day. I'll be watching that later. I'm going to see if I can work it to where I can watch it with my mods like we did before, but I don't know. Thank you so much, Truth Seeker. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm glad if you enjoyed it. That's what it's all about, guys. The Done One's in the house. Welcome back. Yeah, we'll be going over that too at some point. Believe it or not. I wish I could play it through here, but I can't. We're going to be reviewing a little bit of everything, guys. Just giving some updates. And then, of course, there'll be an Idaho update in there too, as always. Got some interesting. Another creator put something out that I was kind of watching. I think Harsh put it out too. And it really kind of tweaked my interest because it did make some sense. And it's interesting to think about it the way. And I'll review that with you. Come on in, guys. Again, share this out if you would, please. And thank you. Let everybody know what we're doing. Let's do this here. I'm going to wait just a few to get everybody in here. Oh, they changed it again. Why do they keep doing? Every other day they do something different to StreamYard, and I get lost. They completely changed the control panel, and it doesn't have any labeling on it, and I have no idea what I'm doing. Thank you so much, Skits. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, guys, I'll be reviewing that, watching that, and reviewing it too here probably in the next day or so. Maybe even tonight. Who knows? Depends on when I get to watch it. I didn't even realize, but there's another one that was put out. I think it was a 48 hours that they put out 2 days ago. So today we're definitely going to be getting a couple updates on what's going on in Texas. The Sullivan kids out of Nova Scotia, like I said, something in regards to Idaho and whatever else our little hearts desire. Thank you, Brandy. And again, guys, for the Purple Hearts, thank you so much for that. Keeping wisdom forever in our hearts and with us while we do this. Never forgotten, always missed. Again, I hope you're feeling better today, Brandy. Miss Alicia's in the house. As always, thank you for being here. Miss Meg, again, welcome everybody. Please welcome Meg to the crew. As you notice, she's got it wrenched now. We're so excited about that. We still got to get you into the Discord too, Meg. Grateful to have her here with us. Let's see here. And Trish, that's pretty awesome now that I think about it. I hope that it works out well for you. Much deserved. And I hope maybe this could be the thing. Could we hear wedding bells? Maybe. Who knows? I could marry you right here on the spot, right on my show. That would be wild, wouldn't it, folks? That would be wild and crazy to marry somebody on a live stream. That'd be nuts. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, if you will. Please and thank ya. Please and thank ya. Yeah, if I didn't get, I'd be playing that right now because I have Prime. We've always had Prime. I don't think I've ever not had Prime. At least we used to. I haven't used it in such a long time, but it's always there. My wife has it actually, and I could get it on here. I would definitely be playing it, but we would definitely get hit by that one. Come on in, everybody. Mm, 21 peeps, 21 likes. Right on point. You guys rock. I love it. Let's see here. Let me see. Let me see. What we got going on here? Somebody sent me something new from Pat Brown. For sure. Let's see here. Double checking my emails because I try to keep up with what you guys send me best I can. Hang on. Let me see. When Stitches is in the house. Welcome, Stitches. Good to see ya. Thank you for joining us today. Show. By the way, guys, make sure there's Miss Sarah, the Irish. Make sure you guys, oh Lord, what was I gonna say now? I completely lost my train of thought. I'm a little hyper today, guys. I'm sorry. I think I slept all night long, which is an odd thing for me. So that's probably why. Plus, I've had 4 cups of coffee. Kind of strong too. I don't see it. All right. Nothing new in the me mail. No me mail. Ouch. Again, thank you guys that joined us last night. It was a great show, I thought. Thank you to my crew, as always, for doing what they do. Keeping things together. Oh my God, it's weird. Chaz D, good morning. Good to see you today. Great to have you here. Mm, trying to get some updates on the Nova Scotia children that have been missing now for quite a while. Captain Jenks, good to see you, brother. Very much appreciated. Great to have you all here today. Let me see. Okay, let's see here. Um, and um, and um, and um. Looks like AR did a live last night. You guys checked that out. But we had, like I said, we had Lilly here last night. Twiz, Jesse, Miss Diane was here. JC. We had a pretty full panel last night. Yeah, I bet a lot of people, we are, Cap. Most everybody is burnt out on it. There is not much left in any of us, I think. I think we're just over it. KB, what's happening, brother? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Let me see here. Oh, come on with this already. All right, guys, we're about to get rolling here. We got 30 peeps in the house, guys. Please make sure you hit that like button. Please and thank you. 30 peeps, 29 likes. You guys are on point today with that. Wow. And I think this is one of two shows for today. For those that are curious. Okay. Let me see. A couple things for updates. And oh, wow, I got to scroll way up here. Okay. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm mumbling to myself. My apologies. Let's see what we got here. What we got here is failure to communicate. Good Lord. So many different things. Michelle F., great to see you. What'd she say here? Getting back down to earth now. I have felt a bit of Twin Peaks. And oh my God, I know. I said years ago that the Idaho case is so much like Twin Peaks. It's not even funny. I loved that show, by the way, but this is so unbelievably like it. It's insane. It's a real life version of it for real. It really is. Oh yeah. Check this here real quick, guys, and we'll be rolling for sure. Okay. Nothing. We are into almost to the middle of July at this point, and there's still nothing. That's crazy to me. Katie Bat's in the house. Welcome back, Miss Katie. Good to see you today. Welcome to all the meatballs. Good to see the meatballs jumping in the sauce with us today. Spilling some sauce. Wow, there really isn't anything. That's insane to me. We got a couple little things here. I guess. Hey, this case of these two kids in Nova Scotia is driving me nuts. Do you watch it still, Lisa? The first version, not the second one. The second one was horrible. Woman Power 101. Good to see you. We will talk about it. We can talk about it. Woman Power for sure. All right, let's check this out here. Maybe we'll start here then. We will. Don't worry, guys. Before we'll be getting to the Idaho conversation. It's coming. Don't worry. They had books out, at least. I didn't know they had books. Baby. Shock, baby. It's great to see you. It's been a while. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're doing well, dear. Great to see you here today. Oh, wait a minute. My computer's doing that thing again. It's doing its own thing. Chalk baby's in the house. Yes, everybody, welcome Meg P to the crew. She's in the blue crew now. I am excited about that as well. With the rest of these awesome blue crewers. All right, is it going to load? Good Lord, this should not be doing this. This company really makes me mad. If you ever get offered internet from Optimum, guys, don't do it. Please don't do it. It is so the worst. The worst. 100% the worst. I'll be damned. Holy hell. Well, there truly is nothing. About Jack and Lilly out there. That's crazy. Surprised. Yes, they do, Cap. Cap has them. Brandy has them. Or she did. I don't know who you got now, Brandy. Since you moved, do you have the same place? Yeah, they're horrible. All right. Let's see here. 48 peeps in the house. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Is that new? Maybe not. Miss Jody's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Jody. Thank you for being here. Fox Rooter's in the house. No spoilers, guys. No spoilers. Secret Diary of Laura Palmer. Are you kidding me, Alicia? I would have read the hell out of that. I had no idea that existed. Interesting. I'm going to look into that now. Thank you for the info on that. For those of you that aren't familiar, Twin Peaks was a show back in the 80s. It was Who Killed Laura Palmer, big thing. But the way it all went down, the whole series, it was a series, pretty ongoing. I can't remember how long, but until they got into the whole alien thing, it was really good. Okay, and it really does mimic the basis of the way Idaho has gone on. So, just saying. Check it out if you get a chance. Wow, I don't see it. That's crazy. Well, nothing. I'll just tell you right now, the RCMP website is showing nothing as at this point. Nothing's changed with the Nova Scotia children, folks. I can imagine that it probably was. Hey, Mocha. Yeah, Twin Peaks was awesome, guys. It was one of the best shows ever put out. Like I said, towards the end of the series, they got into some alien stuff, and I was like, nah. It became non-realistic to me, and I liked it so much because it is realistic. You know, the whole murder mystery thing, it was so realistic that it was like, wow. And what the hell is it? Kyle MacLachlan played the FBI agent in it. It was so good. Yeah, Mocha, I agree. Mr. Robot, I saw that. Is that good? That's got I can't think of his name, but he played Freddie Mercury in the Queen movie. Miss Donna's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Donna. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on, load, computer. Why is this so slow today? Rami Malek, thank you. I can't ever remember his name. Yeah, that dude's a great actor. He was in a movie that we watched on Netflix. Oh my God. We just watched it the other day. It was actually a really, really good movie too. Okay. 1 minute here. No way. Okay. Oh, yep. That's it, Talk Baby. Yep. Good point. I love the X-Files. I loved Chris Carter. I loved it until they got rid of him. But yeah, that's awesome. That's very cool. The X-Files is probably my all-time like favorite show ever. Absolutely loved it. Loved it, loved it, loved it. I made my children, they're all the ones that are all they're all adults now. But I had the box set of all of them. Phenomena Mom. Phenomena Mama Nama 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 Mama Mom. Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah. We watched it again and again. I probably watched the X-Files all the way through like 6 times. Again and again. I could watch it. The music itself gets me excited. That tells you how goofy I am. So yeah. I wish we could watch it in here. I agree. Cap. And then she's in another show that's I think it's a UK like crime show. Jessica Volk in the house. Me too, Mocha. Me too. Loved it. Loved it. Loved it. Loved it. All right, guys. Let's see. Like I said, there's really nothing to update as far as Jack and Lily Sullivan go, other than the same old stuff. Amen to that one, Katie. You'll have to join us for one of our music nights when we do music shows in here. It's a good time. We should be doing it coming up here soon. So my son usually joins in. So yeah, if you like music, you should enjoy yourself when we do it. I think you would. Join us. And of course, I'll let you guys know ahead of time. All right, let's see real quick here. What is going on in the Texas situation since we don't have any updates for Jack and Lily? Yes, music is life as far as I'm concerned. Music is absolutely, you have to, if you don't have music in your life, you don't have anything. I'm sorry. That's my opinion, of course. Some may disagree, but it is totally a fact in my opinion. Thank you, Trish. Yeah, we'll be doing that soon this Saturday. Actually, we're doing that tomorrow night. I believe we're going to be looking into the haunted Gettysburg and the Gettysburg ghosts. Thanks to Captain Jenks. Brought that to my attention. The lone gunman. Yes. That whole, and there's Mr. Jesse. That whole thing in the X-Files with Smoking Guy and all that. That was the best part of X-Files. I mean, I liked all the episodes and the different directions they went, but the Smoking Guy and the whole thing, that whole segment of all that stuff was amazing. Yep. Gillian Anderson, I love her. David Duchovny, I loved him too. He got weird when he got older though. Yes, life would be boring without music, guys. Hey, same here, Trish. I love playing my drums. I love playing the guitars. Another. All right, thank you, bro. I appreciate it, Cap. Yeah, guys. So we're gonna be looking into that this Saturday night. Eating steak while listening. Eating some steak, Jesse. Thanks for joining us, Jesse. You might want to jump into this. Hang around, sir. After we get through all these other things, we got something else I want to talk about. Thank you, Cap. I want your opinion on it too, Jesse. So don't be going too far. That is awesome. Just like Weird Al, huh? That's awesome, Skits. All right, let's check this out for it. I'll keep talking if I don't shut up.
This is something where we need to begin now, and we need to continue to invoke God Almighty. The one thing I hear the most from people across the country, really across the globe, are the prayers that are being sent for those who are in harm's way successfully rescued.
Hang on, I don't know why this is freezing like this.
Those who are giving thanksgiving to God right now, missions. And know this, we remain in a search and rescue posture right now. So it's been going on over the course of the day, and you're going to hear stories here momentarily about exactly what has been achieved through those search and rescue missions. They will continue in the darkness of night. They will be taking place when the sun rises in the morning. They will be nonstop, seeking to find everybody who is unaccounted for. The Texas National Guard has been a part of that process. And you'll hear the general in charge of that speak here soon, as well as the Texas Department of Public Safety and their operations. We also have game wardens from the Texas Parks and Wildlife that are involved in this process, as well as the Texas Division of Emergency Management. I have assured all of the local officials here that whatever they need, whether it be personnel, whether it be equipment, whether it be search and rescue operations, whether it be supporting them in their endeavors, whatever these communities need, the state of Texas is going to step up and provide it. But we know that what is needed and wanted the most is all the families out there who are waiting for information about their child or their loved one. And as you will hear, we are working on strategies to deliver on that information that families are craving. We're going to make sure we get information to families as quickly as we possibly can. But most importantly, we will stop at nothing to ensure that every asset and person and plane and whatever is needed is going to be involved in the process.
This is a bad video, guys. I'm sorry. Bear with it, please.
Of rescuing
All right,
every
Fox.
last person and ensure everybody involved in this is going to be fully accounted for. As a part of this, I'm signing a disaster declaration. Definitely one that includes this area, but includes more than this. And this is the proclamation here that I'll sign, but I want to tell you in here, I'm declaring a state-based disaster for those in the following counties: Bandera, Coke, Comal, Concho, Gillespie, Kendall, Kerr, Kimball, Llano, Mason, McCullough, Menard, Reeves, San Saba, and Tom Green counties. This will ensure all the counties that are identified in this, and there may be more that need to be added later, have access to every tool, strategy, personnel that Texas can provide. Put in everything we have in the entire state. Someone who's been involved in this and shares the commitment is the Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick.
Thank you, Governor. Dalton, who's our city manager, told us earlier that he was jogging at 3 in the morning along the river, and there wasn't a drop of rainfall.
Welcome, Wade.
And within a few hours, the Guadalupe had risen about 26 feet, and actually it rose that quickly in about 45 minutes of those 2 hours. And since that first alert early
All right, so I understand why.
this morning, 4 and 5 a.m.
This is not what the link was supposed to be, so bear with me for a minute, guys. Let me get you the right one. I don't know why this was titled this way. Hang on. Sorry. This is an old video, and they had it titled for this morning. Crazy stuff. 1 second here. Why? Okay, here we go. My apologies, everyone. Yeah, I got you, Kane. No problem, bud. Now that I can fix this. Yeah, it was pretty bad, done one. It was pretty bad. All right, I can slow this one. That video was bad. Maybe that's why it was, because it was an older video. I don't know. That would be dumb, but all right. And I will make sure it's turned up. Let's see what we got here. Up we go. Okay.
The victims of this tragedy range from young to old and include a family of 6 spanning multiple generations.
We're learning more about the victims of the flood disaster and the survivors trying to come to terms with what they witnessed.
I had to swim through a window and then hold on to the meter box outside of the house.
28-year-old Christian Fell says he stood on the electric meter box outside his home for nearly 3 hours to stay alive. 27-year-old Julian Ryan died heroically, saving his kids by placing them on a floating mattress. Beloved high school teacher Jeff Wilson, who taught auto body repair, also lost his life in.
Why is this doing this? It did it again. These are all like labeled as 4 hours ago, 3 hours ago, and they're old videos. Like, this is stuff I already showed you guys. Sorry. Give me a second here. Good Lord. And Mr. Carl's in the house today. Thank you, Carl, for joining us again. Everybody make sure to hit that like button. I'm sure most of you have. Thank you for that. This is really irritating me. Okay, we'll go with this then, because this is what is today. Yeah, see? All right, let's go with this, because this is what I want, is to get the full update, like a presser on this. They do, Phenomena, Mom. They put it on here like it's brand new in news, and I don't get to preview it, obviously, in that sense. But so this here is new, definitely new. This is a FEMA update as well, from my understanding. My apologies, guys. Bear with me today. Things are just not working right for me. All right.
A little long yesterday morning.
Here we go. Okay.
I appreciate y'all's kindness and letting me run a little long yesterday morning. I shared some of the stories of the heroic actions.
I have this turned all the way up by
City of Kerrville
by the way.
During their response.
Okay, Tomboy.
I know those are things that our community has seen, and we felt it was important to share that with the public. This morning's briefing will be a little bit more to the point. The response here in Kirk County continues to expand as the mission becomes more technical. There's more than 2,100 responders on the ground here from state.
I've seen that too, Carl. I don't know about it, but
to reunite victims with families. 10 states have sent specially trained teams to our community, and 2 more states are en route. As I know many of you have reported, the governor, lieutenant governor, and the Speaker of the House are strongly committed to helping our community. And we're grateful that they're making our recovery a priority in the upcoming special legislative session. Our city of Kerrville and Kerr County leadership are committed to a transparent and full review of processes and protocols. The special session is going to be a starting point for that work, but our entire focus since day one has been on rescue and reunification, which leads me to our latest report. As of 8 a.m. this morning, there have been 96 confirmed deaths, 60 adults, and 36 children. The number of missing remains at 161, and there remain 5 campers and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic among the missing. If family members had reported a loved one missing and they've returned safely, we ask that you notify us through kerrvillemissing@dps.texas.gov or call 830-258-1111. Again, that's kerrvillemissing@dps.texas.gov or call 830-258-1111. Additionally, the state of Texas, FEMA, the Small Business Administration have opened a disaster recovery center here in Kerrville for those who have been affected by the storms. It's currently open at the First Baptist Church here in Kerrville at 625 Washington Street. It'll be open from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day. The Individual Assistance Program can provide financial support for things like medical and dental assistance, vehicle damage, housing, childcare, and replacing essential items, even for non-residents who were impacted by the floods. You can visit disasterassistance.gov, use the FEMA app, or call 1-800-621-3362. And again, that's disasterassistance.gov, use the FEMA app, or call 1-800-621-3362. And in closing, I'd like to say one more time, on behalf of our Unified Command here in Kerr County, how appreciative we are for the help since this tragedy took place. People from all over Texas, all over the country, continue to show their support in so many ways, and we are thankful. And with that, I'll take a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Morgan Chesney, NBC News. Did the inability of police radios to communicate directly with county radios hamper rescue or recovery efforts as those waters rose?
I don't have any information to that point. Yes, sir.
Jason Allen, CBS News. Given that you still have people who live in this area, what's different? What changes have been made to ensure you get heavy rain again a week from now, a month from now, you don't wind up in the same situation?
I think that's an important question, and as we are aware, we've been very weather alert throughout the entirety of this, and that's something that we're going to be looking at. Thank you.
Can I get a
Yes,
question?
ma'am.
Amp Johns, News 4 in San Antonio. What can you tell us about the current search area, how large it is, how much of it has been searched, and how exactly does the grid system work for something like this?
So the last part of your question again, please.
How does the grid system work for a disaster like this?
Okay, so the grid system, I'm not a search and rescue recovery expert, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but it is a methodical search which ensures that every area in an area to be searched is covered and searched and that no stone is left unturned. Unfortunately, I don't have a exact number of how many miles of river that we've searched or how many people who have been out there. I just don't have that information for you, but I'm happy to follow up.
Sir,
Tammy?
last question. This will be last question.
Yes. Are there messages that we as a collective media are not getting out there? For example, are you hindering some searches? What can you tell people who want to come up with big equipment to help search or remove debris? Hasn't that been a problem?
I don't want to say it's been a problem because we're so grateful for the amount of people who want to come to this community to help. And we've had people from all over the state and all over the country volunteer their services and say, I have a front end loader, I have a boat, I have this. Groups and individuals, but it's important that we have certified professional search teams out there right now. We have compiled a database of volunteers who have made themselves available. And if and when that time comes that we are able to call upon them, we will be calling upon them. In the short term, I believe that all of our basic needs are being met, both through the federal and state response and the support that we've been getting, as well as this community rising up in a really unprecedented way to show their support for all of us here. Thank you very much.
That's the end of the press conference. If you are not receiving emails from Joint Information Center, please make sure that you send us an email to JIC, so JIC@kerrville.tx.gov.
Y'all, 1 second here. 1 second here. This will load.
And you know,
There we
I
go.
guess we're told search and recovery is going to be coming from the county tomorrow.
Why are they so late, though? I mean, why? That's what I mean. These people have been here for a week, let's just say. And where's the county? I mean, I live here.
How long have you lived here on Windhaven?
This is Windy Valley.
Windy Valley, I'm sorry.
I've lived here 23 years.
23 years. Talk to me. Let me get the difficult question out of the way first. Talk to me about that night being woken up. I told you were swept under the water. Can you describe to me,
yeah,
as you're comfortable, about what happened?
Sure, absolutely. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. We had went to enjoy fireworks prior. I was home by 11. Went to bed naturally. I had a friend text me at 45 after. I was already asleep. Went to sleep, of course, and about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I only knew that because I was woken up by loud bangs and a watery sounding up against my back wall, which my head was right there on the wall. I woke Alyssa up as soon as I noticed outside that this boat had totally swung in my driveway, a totally different direction. I woke her up right away. She gets up, manages to round up a couple dogs that we had in the house. We get them in the room, and just about that time, the kids come into the room, and there's really no time to make the plan that that could have happened, but there was no time. I had debris flowing by the front of my house, which shouldn't be. In the back, I have a creek, but there shouldn't be debris flying, trees, everything. I had a grave number of boats in my yard, and they weren't there, so I already knew that the water had taken them down the stream. And so I was inside at this point, and Alyssa, we were running around, really not knowing what to do. So all of a sudden, I'm standing there, and the floor drops right out of the bottom of the house, and I only know that after looking the aftermath. But it was that my son just disappeared, and immediately after that, my daughter went in, and I don't know for sure, but I heard my wife take a deep breath, and at the same time she took the deep breath, the dresser from the floor that had collapsed falls on me. I fall into the crack of where the plywood in between the ground and all this concrete, somewhere there I was wedged on my leg.
Your whole family gets swept in, basically.
Yes, we all get swept in. But I guess I was strong enough to pull myself out. But I didn't get out of the house until it was probably somewhere over here. But I was able to go down with the dresser, and then I was caught in the concrete. My leg's caught. I pull my leg out. I swim up, and there's no air in the room. There's just a little bit of where I could see, So I punch a hole in the ceiling, and enough to where I could get some, I could get my head up in there and get some air. And I go back down, and when I went back down and come back up, the house had split apart. So I was able to climb onto the roof, and I rode the roof. I don't know how far down the, river they picked me up, but.
And so your son has been found. How's he doing? Or
he is no longer.
He's no longer.
Yes,
so
sir.
Both so I must have misunderstood you earlier. I'm so sorry. So your wife and your son
and my daughter both fell through the cracks of the plywood when it fell into the deal, but it was one by one. Braxton went first.
How old was Braxton?
Braxton is 15.
Braxton or
Braxton?
Braxton. And I'm so sorry for your losses. I mean, I can't imagine. How are you feeling today? That can't be easy.
I've managed the past few days since this has happened by the support of my friends, my great friends. And, my mom always told me that she bled blood of Jesus over me a long time ago. And I thoroughly believe that.
And your daughter, Felicity.
Felicity.
How old is she?
She's 16.
16. She's still missing right now.
Yes, sir.
Talk to me about that anxiety as a parent.
The anxiety, the anxiety of it is really crazy because I'm not really happy with the fact that she hasn't been found. I'm happy for all the support and everything that's going on, and I do understand that there are a lot of circumstances, a lot of debris, a lot of stuff.
Agreed, Tomboy.
At the same time, I have this woman here, and she's pulling and pulling and pulling, and I do believe that she will make it happen. 100.
And is there? I don't want to ask an insensitive question, but just to get where your mind frame's at, as a parent who's still missing a child, is there any hope at all at this point?
At this point, I do not have hope. If she is alive,
these reporters kill me. How they ask stupid questions, I swear.
And she's made it a long way, and definitely will need a lot of support behind that. But
100%.
From what I saw in here and what I lived through, I really don't think so. I mean, there's no way. The house was moving, and they felt that way. We were facing that way. They felt that way, and that's just straight. The house going to mow right over them.
I am so sorry.
I totally understand. It was very tragic. I understand that I might be talking out of line, but I lived it. If I'm hurting somebody's feelings out there,
You're not. I like to start having kind of work my way. I want to end on take this to it. You're obviously dealing with a lot and grieving.
Yes, sir.
What does it feel like to see the community come together in this way?
I am so overwhelmed. I am so overwhelmed. I really wish that, I could had some way to repay them as, things. I know they're taking away from their families. I know they're taking time and money. I'm a contractor myself, and being put out there voluntarily is a great thing. You feel hope. Okay. And I would do it for someone, and I appreciate everybody out here doing things for me. And not only me, there's more people lost in this stuff.
And I guess we're told search and recovery is going to be coming from the county tomorrow.
Why are they so late though? I mean, why? These people have been here for a week, let's just say. And where's the county? I mean, I live here.
You must really, it's almost unfair for you to not have that closure. right? I mean, I'm sure you want to find Felicity so badly.
I do.
Just to have that closure.
Yes, and that's what it's all about. That is closure. And with or without her, yes, I will get closure. But at the same time, I do have questions about before the storm, because I didn't get an alert. I live a mile from the fire station. They don't have a problem in the middle of the night running down the road to go, check on somebody, give them a welfare check, with their sirens on. How come there wasn't a fire truck driving up and down this road with sirens going? They have these big fancy lights. They shine them literally into my bedroom from that road. My bedroom is right here. Lights go into my bedroom. They shine. I mean, literally.
Last thing I want to ask you, it's certainly an issue we're going to be talking about in the days and weeks to come about this response, which I think is being criticized.
Welcome, LL.
The response from the community is awesome. The response from Travis County has been literally hideous.
I want to ask you about just, again, I don't know if it's a morbid question to ask, but like what's driving you right now? What's keeping you, you're someone that's lost everything. And is it the community coming together, or talk to me about that?
I got several friends over here, and they'll all tell you I'm built different. That's basically all I can tell you. I mean, not that I don't grieve, because I do. But at the same time,
this report is
deeper than just crying. It's deeper than just someone telling me something wrong, or it's deeper than that for me.
Moving forward,
I'm built different on the fact that about my grieving issues, and I've been dogged out with the way I grieve, and I've been praised.
No, don't apologize, man. You're right.
At this point where I'm at and what I'm thinking about, I'm at peace that my kids and my wife are gone. But I do have questions, if you understand what I'm saying.
No, I do.
Amen, Pebbles. I wanted you guys to have like a first-hand interview with somebody, sad or not, but it's just horrible. There's so many people going through it. And then, guys, all I can ask is for everybody to keep them in their thoughts and prayers. Miss Cammy Q. Yes, you're that's what I'm saying, Meg. You don't have to apologize. You're right on point with it, dear. Good to see you, Cammy. Thank you for joining us today. Great to have you here, sis. All right, y'all. Let's move on here. Yeah, there's no apologies needed. Yeah, these journalists, the reporters are just, a lot of them, even when the Gonzalez interviews and stuff like that, they're just stupid. They ask the most ignorant, obvious questions, I did want to show this too. Hold on a minute here. I got to get this to move again until I can figure out why it's doing it. This 911 call, you guys, it's nuts. Hang on here a minute. Let me throw this up here real quick too.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 8.
Just in case. I just want everybody to know the seriousness of what has happened down there. It's not, there's no, it can never be downplayed. Let me put it that way. It can never be downplayed. Just as bad as Hickory Rock was and all these other disasters we've seen. This is one of the worst, in my opinion, ever.
Good evening, I'm Erin Burnett. And out front tonight, we begin with the breaking news on that code red. New dispatch audio just into the show tonight. And this is the first time.
I don't know why these are so low. You might have to turn this up, guys.
That we have aired here at CNN, this crucial audio. And what it reveals is first responders and how they were trying to save lives, the terrifying critical hours as they were rushing to save lives as those flood waters were surging in central Texas. The floods, we now know, have killed at least 121 people. 160 are still missing and unaccounted for at this hour as the search continues. So let's start with this audio that we are just getting in. I'm going to play it for you for the first time. Well before the code red, which came all the way, 6 o'clock in the morning or close to then, this is the audio of a volunteer firefighter out there trying to save lives, 3:27 a.m. on Friday morning, July 4th. Listen for yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Just for your 43, the Guadalupe is starting to come up, and Shoemaker is no longer passable at this time.
Talking about roads already being closed, being flooded out. I'm going to speak to the man who recorded all of this in just a moment because he's the former IT director for Cary County. He helped to install the code red system that's in place. And he said that you just heard, very calmly delivered from that firefighter at 3:27 a.m., though, should have signaled a massive emergency. Because what it meant when he said Schumacher is no longer passable meant that emergency responders could no longer get to the city of Hunt from the east. So at that moment, he said that was crucial. And from that moment on, the waters were rising fast.
Respond to 2029, Highway 39, 2029, Highway 39. It's going to be for a water rescue. Have callers.
Cammie, have you? Yeah, that's a good question, Megas. Have you heard anything about Mandy's little one's friend? If there's any word yet? I'm so horribly heartbroken over that. That's so sad to me. There we go. That's my thing too, Clifton. Miss Tandy, hello, dear. Good to see you today. Yeah, absolutely, Clifton. That's my biggest thing. I keep thinking of that myself and how they had no way to control anything, no way to get nowhere to go. I mean, it just horrifies me. Still missing. Mandy's been sent. Good. Let us know, Cammie, please. And again, prayers and thoughts to them nonstop.
House flooded. We're getting multiple calls off of 39. People are stating their houses are flooding. We're trying to advise them to get to higher area.
Multiple calls off that road 39. And then at 4:30, that firefighter on the ground calls in and asks for that formal code red.
Is there any way we can send a code red out to our Hunt residents asking them to find higher ground or stay home?
10-4 standby. We have to get that approved with our supervisor.
All right, you hear that exchange. It would be 90 minutes from that call to when Kerrville's mayor told the Texas Tribune that he finally received that code red alert. Now, during that time, a roughly 30-foot wall of water decimated communities and children's camps along the Guadalupe River. And the 911 calls that you just heard referred to there on that emergency dispatch line, the 911 calls did not stop.
We received a phone call at our fire station to have a lady, she's frantic. She's at Casa Bonita, 117 Corto Way or Casa Bonita Lodges, and she said her children are on top of one of the cabanas and they're trapped.
Terrifying calls, one after the other, coming as right now, painstaking search for 160 people still known to be missing is ongoing. They're looking right now as we're talking, and it's entering the 8th day. We are also getting a startling new image of the terror that so many had to endure during the storm. We'll show you this picture. This is from the Boys Camp La Junta, right nearby, about 5 miles north of Camp Mystic. Camp Mystic, where, of course, 27 kids and counselors were known to have been killed. Here, though, this is in Camp Junta. You can see 5 kids clinging onto the rafters. I mean, look at them up there. If you could just look at that picture, clinging to the rafters in their cabin to survive. A mother of one of them tells us that a counselor helped the kids climb onto those wooden beams once the water had reached the top bunks, and there was nowhere else for them to go. They couldn't get out. Thank God, in that situation, everyone was safely evacuated. All those children are safe. We're going to have much more on this dispatch audio in just a moment, along with the man who recorded all of it. But first, Isabel Rosales is out front. She is in Center Point, Texas, on the desperate search for the missing. Isabel, another 24 hours, still no one else is found, but still at least 160 missing.
Aaron, that is correct. And what I've seen here is a relentless, coordinated effort.
I have to agree, Skits. I'm angry because of what I saw. When Alicia sent me the National Weather Service stuff that was posted by Homeland Security, that pissed me off to no end. I think it should have been mandatory that if you get any kind of a warning, and I think it should be from here out, I don't care if it's a possibility or if it's a very weak possibility, you should have to evacuate to higher ground immediately in a sense like this. Okay. And when those National Weather Service messages came out, I think it should have been heeded instantly. End of story. And we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. You know, I know it came fast. Thank you. Thank you, Alicia, for putting that link out, guys. But yeah, it came fast, but they were almost 24 hours ahead of time warned. I keep saying this, when you have somebody else's kids in your hands, their lives, you don't take any kind of a chance, folks. You just don't. You just don't. That was what National Weather Service sent out. What the county people did with it is a different story. Right. Good point. Yeah, it happened in 87 too. The same type scenario. Exactly. It's too much. It shouldn't have happened. That's all I'm saying in that sense.
At the local, state, and federal level, also including volunteers. We've been here for days now, and at this particular RV resort since this morning, and it's incredible seeing the hour-by-hour.
I don't know, Death Valley. That's a good question, but here's the thing. They should, especially at a campground, you should have every resource out there, like an NOAA radio, like you said, a ham radio, in case there is no service whatsoever. There should be something there to be able to know these things with, is all I'm saying. It should be mandatory. When you have children in a place like this, you should have to have these things, okay? Period. I mean, there's no question, no two ways, no nothing about it. So one second. One second, everybody. Sorry, guys. My son was talking to me.
Real-time evolution of the progress, that they're making, moving all sorts of major debris like campers like this out of the way to make sure that they're checking that nothing and no body has been left behind. But at the same time, to what you were saying, Aaron, a grim fact that they haven't found anyone alive here in Kerr County for 6 days now.
You hear the dog barking right now.
A hit from a cadaver dog. So you're thinking that there could be remains in there?
Yes, ma'am. Possibly.
Sends Jordy Marks and his team into action. The private drone company owner launching a surveillance drone over the Guadalupe River to aid the Cajun Navy and first responders in their search.
We just heard the dogs get a hit, so I'm gonna scan that area and make sure, just make sure there's nothing there.
With more than 2,000 emergency workers on the ground, the search for the missing intensifying. Nearly a week after floods devastated this idyllic part of central Texas.
What I'm looking for is anything that's different in the water, anything that stands out in the water. I'm going to zoom in that area.
It took days for the drones to get authorization to join the search after a private drone operating in the restricted airspace over the flood area struck an emergency helicopter on Monday. It was forced to make an emergency landing, and all drones were grounded from what has proven to be a challenging search. For the second day in a row, there remains at least 160 people still missing.
The current was so strong. I think it took people and put them underneath debris, and if people are just chopping the debris, and while the water is receding, then we're gonna start seeing more people.
Now they join teams continuing their search in the water and on the ground. Heavy machinery doing the heavy lifting, flipping over river-swept vehicles. FEMA task force is now on site, setting up command along the Guadalupe River. Search crews wading its waters, moving debris piece by piece. Cadaver dogs actively scanning miles of riverbanks. Helicopters assisting overhead while ambulances wait on site, all in the grim search for victims of the flood.
The efforts get more complicated by the day. We covered a lot of area, but now it's the detailed work of getting through all this debris and destruction and making sure that we find every last victim.
And it's not lost on people, the gravity of this situation, 160 people missing, but really that is also a focus on bringing closure to these families. There's a FEMA task force that set up a command post right here at this RV resort that's been destroyed. They're wrapping up for the day, Aaron, but they will be back tomorrow.
All right, Isabel, thank you so much on the ground there. And let's go now to John David Trollinger. He's the former information technology director for Kirk County. He told us he helped install the Code Red system. And I really appreciate your time, John, because I know, you were there listening, right? You were listening to these calls start to come in on dispatch. You were, recorded that and shared the audio that we have been playing for viewers. So you know how the whole system works. As you're monitoring the scanner traffic, the floods start. You do this, you as a hobby, you listen to this so everyone understands that. When you first heard something that signaled to you there is a problem, right? I understand it was at 3:27 a.m. I want to play what you heard at that time.
Yes, ma'am. Just for your 43, the Guadalupe is starting to come up, and Shoemaker is no longer passable at this time.
So, John, when you hear Guadalupe is starting to come up, Shoemaker is no longer passable at this time, you knew emergency. How come?
Welcome, Moonbreaker.
Well, that's the main highway that goes into Hunt, and that means EMS, fire, the sheriff's office can't get there. There might be a couple small roads that are still passable to go around, but it's a long way. But with the way it was raining, I knew that the river was coming up and that those low water crossings from there.
That's the thing to understand, like Tandy said, and I said this yesterday and the day before, 27 feet in 40 minutes, folks. That's like driving to the store and back, okay? That's all it took for that river to rise that much. That is insane, okay? Absolutely insane. So they really didn't have, a lot of people didn't have time. 45 minutes is not time to grab what you need in a lot of sense and run, per se. Twiz in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Stick around, bro. We're about to talk about some stuffs here in a minute. But yeah, that's very quickly. I watched the time, I showed the time lapse video as this river's rising and the roads disappear completely. It was insane. So very scary, very scary.
Out to the west, we're already flooded because I've been through that before. I've been in the sheriff's office dispatch when it's occurred previously, and us keeping minute by minute updates as the sheriff directed me to, as the previous sheriff Hureholzer directed me to update the website to keep the public informed.
So are you saying as early as 3:27 a.m. that things could have played out very differently in terms of alerts and code reds and frankly, just to be blunt, hundreds possibly of lives saved?
Well, it's too late for Hunt. The
Crazy
water's up, and the volunteer fire department guy's been there. He knew it was coming because he's awake and he's sitting in his truck looking at it. But the water's come up and the wall of water's heading down to Ingram. So you hear some radio traffic in a little bit that's going to warn people that warned to tone out Ingram that they need to start evacuating the RV park downriver.
Right,
And
Al. That's
I fully
crazy, isn't
believe
it?
that a really quick action could have, and I'm not going to hindsight it all, but a quick action could have helped people downriver. But at 3:30, once it hit 4:30, it was just too late. The code red would have been ineffective, in my opinion.
And when you talk about the lives that could have been saved in those RV parks, I mean, we still don't know. 160 people are missing, right? We don't know where they may have died. We're going to find out. But I want to play again something else that stood out to you. This is a little bit later, John. So this is at 5:11 a.m. Here's what you heard.
We've got one female pulled out of the water. If you'll have more units come down to the end of Rolling Trail and go through the gate, she's going to need medical attention.
10-4, we're getting EMS in.
So that's 5:11 a.m., John. The mayor said that he didn't get the code alert until 6 a.m., right? So 50 minutes later, 49 minutes later. When you heard that at 5:11 a.m., what did you think? Obviously, you know, still hadn't gotten a code red.
Well, at that point, Aaron, the weather alert radar or the weather reporting from the National Weather Service and all the other things, I had 3 radios going. It was just so busy that, you know, it all scrambled together. I didn't even think about, you know, what could be done at that point other than I might be able to call into dispatch. I had that thought briefly, but this first responder, he went in the river. I was listening to all these little bits of traffic that not everything was captured on the recorder, but that first responder went into the flooded Guadalupe River. And my family's been here for a very long time. I know exactly what it looks like when it floods, so I can picture it. And he could have easily died, but instead he rescued that woman and he pulled her out. Those are the people that really need the attention here.
I mean, the heroic acts of
Good
those
point,
first
MH.
responders,
Thanks
and
for joining
I
us
know
today.
that, you know, the sheriff has said we're going to learn more and more about them, and hopefully we will. The individuals who are willing to, you know, to allow us to know what they did, because of course they did it with the expectation no one would ever know. They did it because that's who they are and what they do. When do you think, John, that an alert should have been sent, and do you think that it would have saved? I don't know, would you maybe all of the lives lost, some of them? I mean, how do you see this when you take a step back?
Well, I've only got my direct experience with Sheriff Hierholzer
I'm going to
in
show you this
dispatch
again in a
and
minute.
just how attuned he was to informing the public. I'm not going to second guess the dispatchers or the sheriff, but certainly when the National Weather Service and the Texas Emergency Management Agency Operations Center are staffing up, someone needs to be paying attention and prepare people in our county for a you know, for an emergency. Someone should be ready at 1 o'clock when the Weather Service said that there's going to be a flash flood. So the 1 a.m. National Weather Service call would be my you know, my pick. That would be the latest that an alert could have gone out to the public that could have saved lives.
Of course, that's 5 hours earlier than it did. And you know, you think about those hours, you listen to this, you listen to it that night, but now listening to it, I know you get emotional because you hear those voices, you know, some of those people may have survived, some did not. What is it like listening to all of this again?
Well, I've been able to heal up a little bit on Sunday. I had a lot of my my shipmates from when I was in the Navy. I had a lot of people that I've been able to connect with. I've gone up to the church. I've thanked first responders, but you know, even after that day on Sunday, it's still, you know, when I see the kids at the soccer field and their soccer coach and their family. It's just, you know, I stopped for the first time ever, and you know, I go running around the soccer field a lot. They see me out there all the time, and on Monday, I stopped and talked to those kids and told them that, you know, I thought really well of the coach, and I was glad they were out there. It was noon. It was very hot, and we were all just getting it out of our system, getting exercise to, you know, help.
Okay, I got it. So I'm going to show this to you guys one more time. It really, really, thank God Alicia found this too. It really makes me mad to no end, folks. Oh, it's working. Thank God. This was put out, as I said the last 2 times I showed it, from Homeland Security, folks. So it's not fake, okay? The mainstream media is deliberately lying about the events leading up to the catastrophic flooding in Texas. The National Weather Service executed timely, precise forecasting and warnings despite unprecedented rainfall overwhelming the region. Here is the timeline from the National Weather Service proactive response. Again, folks, this starts on the morning of July 3rd, the day before this all went down. This is the National Weather Service out of Austin, San Antonio. They conduct forecast briefings for emergency management, they started flagging flash flood risks then. Once again, July 3rd morning, National Weather Center issues flood hazard outlook, identifying flash flood potential for Kerrville and surrounding areas. Now, in my opinion, right there, the campground should have said, okay, this is a possible issue. Okay, it's an issue, possibly. We don't know, but it could happen. That point there, when you have other people's children under your care, is when I would have said, okay, guys, we got to do something just in case. Let's get up out of here. Okay, we'll see what happens. If it passes, it's 24 hours. We'll come back. But they didn't. That's what bothers me. Now, next up. Okay. 1:18 p.m. on the 3rd of July. So early afternoon, the National Weather Service issued a flood watch for Kerr County effective through Friday morning. Once again, there's another reason. Okay. And then 6:10 p.m. July 3rd. So throughout that afternoon, they start talking about 3 mesoscale precipitation discussions, warning of excessive rainfall and flash flood potential. All I'm saying, okay, I don't want to blame somebody here. I'm not trying to blame somebody. I'm saying that the National Weather Service did what they were supposed to do. They put their stuff out, okay, and it did happen very quickly. Hey, Bobby, good to see you. That alert went to emergency management, not to the general public. Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Is EMA should have. Hold on. Sorry, guys, my granddaughter popped in here for a second. EMA should have then immediately alerted who they should have, put something out. And is what I'm saying. One leads to another. That's all I'm saying. And this went on throughout the whole day, the day before, 6/22. Warns of considerable flooding risk north of west and west of San Antonio, including Kerrville. 11:41 that night, flash flood warning issued for Bandera. 1:14 a.m. is the one that this gentleman was just talking about. Flash flood with considerable tag issued for Bandera and Kerr counties, triggering wireless emergency alerts. They should have triggered that beforehand, is what I'm saying. Raymond Watts, hello, welcome. That's what I mean. So the public didn't receive this. That's the point that I was trying to make, guys. They should have taken this. EMA should have taken this and put it out to the public. Okay. So there's where that, if we had to lay blame, I guess we could throw it at EMA. Because everybody should have known about this. These alerts weren't put out. The alert itself did not go out till 1:14 a.m. That should have happened way beforehand, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. Because it was there. It was being distributed to EMA. They should have put it out. That's all. And we wouldn't be having this conversation. I don't understand that. Okay. And it bothers the shit out of me. I can't stop thinking about that. Sometimes I obsess about things, I guess. Yeah. But this is something that should have not happened, in my opinion. So that's why I wanted to show that again. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to shut this down either, but I just wanted to show that as they were speaking about it.
Helps a lot, Aaron, to do that exercise and diet.
Agreed, but I'm a mom.
John, thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and thank you for sharing all of that with us, to hear, you know, in the moment, the raw, unfiltered moment of what happened. So thank you. And I want to go to Shimon Pokupez out front in Ingram, Texas, because Shimon, you know, John David there is talking about Ingram and how it's downriver from where those initial calls came from. As we were playing some of what he had recorded that night, you heard his ultimate conclusion was that 1 a.m. is the time he would identify when the National Weather Service had issued its warning that that's when he would have gone ahead with a code red that could have saved many lives. What are you learning about all of this, the decision making, the timing?
So here's the thing, Aaron, what we don't know on the county level, and I think it's good that he was being so specific here, because we do know that people at the Texas Department of Emergency Management, professionals, a pretty an agency that has a lot of credibility, was sounding the alarm 2 days before this on July 2nd and talking about resources available and moving resources into this area and getting ready. They were getting ready for what could possibly be. But the problem is, it appears up to this point that no one in the city, no one in the county was doing the same thing. While the state is sending out alerts and telling people, go and listen to your local authorities, listen to the people in your community, the law enforcement, the people who are supposed to protect you, see what they're saying, monitor what they're saying, and follow their instructions. And it seems that that never happened. And the fact that at 1 a.m., that is so key, because that's something that I've been asking about, because at 1 a.m., and normally what happens is if you have an emergency operations center, if you know there's a concern over flash flooding, someone is up, someone is monitoring it, someone is talking to meteorologists, someone is talking to people along the river who could possibly be monitoring what is happening where you are, what is happening where you are. And they are anticipating, the worst. That's how emergency management works. And you at least give people the option, if they want to evacuate, you give them that option. You say to them, do what you need to do. And if you need to get up and you need to get out, get out. But there was no option here. These people went to bed with their little kids, expecting everything was going to be okay. And in the middle of the night, they get woken up by screams and by flashing lights. Those are the people I spoke to who told me that is how they knew something was wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, talk to someone in a camper, right? They hear the screaming. 10 minutes later, their RV is gone. Yes. They're alive. That's the miracle. So many around them are not. Shimon, thank you very much. On the ground in Ingram.
Yep.
CBS News correspondent Jason Allen has been in Kerrville, Texas since Friday. Jason, I think we spoke as soon as you arrived on the scene. Help us understand how bad things were and how things look today.
Well, it's been stunning for people, Errol, to see the extent of destruction. And this is in an area of the country, a part of Texas, where they know it as Flash Flood Alley. There have been many flash floods here in the past, and even the extent of this one surprises them. It's a combination of extreme rainfall you can get with moisture moving up from the Gulf and very thin layer of topsoil. Officials here say that they rescued more than 850 people over the last 3 days, some of them from the tops of trees and others from rooftops.
Hundreds of first responders spread out across the Guadalupe River. They climbed over debris piles, searched mangled cars, and combed riverbanks that floodwaters scoured. Torrential rain caused one river to surge nearly 26 feet in just 45 minutes early Friday morning.
We're at Camp Mystic looking for our kids.
Children's summer camps dot the shoreline of the Guadalupe. At Camp Mystic, an all-girls summer camp, the river started running through cabins where children were sleeping. Nearly a dozen 3rd and 4th grade girls are still missing.
We're looking for places that they're going to potentially be alive.
Further down the river, The flooding ripped through homes and campgrounds where families were staying for the holiday weekend.
We're still hoping for the best. But that's all we can do in that and pray.
Brian Blackbird came to the house his family owned, looking for signs of his sister and brother-in-law, Beth and Hutch Bryan. They had friends staying with them. Only one escaped.
He said he and Martha made their way, fighting the current around the house, and that's when she got swept away.
Amid the heartbreak, incredible stories of survival.
All of a sudden, we just hear somebody.
Yeah, this exact same type thing happened in 1987, folks. Yeah, almost identical. Very sad.
Say, help, help.
Sisters Natalie and Emily Rayford said they spent 20 minutes trying to pinpoint those screams. Then they said an 8-year-old girl who had floated 6 miles from Camp Mystic appeared from a pile of debris.
Did you ask her what had happened, how she was able to make it?
Yeah, we asked her what happened, and she said that her cabin was flooding and someone opened a window and she just flew out of it.
The sudden rush of water reached this RV park, packed with campers.
Everybody on the level where the water is in right now, they were barely getting out with their pajamas on and their dogs. And their
Lorena Guillen said in the rush to wake people up, they could only watch helplessly as one family was swept away.
Yeah, that's the big difference, is the loss of life. It's still very sad and nowhere near what this is, but the same type situation is what I was saying, you know. Yeah, Twiz, it is.
Hearing those kids screaming, it was very, very difficult.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott said no one anticipated the severity of the storm.
The moment in time when they knew the magnitude of the water, it's a difficult decision whether or not to begin evacuating people or not.
We welcome you back to CBS Mornings as we continue our coverage of these devastating flash floods in central.
So we've seen that video there. I just wanted that beginning, the front part of it to run. Hold on here. See something else here, and then we're probably gonna move on. 'Absolutely, Meg. I'm going to show you guys this for those of you who didn't see it. It's insane to me. And this as soon as it loads, this happened in 20 minutes. This, what you're seeing here. Hold on. It's so scary to see it. All right. I think some of you guys have seen it. I showed it once. For those of you that may not have, this shows the absolution as to how serious and how fast it happened and how scary this was, in my opinion. This is a time-lapse video over a 20-minute period of time, you guys. You can see this road here, okay? Watch this. "20 minutes, you guys. That's absolutely insane to me. 20 minutes. Yeah, the cars and everything. People don't realize the power and the strength that water has and what it can do. That's the biggest problem is there's nowhere for the water to go. The ground will not absorb it. The drains are overcome. You know, there's nowhere for it to go. So in a lot of senses, right, Wiz, I agree, bro. Oh, I can imagine, Beck. There really is no way, I wouldn't think, to be able to prepare for the power that this has, you know? People put up like sandbags and do this and do that and, you know, barriers to try. It doesn't matter. Especially with the speed that this can happen. It overtakes everything. It's so crazy scary. It's nuts. Good point. Fucking Miami. It reminds me of like a tsunami, you know what I mean? Or a tidal wave per se. Exactly. You blink twice and it's all gone. You got this thing carrying people's houses down the river. What I can't imagine is there's people that were carried down this with all this mess for like miles upon miles. Get lucky enough to grab hold of a tree if they can handle it, and got saved. There was one woman, a story we watched, that traveled 14 miles downriver, got into a tree and was able to hang on until they could rescue her. It's so crazy. It's definitely not shallow though. It does look like it. It is. It's very scary, Skits. I agree. Trying to show you where it gets to where it starts to get up to the level where it's at the bridge level at some point. Yeah, see, it's at the bridge now. Right underneath it. That's absolutely insane to me. That's just so scary to me. Imagine driving over that, not knowing if the bridge is going to hold up as you're driving over it. It will take out these bridges too. Right, Miami. I've seen it before in other videos, not this one from Texas, but other places where it's taken these whole causeways out and these bridges and stuff. And that stuff has nowhere else to go. So it's like, oh, there it is. This carried a house down. That's what I was going to show you guys. Is it took a house and it took it all the way up against that bridge. Hey, Michelle, yes. I got a before and after picture I'm going to show you after this. See that house? Look at that. There was a house carried downriver with people in it, you guys. People in it. I don't know if that's the one or not, but yeah, people inside of it.
The cat.
Can you imagine that? That's absolute insanity to me. Wow. That's what I mean, Twiz. That, yeah, the weight of it pushing against it, the water, the force of it all, it'll take the bridge out. It could. And that's happened before. It'll peel the road up like the Band-Aid. Steepest point, 12 feet, ABD, and most more shallow. Yeah. Everything. The whole thing is just too scary. So now that house is just sitting there stuck now until the water recedes, and then it's, what do you do then? Their home's gone, you know? I don't see it going up over the road there now. Nowhere else to go. All right. Very horrible stuff, guys. Very, very, again, prayers and thoughts to everyone in Texas. I pray that they get, I mean, Texas is strong. Everybody in Stack, they come together, very strong people. They'll get through it. It's just a lot. It's a whole lot. Oh yeah, it'll definitely Godsmack you. That's not a no lie. No lie. All right, I think that's all I had for that for today as far as the flooding goes. The biggest thing that really kills me. Oh, that's right. This one too. I wanted to show real fast. Sorry, I forgot I had this. 1 second. Come on, load. Yeah, after this one, I forgot. After this, we're done. But and this story is so unbelievable to me. There we go. I don't know if you guys saw or heard the Waco twins that were saved. Watch this real quick. Mind blowing.
For the very first time, 14-year-old twins from Waco, both rescued from their summer camps on the Guadalupe River this past week, are talking in detail about their horrific and heartbreaking experience. Clara Shelton was a camper at Camp Mystic, where 27 campers and staff have now been confirmed dead and others remain missing at this hour. And Nolan, here's Nolan Shelton. He was a camper 6 miles downstream at an all-boys camp called Camp La Junta, which was devastated by the floodwaters. Both believed at times, the other did not make it out alive. Clara and Nolan, along with their mother, Suzanne, who was also a camper at Camp Mystic back when she was a little girl, are joining us now to talk. Guys, thanks so much for being here with us. I know it's been a tough week. Clara, I'm going to start with you. You were a camper at Camp Mystic. Our hearts, like all over the world, are breaking for what happened there. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm just very, very thankful that my brother and I were found safe and able to make it home to our families. But I'm also still continuing to pray for the girls that are still missing and for the families of the girls that were less fortunate.
And Nolan, what about you?
I'm just glad that everyone at my camp was able to get out safely, and there were probably only a couple injuries, nothing serious, but our counselors were prepared for this. It's not like that we were expecting it or anything. I'm just glad that everyone was okay in the end from my camp.
Suzanne, I've actually known your twins since they were born. Your husband is a cousin of mine from back home in Paris, Texas. And so I've had a chance to watch these kids grow up. I think every mom, this story has just been, or parent or family member, has just been so hard to see these young children experience so much. What has that been like for you as a mom to have gone through this experience with your kids?
It's unimaginable. We are so blessed and so thankful to have our children home with us. And it was such a scary time whenever we didn't know exactly all the details, and you kept hearing in the camps were doing a good job of keeping people updated, but they were still, especially Camp Mystic was still searching. And it was just, you're relieved, but you almost also are overwhelmed with a sense of guilt because you got to bring your two children home and other families weren't as fortunate. And it's just absolutely unimaginable what these kids went through, the traumatic things they witnessed and experienced. And I'm still almost in disbelief that this actually happened.
Clara, take me back to July the 4th. I guess the night of July the 3rd, you were sleeping in the nurse's cabin because you weren't feeling well.
Good to see you, dear.
Your cabin is on higher ground. The nurse's cabin is also on higher ground, just the logistics of the way the camp is set up. When did you realize that something was wrong?
It was around the middle of the night, from probably 12 to 2. I heard a counselor come into our cabin and say, "Hey, our cabin's flooding. We need help." And I remember her saying, "It's coming in quick. It's coming from the closet. The girls don't know yet." And so that cabin ended up being fine, but it was extremely flooded. And that's kind of whenever I knew that this wasn't just an ordinary storm, but I still didn't know the level that it would make its way to.
You told me throughout the night you kept hearing people coming into the nurse's station, and they weren't talking directly to you, but you heard enough to know at some point, you think it was around 4 a.m., that, okay, this is more than just a thunderstorm.
I heard on the walkie-talkie in the kitchen that there were girls on top of the roofs. That's all I heard, though. I heard girls on roofs.
So Nolan, I want to go to your camp. You're about 6 miles down the road at Camp La Junta. It's an all-boys camp that you've loved and attended for 8 years now. When did you realize that something was going wrong?
Well, it was about 2 a.m. and I just woke up to someone screaming, like, "We're taking in water, our cabin's flooding." And it wasn't that bad, but I mean, we are taking in water, of course, so like stuff's getting ruined. It's just, but we thought we were the only cabin getting filled with water. And we just thought, like, oh, we're still going to have to go attend activities tomorrow, do all this, wake up at 6 a.m., people would go do maintenance, and it would just be a normal day. And it wasn't till we went back to sleep, then woke up later learning that the whole camp was destroyed. It was bad.
This was about 7 o'clock in the morning, you told me, and you were also on higher ground. So that's why you had no idea what was happening at the cabins that were below you.
We were separated from the rest of the camp too, so that's why we didn't know. And whenever our counselors actually tried,
it was raining real bad all around there,
yeah, and all that, and it was just water rushing down. He said, like, he couldn't even get by.
There's been videos that have been shared online that show literal cabins from your camp floating down the river.
Those are called casas. It's mainly for like staff members, or we have girl counselors that attend, and they go to like their own cabins. And it was a staff cabin. They're not that like sturdy, so that's why it picked up and just washed away.
So Claire, at 7 o'clock in the morning, you said that's when you were being evacuated to a hall that was on higher ground. It's where all the kids were starting together. And was it on that walk to the evacuation when you got there that you were like, okay, this is much more serious than just a serious thunderstorm?
Whenever the nurses took me up to James Hall to just, I don't know, I guess go get food, or
a dining hall. James Hall's a dining hall.
I saw the girls. I mean, there were so many girls crying, throwing up, and I saw blood. And this is whenever I realized, okay, like, this is really something that's happening. And then around then too is whenever I heard helicopters flying around the camp.
And the helicopters began to land on buildings that you could see?
On buildings, and I saw a helicopter, like I saw them landing in like the parking lot around James Hall, because there was a parking lot there where there were a lot of counselors that had their cars there. Because the other parking lot, I don't know if you saw a video, but there were cars completely on top of each other. And there were also girls sitting in the parking lot wrapped up in blankets. And it was just something I thought out.
Communication, and Suzanne, you told me this at this particular area in Hunt. I mean, you said usually when you drop your kids off, you're getting no cell phone service at all. Plus, at a lot of Christian camps or youth camps, they take up cell phones, and there's no way you guys, neither one of you had a cell phone or a watch. So we're kind of estimating on all these times as well, to be able to know exactly, what time something happened. But you do know that around 6:50 in the morning, you received word from Nolan's camp, and that was the first word that you got. What did they tell you?
They told us that there was serious flooding at the camp, and that all the phone lines were down, the power was out, but that all of the boys at Camp Lahana had been accounted for and were safe, and they would keep us posted as the day went on. And I guess assessing what all was happening. And we hadn't heard anything from Mystic at that time. And Clara's campus is higher up at Cypress Lake. And so the girls that were getting evacuated to James Hall that she saw that morning were down at the Guadalupe campus, and they were coming up there.
Tell me about the email you got at 10 o'clock, which was the first time you heard from.
Yeah, it was like 10 or 11. And it was just saying that if you have not been directly contacted, your daughter is safe and accounted for, and we will continue to update as we know more. But like you said, the service out there just on a regular
I couldn't have handled that. I'd have been
day or camp drop off is
driving nonstop.
Very, very minimal.
Clara, when did you first get word that there were girls missing from your camp? Do you remember someone talking about it around you, or was it when you actually witnessed something with your own eyes?
We knew nothing. I mean, we knew absolutely nothing. It was pretty much a bunch of rumors until we actually went to the camp and saw for our own eyes.
Okay, so let's talk about the evacuation. You guys, both of you, stayed on your campgrounds all day long while parents are going to reunification centers, and I can only imagine how chaotic it was, truly, for everybody. So, Nolan, you get evacuated first. Claire, I want to talk about your evacuation because you took multiple different types of vehicles, one of which was some sort of military vehicle. You believe you were riding in the back that it was a truck that was pulling some sort of boat. That's what you were in first?
Mm-hmm. It was pulling a boat, and it was like an army truck, and like it didn't really have like a regular truck bed. It was like the green, the benches. Yes.
Okay, so you're riding in that, and then at some point,
a transport
you
vehicle.
also get on a school bus. I want to pull up that
Hey, Kaylee.
video that we have that a nurse that you knew, shot this footage. You were on that bus. And this video has been seen millions and millions of times around the world. You all were singing hymns. And I think those of us who have attended camps like this, I worked at a youth camp. I counseled 8 and 9-year-old girls every summer of college. We sang these same songs. It kind of takes you back to that feeling that you have of feeling like when you're scared, this is something you can do to kind of calm yourself. Is that what you were feeling when you were singing this song?
Yes, I definitely do. A lot of us were very religious girls that attended that camp. And so we knew that singing would help comfort the other girls. So it was kind of like we just all kind of started singing together. And
the fear that these kids were going through, the trauma, is something they'll never forget. And I can't imagine being their age and having to see and feel and experience all of that. You know what I mean? That is the hardest part with this, that children have to go through this and they'll carry it forever. It just doesn't go away, you know. I have lifelong friendships that they've lost, people that they've known their whole lives, because a lot of these kids go to this camp every year, and they have for a long time. So it's pure and unadulterated terror, folks, is all this is. These kids are just Yeah, very brave. Very brave. Yeah, 100%, bro. 100%. And that's the biggest problem, is that there was no way. The ground was so dry, so dried out. It couldn't absorb any of the water. So the water truly had nowhere to go. Nowhere. Okay. It's just, that's why that when I was reading that National Weather Service thing, it was just making me so mad. That was put out to EMA, and EMA should have instantly, knowing that these camps exist, okay, in these areas, should have said, oh, no, 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 no. And either started dropping choppers left and right to evacuate that way, or anything you can do to make something happen, to get the word out, to get them out of there. Almost 24 full hours they had to be able to evacuate this. This is what bothers me so bad about this, is all I'm saying. That's all.
It really made a difference. Oh my God. There was joy on that bus from the singing.
And you told me some of the worst things you saw.
Yes.
Is when you were being evacuated. You saw some girls that were rescued, and you saw some girls that didn't make it out alive, which is truly beyond heartbreaking. You also passed Nolan's camp during the footage of.
I'm so sorry, Kaylee. I don't know what's going on now, but you know you're always in our thoughts and prayers, dear. Please get better. So sorry, dear.
That song, you were passing Camp La Junta, and you said, I know that camp like the back of my hand. I've dropped my brother off there and picked him up so many times, and you didn't recognize it.
Not one bit. The gates were.
I'll tell you right now, I guarantee you that there's going to be some kind of a pre-plan or a preempted situation that they have in place after all of this. They have to at this point. I don't care what the situation is. If they never have to use it, it doesn't matter. It'll be there now. And it's sad that it has to end up like this for something like that to happen. But, you know, I guess you don't think of these things at a regular basis. You're so welcome, Kaylee. It's just, it's horrific, guys. It's absolutely horrific. All these young lives that were lost for no cause. It's sad.
Bent backwards, cabins were missing, the dining hall wasn't even there anymore. There's this big field that they have at their camp, and you couldn't even tell that was that field because it was covered in water. It's where they would put all the trunks, and you'd run out and wait for the boys to come run out to you, and it's just something that will never happen again.
Were you worried that you might never see your twin again?
Yes. After I had seen my brother's campgrounds, I was almost convinced that I would never get to be in the presence of him again.
Nolan, you told me you had the same feeling.
Yes. So whenever everyone comes on talking about Mystic and how there are like people missing, people dead, that's when I thought my sister could be one of those people, and I just have to prepare for the worst.
When you say Owen, is that someone that worked at your camp? Did you say who you were just saying? Oh, when people were just saying that, you overheard
yes.
people saying.
Like the counselors at my camp somehow got all this information saying there were 13 people dead, a lot missing, and I was just really scared that my sister could be one of them.
When did you know that both of your kids were safe? I guess when you saw them.
I mean, truly, whenever we saw them, like I said, in that first email from La Junta, we knew that there was no missing boys and no tragedies at La Junta. And then whenever we had gotten the Mystic email and we had not been contacted directly, but I mean, still you have this feeling until you see him. And we got Nolan first at the Presbyterian Church in Kerrville. And then as soon as we got him, we headed straight to the elementary school in Ingram, where the girls were eventually going to be bused after first they went to the high school and they got checked out medically. And then they got bused over to the elementary school. And that's where we could check them out and pick them up.
Claire, you told me when you arrived on the bus to the reunification center where your mom and Nolan was waiting at this point, and your father, Dane, the first person that you saw when you got off the bus was
my brother, and it was definitely one of the best moments of my life. But again, that day had also been one of the worst moments of my life. There were so many emotions But that one was truly an emotion that stuck with me, because just being able to get to see him perfectly fine and alive there, after thinking of all the possibilities that could happen, really just made me feel so thankful that he was there.
Your mom told me that when you all got off the bus, you had to go through several checkpoints. They had to make sure that they're positively identifying who belonged with who. You all had some mental health checks that you had to do to be released as well. And then the first person that you get an opportunity to hug is your mom. And you told me a story about how you saw your dad, but you saw Nolan at the same time, and you ran into your twins' arms. And what was that moment like for you?
It was so incredibly heartwarming almost, but at the same time heartbreaking, because, and I also felt guilty. I felt guilty because I was able to stand there and hug my sibling when I could see people around me crying because theirs weren't there.
You told me last night, we talked pretty extensively last night, that you feel like you're already living with survivor's guilt. Is that a feeling you share also, Nolan?
It's kind of hard to have survivor's guilt, but I do feel it sometimes because no one died at my camp, and it's just that it was just a natural disaster. Anything could have happened. I do feel survivor's guilt though, because I mean,
Agreed,
people
Eminem.
did die.
Agreed.
and
I couldn't
It's
imagine.
just bad because I feel like I could have just done more to be there for everyone else and stuff. But
Clara, you told me you had an encounter with one of the precious little girls. I cannot even look at their photographs.
Heartbreaking.
Absolutely heartbreaking. You said you saw one of them when you were fishing the day before. And then when you saw the photographs, those who didn't make it,
I was able to recognize which one she was. We were looking at something on the ground, and there was this little like gecko thing. It was on the ground, and a lot of girls were pointing at it and looking, and she happened to be one of the little campers with so much curiosity that she wanted to see it too.
what do you want people to know about Dick Eastland, which was the owner of Camp Mystic and a dear friend of your family's, and he died trying to get those girls to safety?
I would like people to know that he was definitely one of the most kind-hearted people that you would have ever met, and he was definitely this kind of person that did not really think about himself, only thought about other people. And so I know that he was happy with himself, at least after being able to save girls. And I know that that's what he truly cared about in his heart, was that the girls were okay.
Suzanne, I saw a post by, I believe it's his grandson, who said if he didn't die of natural causes, this is how he would have wanted to go.
100%. He and his wife Twitty, they loved Camp Mystic. They loved those girls. They poured into them. They helped, both of these camps helped shape our children to be the people that they are today. They are amazing. I think camp is a wonderful thing for children. I hate that this is how this happened, because they were both their happy places. They loved going there each summer. And whenever we'd pick them up, they were so joyful and it just had the time of their life. And Dick and his wife, along with the Fineskis who have Camp La Junta, they are just, I hate what all of these families are going through, because they thought of their campers as family too and treated everyone like that. Throughout the year, you would hear from them. And I mean, they're just amazing.
It's
amazing people.
It's truly unthinkable to try to, for any of us to try to put ourselves in the shoes of those families that have lost children, that are still looking for children.
Welcome,
And
Scott.
you said
Good to
when
see
you
you,
were
bro.
at the reunification center, it was so apparent. Those that were looking up, I guess there was some sort of sign that would tell you when your
There was
child's
a
bus
screen.
was.
All right, guys. After that, it's just some more of what we've heard. Very horrible, horrible stuff. Heartbreaking. Everybody that's been through this is definitely going to be carrying around PTSD, guys. This will it's not going to go away. Okay, it just won't. And for kids and small children to have to go through this is horrifying to me. It's just really truly horrible. So yeah, I nothing but prayers and thoughts for these people, their families, for all those that have been lost. Texas strong. Like I said, the people of Texas are very strong people. They will come together. They will get through it. They will. It's just sad that it had to happen and that there was so much loss. Excuse me. Very sad. Very, very sad. That's what's going on with this point. They've already started rebuilding, doing what they got to do to get things done. And you got to give it to them. Some of the strongest people in the world right there. And they're amazing. Absolutely amazing. And like Tandy said, because Tandy and Tomboy are both from Texas as well. I believe Bobby is from Texas. And we have a couple other people from Texas here. Even if it didn't physically happen to them, it happened to them. They all come together. They feel it. They feel the pain. They support the pain for the people that have gone through it. That's just how they are. You know, a lot of us are like that in our states and the areas we live in, but Texas people definitely are. So you got to give that to them, and we all support them as well. No matter where we're at in the world, we support them all. And we'll do that through this whole thing in any way we can, whether it's thinking of them, praying for them, being here for them, if they need to vent, whatever it is, we're here with them for them. So especially this community, I know for a fact, because we have quite a few Texans in here. So, you know, we're all with you, and God bless for sure. All right, guys, moving on. Thank you, Alicia. Again, Alicia's so on point. I swear to God, you are. There's the link to donate if anybody wants to. Even if it's $1, guys, $1 between 1,000 people adds up quick. Okay. You know, talking about it, getting it out there. Agreed, feminine, talking about it, getting the information out, dropping this link, letting the world know what's going on. You know, not everybody watches the news. Not everybody knows that this, believe it or not, there's people who have no idea this happened, which is so weird to me, but it is what it is. So that's why we talk about it as creators on YouTube to put the info out there. It is horrible in some senses, but at the same time, it's bringing it to the world to see it, you know. So again, that link right there is the best one that we know of as of right now. We've been dropping it as often as we can. Like I said, if you don't have it, you don't have it, folks. So don't feel bad and don't feel like you have to. Okay. If you don't, the best thing you can do is just keep them in your thoughts and prayers. That's fact. But if you do have $1, 20, 50, 60, whatever you have, take care of it, guys. You can do it. It will all be very much appreciated. Very much so. Yes, beyond sad. Good to see you, Scott. I don't know if you heard me say that earlier, but breaks my heart, though. All of it does. Very much so. So, all right. I had somebody had give me a heads up on our favorite. Nobody cares for her. I can't stand her, so I'm sorry. Making a joke out of it, but Smashley Beigefield wears the same color shirt every day. So that's what Tomboy named her. There's likely donation centers too. Yes, they're doing all of that stuff, feminine, household stuff, hygiene, anything that can be donated, they're taking it all. They you know, very, very grateful to have it. Put out a video yesterday, Banfield did, about one of Brian's classmates from Idaho speaking out. I had an email sent to me with this and a request to discuss it, and we're going to discuss that and a couple other things about that. And another video a creator put out yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before, that really caught my interest. I would love to discuss with you guys. Well, let's check this out real quick here first and see what's said from one of Brian's classmates. Ex-classmates, I'm sorry. Be nice to hear something good about him for a change, wouldn't it? Peanut butter. 1 second. It's hard for me because her voice irritates me at this point, just saying. If it chooses to play. Here we go. And I don't know if you guys saw this story, by the way. It's not the Brian story, but um, everybody knows who Gary Coleman is from Different Strokes and all that, so on and so forth. But there's a story just came out that he died from a fall. But they're now coming out trying to say that they believe that his girlfriend may have been the one who pushed him. So that's kind of interesting too. It's not the Idaho stuff, but that's what we're going to be getting to is the Idaho stuff. All right, hold on. Yeah, he died from a fall. We're not really here to watch this, but it's in this segment. And he ended up on life support, Gary Coleman. And now they're looking at it like his girlfriend, Shannon, I can't think of her name. She took him off of life support, and now they're looking at it to think that she pushed him. Kind of wild.
Wife. Her name is Shannon Price. And Shannon Price has been under a cloud of suspicion for a very long time, 15 years to be exact. And so she decided to take a lie detector test for the A&E network. Take
And
a look.
she failed.
You physically caused Gary to fall that day. And you answered no. And the results are
Yeah, I want to know too, because I'm hearing rumors it didn't go well. All right, all of that is up ahead tonight. Don't go anywhere. You got to catch it all. But let's start here, shall we? When Brian Kohberger shocked the world by just up and pleading guilty to the Idaho student murders, a lot of
You ain't
people
lying
felt
coming
pretty
in.
cheated. And a lot of people still do. Not only because they wanted to see that stone-faced, cold-blooded monster on the business end of a firing squad for those killings, but also because they just wanted to know why. Why did he slaughter 4 innocent college kids whom, as far as we know, he had never even met? And using a hunting knife to butcher them. Why? The truth is, even if Kohberger had gone to trial, even if he'd been convicted and sentenced to death by firing squad, we might never have learned his actual motive for such a despicable and senseless quadruple killing. But here's another truth. Secrets come out in all kinds of places, not just in the courtroom. Before Brian Kohberger confessed to murdering Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, Brian Kohberger was a student of murder. He had a master's in criminal justice and was working towards his PhD. So he did years of coursework in forensics and criminal psychology, analyzing the methods and picking apart the writings of killers who came before him. Among those killers, a psychopath named Elliot Rodger. In 2014, Elliot Rodger killed 6 people and hurt 13 others near the University of California, Santa Barbara, before killing himself. He stabbed 3 of his victims to death inside his own apartment. Koberger stabbed 4 of his victims, all of them inside their rented house. Elliot Rodger shot 2 women dead outside the Alpha Phi sorority house. Kaylee Gonzalez, one of Brian Koberger's victims, was a member of the Alpha Phi sorority at the University of Idaho. In fact, all of Koberger's victims were part of Greek life, and 2 had been at a frat party the night that they were killed. Elliot Rodger penned a 137-page manifesto, a portion of which complains about a female acquaintance named Maddie. Apparently, Maddie had been ignoring him. Maddie Mogan was another victim of Brian Koberger's. And yes, I can hear you. You can see the connections anywhere if you look hard enough. But when it comes to the Idaho murders, there is also the social media account called Papa Rodger. After the kids were killed in their King Road house, but before Brian Koberger.
Yes, I know, guys. She is beyond vile. Hey, Gaia. I agree. Please just bear with it. I'm sorry.
Was stopped and arrested. A user named Papa Rodger with that icon. Looks a lot like Brian, doesn't it? That user popped up in an online discussion group. And that user, Papa Rodger, seemed to know a whole lot of things that only the police would know, or maybe only the killer would know. Like, for instance, the possibility that the knife sheath might have been left behind at the crime scene. And as we know, that turned out to be absolutely true. When Koberger was arrested, Papa Rodger's online posts suddenly stopped. Coincidence? I don't know. Maybe it was. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not, though. There's also something the FBI seized from Koberger's parents' house in Pennsylvania. The agents described it as a, quote, book with underlining on page 118. Now, we cannot be 100% sure which book the FBI was referring to because the affidavit doesn't get specific. But if it was Elliot Rodger's catalog of sexual grievances, page 118 speaks volumes. Let me read a little bit in part. I lived in a college town full of young, attractive students who partied and had sex all the time, and I didn't get to experience any of it. None of the beautiful blonde girls showed any interest in having sex with me, not one girl. And I'll continue quoting Elliot Rodger here. Women must be punished for their crimes of rejecting such a magnificent gentleman as myself. 2 of Brian Koberger's 3 female victims, Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Mogan, were blonde. And the house on King Road, it was well known for parties. We also know that Koberger went upstairs to Maddie Mogan's room first, where Kaylee and Maddie happened to both.
I would love to see her face if and when she found out how wrong the things she said are, how stupid she is. You know, I'd love to see her face when that realization comes to her.
Be sleeping, and he killed both of them right there in Maddie Mogan's bed. Before encountering Xana on the way downstairs to the second floor and either following her or chasing her to her bedroom on the second floor, where he there may have encountered Ethan sleeping and killed him too. Page 118 of the Elliot Rodger book also says this. It came to a point where I had to set a date for the day of retribution. I originally considered doing it on Halloween of 2013. That is when the entire town erupts in raucous partying. There would literally be thousands of people crowded together who I could kill with
Amen,
ease.
bro.
And the goal was to kill everyone in Isla Vista, to utterly destroy that wretched town. But then after seeing footage of
Once
previous
again, Gaia,
Halloween
get
events on YouTube, I saw that there were too many cops walking around. It would be too risky. One gunshot from a cop will end everything. The day of retribution would have to be on a normal party weekend. So I set it for some time during November of 2013. You will probably remember that Bryan Kohberger committed his murders on November 13th in 2022 after a big frat party that night at the Sigma Chi house. As it turns out, Bryan Kohberger studied the manifesto of Elliot Rodger at length while he was a criminology student at DeSales University in Pennsylvania. And I know this because his classmate Josh Ferraro was there studying right alongside him. They took the same forensic psychology courses together. One of the classes, in fact, was with esteemed Professor Catherine Ramsland. And Josh made some pretty astute observations about Kohberger. And Josh is kind enough to join me now.
Now, this guy is one of the guys they put in the One Night in Idaho, the new Prime movie or series, I'm sorry, or show that came out. He's in that too.
Wow. First of all, I can't thank you enough for this interview because I, along with so many others, have been trying to get inside the head of Bryan Kohberger, and it seems like a fool's errand. It seems impossible.
How much did they pay you, Josh?
Known him or anything about him is like a gold mine, Josh. First and foremost, what was he like? What was the Bryan Kohberger you knew like?
Yeah, so let me clear something up real quick. I don't remember a single class we had together except biology. What I said was that we had.
See how she look, see how she tried to change that to fit their narrative? Listen to what he just said again. As compared to what she said. This is what mainstream media does. It's a damn joke.
Or anything about him is like a gold mine, Josh. First and foremost, what was he like? What was the Bryan Kohberger you knew like?
Yeah, so let me clear something up real quick. I don't remember a single class we had together except biology. What I said was that we had, as a collective group of students, took these classes not together. I only remember biology courses.
So see, they tried to change this around to fit, oh, he was friends or they knew each other. They had classes together. This is what they do. And here he's, thank God he's correcting it. What a joke.
However, as a student, he was very astute, very diligent, and he was a pleasure to work with.
Oh, I'm surprised they let that in. He was a very astute, very diligent. He was a pleasure to work with. Sorry, Ashley. That's going to ruin your day, isn't it? Hey, Thomas.
So when you say he was a pleasure to work with, was he a pleasure to work with because you're a man? Because all of the reports say if you were female, he wanted nothing to do with you.
Yeah, I could say that would be accurate just because during class and roaming around DeSales University, I never saw him really talk to anybody. In the group project, he communicated with me via text and email, and we worked diligently on this project, him and I together with two others who really didn't do much in the project. But when it was time to communicate, he was easy to communicate and text and email and make sure the project and the portions that needed to be done were done. But in terms of his interactions with other students, the most telling thing I can say is he really kept to himself. I remember vividly many times watching him in the Starbucks in one of the buildings, and he would sit there with his computer and his headphones in and keep to himself almost all the time. In class, he would answer questions from the professor, but you never really saw him engage or interact with really anybody. Even myself in our group, we didn't have many conversations because he would shut down any kind of small talk.
So, Josh, you know, you can remember somebody for no particular reason, and you can remember someone because of something like this, and suddenly you look at your memories through a different prism. When you look back at the man you see on your screen right now, when you look back at your time with him.
Because she's a sick person, Becky. She gets off on this. She enjoys this. If you haven't noticed, she's disgusting. I can't stand this woman.
Do you see any red flags? Do you see anything that now stands out, now makes perfect sense?
No, I can't say that I do. I mean, he was like a chameleon. I mean, for
Awesome.
everything that's came out, some of the most heinous people look the most normal. And I'm not saying Brian Koberger looks normal whatsoever, but he definitely, in my aspect, doesn't raise any red flags up until this point and the past few years. But I did notice, you know, telling things that, like how you kind of said, my this prism that I'm looking through in my past, and he really kept to himself. Something interesting, he always wore long sleeves, no matter if it was hot or not. And I just remember making that distinction because that was something odd that I noticed about someone, although it bears no weight and no meaning, and that he kept to himself almost all the time. And he was a commuter student, so he didn't spend much time on campus. He came to class and he left.
If you look back now, do you recognize anything in the patterns of the killings that he has now confessed to? Even though I understand, Josh, we don't have all the details, we have a fairly good idea of what he did to carry out these heinous acts. But do you recognize anything in the patterns of what he did at 1122 King Road as compared to the things that you all were being taught, the things you were learning about other terrible killers?
Yeah, you kind of mentioned it earlier with Elliot Rogers, and something I'd said in a prior interview with God knows who was that in these classes, we go over many times how in the digital age, these people will try to relive that fantasy. Digital age, physical age, doesn't matter, but they're oftentimes going to go back to that crime scene. And one way to go back to the crime scene is to go under a pseudonym like Papa Rogers and enter a community and relive that high. That is something we went over in depth. And kind of, if it does come out ever that he is Papa Rogers, would say that's pretty shocking just because that's very silly to involve yourself back into the crime and leave a digital footprint instead of, being physically there. But we also know that he had went back.
She absolutely is, you guys. Justice is right. They're trying to get this guy to say something negative to follow this fucking narrative. We see it every day. Here it is again. And thank God he's not falling into the trap.
In that morning, so he might have done both.
Do you think, Josh, that Brian Koberger is Papa Roger who showed up in those crime discussion groups after the murders?
Until someone else stands up and says that it was them, absolutely. I don't see any reason to say that it wasn't him. The pseudonym Papa Rogers in connection with Elliot Rogers makes a lot of sense, especially if he did idolize him as, the king of the incel community and wanted to do it, even better, or pay homage to his name and what he had done in the past. And I haven't seen anything online or anywhere that says that he isn't, or definitively that he is. So it's all speculative, of course, right now. But it would not surprise me in the slightest if, to relive that high, he entered that community just to feel everything that he felt that night again.
Pretty uncanny, the profile picture and the icon picture in the Papa Roger. Right? I mean, when I first saw it, I thought, well, that's a dead ringer right there, and what a stupid mistake. But then again, Brian Kober made a lot of stupid mistakes if he thought he was so smart at committing the perfect crime. One last quick question for you, Josh. As a student of criminology, do you think you'll ever reach out to Brian Koberger to try to ask him questions or learn more about why he did what he did?
Would I?
Yeah.
No, that's not my place. I mean, that you leave that to Dr. Ramsland and the professionals. I run a swim school now. I have nothing to do with criminal justice anymore. I'm very happy where I'm at. Although if given the opportunity to speak to him and just ask him why, I think anybody would take that opportunity. So I guess I would say yes on that. And there better be other people in the room because, I feel for the victims and their families, and what he did, what he admitted to, now we can finally say, is atrocious and awful. And yeah, everybody wants to ask him why, so I can't deny that I would ask him if given the opportunity, but we'll leave that to the professionals.
I said it was one last question. I lied. I have one more, and I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you anyway. Josh, he gave a plea. He confessed. There was no trial. There will be no death penalty. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I wrote a paper about the death penalty in college. I'm for the death penalty, an eye for an eye. He took 4 lives and got to keep his. I think that's the most unjust, unfair thing. And as America, we should be able to speak out about these things and make sure that people like this, get their just desserts. And he definitely is living a cushy life for the rest of his life. I'm a prior corrections officer. Jail is not that hard. You're away from your family. You have tablets. You have TVs. You have activities. You have games. You have people that literally hand you food. He is going to live the rest of his life in infamy. And I think that that's an injustice to all the victims.
Well, if that's what they're going to say, I had to say the same thing, that this guy could have done it. He could be Papa Rogers. They studied it. Both of them studied it. Based on what they're saying, he could be Papa Rogers. We don't know. Prove that you're not, bro. Yeah, same, Annie, same.
All their families, no matter how they personally feel, because I know some of the families felt different. I am a proponent for an eye for an eye, especially when it's 4.
You could be. I could be. Ashley
Josh
could be.
Ferraro, can't thank you enough for this time. I really appreciate it.
Ugly ass.
Absolutely.
Scarecrow looking stick thick. God, I can't stand her.
And still to come tonight, a gut-wrenching legal dilemma. What do police do about an 11-year-old who...
Anyway, if they're going to go that direction, then yeah, he could have been Papa Roger. I could be. The Scarecrow here could be, because that's what she looks like to me. I can't stand her, guys. I can't stand her. I'm sorry. She tries so bad to run this narrative, and it makes me sick. And she gets happy and excited when she gets what she thinks are facts about him. It's disgusting. Completely disgusting. I can't stand it. Jay Marie, welcome. Good to see you. And I did have this other one interview here that I wanted to cover, and then I want to, I guess we can open the panel up and have some combo if you guys want to. I was asked that by 3 different peeps. This came out 18 hours ago. It's another interview that Chapins gave. I don't know if it gives any thought.
Goes by without the Chapin family thinking about what they have lost. Ethan Chapin was just 20 years old, a triplet from Skagit County. He was among the 4 University of Idaho students stabbed to death in a house off campus. Last week, their killer, Brian Kohberger, copped to the crimes, admitting guilt without giving any explanation as to why he did it. Sentencing later this month will bring this legal case to a close, sending him to prison for life. But for the victims' families, including the Chapins, it's just the end of a chapter in a tragedy they have to live with. Tonight, they go on the record from their home in Idaho, where I sat down with them in the hours before they learned Kohberger had accepted that plea deal.
The king of one-liners. He was so funny. He could just elevate a room. You know, you just miss his presence.
I asked you a year and a half ago, what did you miss most about him? Do you remember what
Still
you
the
told
same,
me?
absolutely. Hugging him in his blue Patagonia coat.
Oh my God, right?
I'd give anything. Yeah.
That's the last thing I did.
Yeah. It was the last time we saw him. Mm-hmm. It was in the parking lot at the Sigma Chi house.
Yeah. I told him, I go,
Yeah.
I always tell my kids, be safe.
Yeah.
I told him, you be safe. He goes, oh yeah, I will.
Just a moment ago, Moscow police confirmed 4 people were found dead in a home just steps away from the University of Idaho campus.
Every single day, there's probably a moment between the 2 of us where we are just like, boy, how did we ever get here? You imagine your entire life, and this isn't how you think it's going to go. We've come a very, very long ways from that point. I mean, you learn to just tuck him in a place, and for me personally, he's tucked in my heart and my soul, and you really have to work at moving forward.
It's easier now because, you know, the kids are out of college and they seem to be doing very well. And for me, that's a win-win.
Maisie and Hunter, you sent them back to the University of Idaho after this all happened. Why was that important to you?
They had to go back
Yeah.
Why?
because,
They had to finish what they started.
yeah,
Honestly, Ethan would want that for them. And we played that card.
Now they're college graduates.
right.
What was that
It's
day like?
amazing.
What was it
It
like?
was amazing. It's so cool. You know, it's just a very special day.
Jim and I had decided that what we had to do was actually tuck Ethan away for the weekend. The elephant in the room was obvious, but it was all about Maisie and Hunter. They did it. I mean, I say that they went from the bottom to the very top, you know, graduating with honors their last semester, both of them. And the resilience that they have shown is, in my opinion, shocking.
Let's talk about Maisie and Hunter. It's been an adjustment for them too. You shared a story with me about just even getting their driver's license.
Oh yeah, that story is so bittersweet. The DMV lady pulled up their birth dates, and of course, there's a third, you know, kid with the same last name on that birth date, and the woman said to them, "Where's Ethan?" So they quickly were like, he's at work." I think they told a lie about where he was, and they left, and they agreed from that day forward to tell people that they were twins.
My understanding on that rumor, Wade, is he said there was a rumor that Ethan had called his parents for advice about a fight. That's how Xana's dad found out and called Xana. No, what my understanding is that Xana or Ethan had contacted Jasmine. I think Xana called Jasmine, or vice versa, because Jeff and Jasmine were going out that night and they were out drinking per se, and that Jasmine had talked to Xana, I think it was, and that's how, or either Xana or one of her friends had told Jasmine that the fight had happened that night, and then Jeff got hold of the information from Jasmine, called Xana, and that's where the whole 12:30 pizza thing came from. And I said in the beginning that she probably just lied to her dad to appease him, because Jasmine said, this cat came from Kara, I believe, that Jasmine told him, "No, Dad, you've had too much to drink. They're fine. They're home now. It's over, blah, blah, blah." That's how that all went down from my understanding, Wade Bird.
And it not to ever downplay the fact that they were triplets,
Welcome,
but
Barbara.
to eliminate a very uncomfortable conversation. Took us a minute to be like, yep, they're twins. I mean,
It's tough.
you have to. You have to let them say that. Those tiny little things that you don't think about, holy, they're tough.
His truck is still
Oh, yeah?
downstairs.
Yeah, his
Yes.
Jeep is here.
He loved that Jeep.
Yeah.
He had a lot of fun with it. Take really good care of it. I mean, he loved it. I talk to him every day. When I'm cleaning this Jeep, I constantly have a conversation. I say, "Hey, I'm cleaning your Jeep again," and you know, I know he can see it. I don't know. There's just a lot of him in there. I even smells like his shirts and stuff. You know, he just, I don't know. It's just tough. You know how much he loved this and all the good times he had in it. Priceless.
Very moving, Justice. I
How
agree.
have you worked through so much grief?
Where do we start?
What's helped us is that we just created all these things in his name, which helps a lot.
I think it's most important that we're on the same page at the end of the day. The divorce rate of a family that loses a child is one of the highest. And I can see how, potentially. But just not for us. We just made a decision. We're just going to get through this thing together.
You just have to stay positive. because it's so easy to go negative. And negative's not going to get you anywhere.
There's something good you can find in every single day, even on the worst day.
You have to try to get one good
Yeah.
thing out of the day.
Yeah.
And it can be the smallest of things.
The smallest. Some on your toughest day, it could be the smallest thing. A beautiful thing for me personally as a mom is that I know, even down to the last minute, that he knew how much he was loved.
I'd say for people, you know, you just make sure you hug your kids before you leave.
Beautiful family, for sure. Beautiful family. I'll tell you one thing. I don't know areas that they did. Welcome, JC. Thank you for joining me, hon. Appreciate
Hi.
you. I don't know if they got those clubs back yet or not. One thing I do know is that they were definitely not in agreement with the way that Steve Gonsalves was doing things and disagreed with him in a lot of ways. So just saying, that was kind of a sad thing, but I figured everybody should see it to know different things from different aspects of this case, you know. So what's up?
Dago,
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
think that they can you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, you sound great.
Okay. Do you think that they're just literally like that strong of people, or do you think they're in denial?
I think they're a strong unit as far as a family goes. I think they have a religious background. They're solid, you know, they're a very tight-knit, close family, and I think they could be that strong, truly. But I'm sure they have their moments, like anybody should, you know. Nobody that is
But
anybody.
what I don't know. It just doesn't sit right with me, or it makes me like they're like, "Oh, we're just going to tell everyone that they're twins now." Like
I know that's a bit of a I get it. It's hard to grasp that.
that's just sad to me to hear. You
It
know what
is.
I mean?
Yeah,
I mean, I respect them. I respect them for everything that, because I don't know what they're going through. And like, I respect their, decisions and stuff. But it makes me sad.
I understand. It is sad. There's no way it shouldn't make somebody sad because it's eliminating a human life that just doesn't exist anymore. And maybe it's easier for them to say that, you know.
Right.
But
Well,
you
and
don't.
like they say, it's to eliminate a very uncomfortable conversation.
There's that. And another thing is if Ethan was an only child, this would be all different. Understand that. They have 2 other kids to lean on and 2 other kids
That
to
they have
hold
to
down.
live for.
Of course. And they have to stay strong for those 2 because those 2 lost a sibling. And I have a set of twins. Okay. I don't know what triplets are like, but I have a set of twins. They're identical twins. Like they're 1-on-1, same person. Different personalities, but they look identical. So
Are they girls or boys?
they're boys. They're
Boys,
they're
okay.
boys. Yeah. And if one of them is in pain of any sort whatsoever, whether it's mental or physical, the other one, in a sense, feels it too. Not truly physically, but he's hurt because the other one is.
They
Whatever.
have a serious sense of telepathy.
They definitely feel that with each other. If they watch one of them watches one go through something, the other one wants to go through it. So, and I don't know if all twins and triplets are like this, whatever, but my 2 are. So those 2, in my opinion, Maisie and Hunter, that's a lot to go through because they've had to disconnect from him. Okay.
Yeah.
So, that's just not there anymore. If in their hearts it's there and in their soul it's there, but physically it's not there anymore. And they've had that their whole life. And then, 20 years later, you just don't have it. It just doesn't go away. It's not just going to fade off. It gets easier, I'm sure, but it's always going to be there. So to say that bothered me a little bit. I agree with you. He's always, the way they're seeing it, the way I'm gathering, the way they're seeing it, that Ethan's always going to be with them no matter what. What Jim was saying about the Jeep and this and that, he said he talks to him every day, so on and so forth. I get that. You know what I mean? I go
Yeah.
through that. It's not the same as losing a child, but my best friend, I lost my best friend 3 years ago now. And she was my friend of 41 years, and she was my wife's best friend. And I talk to her on a regular basis. I talk to her sometimes when I'm sitting here, and she's in a picture. She's always around me.
Didn't you say her name was Brandy too?
Angie.
Angie.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's like my sister. Okay. By all means. And it's a, there's times that I'll be watching something on TV and I'll look up like to say something to her because we were always together. Thank you, Feminine. And like I said, it's not the same as losing a child, but when you're that close to somebody, it's still a very strong loss and a very strong feeling. So I get it. You know, I talk to her all the time. Inside
And
out.
weren't you like really good friends or best friends with what's his name?
Who?
The kid that got killed.
Oh, Raymond Fife. I was good friends.
Raymond. Yeah.
I was good friends with him. That's another situation. That's why I'm in here. One of the reasons why I do this.
Yeah.
Because he was murdered in a way you could never imagine. Never.
Yeah.
Ever. Sodomized, burnt, lit on fire, castrated. They did everything to this kid.
Oh my God.
At 12 years old. And the person that did it, one of them died in prison. The other one is sitting on death row 40 years later. Till next year, they're finally gonna eliminate him. So yeah, I know the feeling of loss in that aspect. Sorry, hold on one second, JC. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Sorry, my wife called me and didn't speak. So yeah, I understand. And this is one of the reasons why I have such a passion for justice in cases like things like this. Okay. If you guys are not familiar with what we're talking about, look up the Raymond Fife case in Trumbull County in Ohio. That is what we're talking about. So yeah. So I can kind of understand in a sense, like what Steve's feelings are about not getting justice. 40 years, the guy that committed the crime to the person that I knew, a 12-year-old child, is 40 years he's been on death row. It's insane. Yeah, you don't understand it. You know, the appeals and all that bullshit he's gone through. And finally they're going to do it next year. And I only feel for it. Well, yeah, thank you. Because Raymond's mother has, in my opinion, stayed alive at this point to see this happen. So
how old is she?
Jesus, she's in her late 80s, I think, at this point. I don't know the exact number. But
she's old.
Yes. And she was a advocate for families of murdered loved ones and things like that. She got into the court systems. She worked for the court systems. She did something positive after this happened with her son, but still, it's just they were at the time that they were 17 and 18 years old. They were coming out of high school dropouts, I believe they were.
And God bless Barbara Hall too.
Oh yeah, what Barbara has gone through is beyond amazing. Yes. So there's a lot of people out there that know what this is, and understand the pain and the feeling from this. It's just insane. So a lot of people do understand what Steve is going through in a sense. A lot of people understand what the other families have gone through and can also understand, because there's families out there that have been through this that get zero justice, none, no prison time, things like that. Okay. They don't know who the killers are. So you got to give a little bit of grace for that aspect as well, in my opinion, just saying.
Yeah.
And yeah, the one I was talking about, we was on his way we were all in Cub Scouts at the time together. And there was a trail we used to take, which was a shortcut to the back end of a grocery store. And it would take you around and then you could come up to the hall that we would have scouts at. Well, most everybody else didn't go that night. Ray decided to ride his bike through the trail to get there quicker. I think it was raining that night, and nobody else went that night, so he was by himself, and never showed up. And then they found him the next morning. They went looking for him because he was missing, and it was, I can't even tell you. Like I said, the things that
How
were,
old were you?
I was 11.
You're younger than Raymond.
Yes, yeah.
That's sad.
And when they found him, he was still slightly alive.
Oh
And
my God. Oh my
sad.
God.
But they had done a lot of bad things. Like I said, he was castrated, lit on fire, sodomized, beaten.
Was he strangled?
I don't remember if there was strangulation. There may have been. They just, anything you can do to somebody, they did. And they humiliated him as well. Sexually assaulted him. Like I said, sodomized him with I think a broomstick, things like that. It was just,
Did they,
you don't think about
if
these.
you don't want to say, you don't have to, but did they cover him up?
No,
Or was he?
They just left him there.
He was left.
Yeah, and then off they went to live the rest of their night, drinking whatever they were doing. And the main person that did most of it was the nephew of one of our police detective in the local police department. He was a big high person, and he is the one.
Oh Lord!
When it happened, he showed up on scene because it was a murder, and he looked at the situation. He knew that his nephew was in this area a lot. Okay, and just something told him. His sister called him, which was Danny Lee Hill's mother, and said, Morris, something's not right, blah, blah, blah. I guess he came home with blood on his clothes or something. Morris Hill was his name. He goes there. I guess he beat the hell out of Danny Lee Hill because Danny didn't have a father. Morris was like his father figure. Drug him to the police station and said, you're turning yourself in, and did the right thing as anyone should have. And he got the death penalty. Tim Combs was the one that helped him with it. He didn't do as much as Danny Hill did, but he still did a lot. He got life in prison, and he died in prison from COVID a couple years back. But Danny was claimed to be mentally handicapped, mentally retarded were the words they used then, and tried to use that as an appeal and to get out of the death penalty, and was tested numerous times. He knew enough to do the things he did.
If he was truly mentally challenged, he wouldn't be capable of doing it.
That's what I'm saying.
Am I not correct?
That's my opinion. Yeah. The things he did, they take some thought to do what you're
yeah, that's premeditated. That is
100%.
absolutely premeditated.
Yeah, 100%. So he knew that, and given grace, he got his appeal process, all that. He blew through everything you can and still tried to fight it. And they finally said, you're done. 40 years later, we paid for him to live, breathe, eat, sleep, best medical care ever, housed him, all that. You're done. It's time. The dude is going in his 60s now almost, so you've lived a whole life. You've lived a whole fucking life. Whether you liked what you lived in, but you lived your whole life. This kid lived for 12 years and you took the rest of it from him. So just saying, sorry for my language. It makes me sick every time I think about it. And God bless his mother, Miriam. Like I said, I feel like at this point she's lived her whole life just to see this happen and tried to fight. Oh, sorry, JC. I don't know what happened. Hey, Social Glow. Did you hit a button, Jace? Did I pin it? I think it's pinned, JC, if you want to come back up. Hey, Social Glow. Good to see you. So, yeah, it's a horrible, horrible, horrible feeling for anybody, guys. Sorry that we got into that conversation, but the link is pinned, JC, if you wanted to come back up. But yeah, he lived a whole life, guys, and we all paid for it. Ray didn't get that. Welcome back, dear.
Sorry, it's not letting me. It's throwing me off with this new thing. It's not letting me on with Safari anymore.
Yeah, the new stuff that they put in.
Yeah.
So, and hopefully next year will be the end. He definitely It needs to happen. Needs to happen.
Oh yeah. And they were only 17 and 18.
Yep.
What were they doing? Just looking for a kid to pick on, or what?
That's what they did.
That's terrible.
That's all they did. They were bored with life, nothing to do. That's what they did.
That's terrible.
It is. It is. It is. That's 100% one of the main reasons. Micro, yes. That and anything involving children just kills me, literally. So I have a high passion for a lot of these. A lot of people that are close to me know a lot of reasons why. So, and I just want to see truth, folks. That's why I'm so passionate about this case. I want to see truth, just truth, because the families and the victims that have no voice anymore, they deserve that. They deserve truth, and there should be justice. And none of what's going on is. So anyway, the other thing I was going to put out, by the way, the link is pinned if anybody wants to join us for a combo.
I will say, like I said on, my channel this morning, I
Okay.
do think that it's either one thing or another. It's either Brian did this, he admitted it, that's all, or there's something more to it.
Oh, yeah. That's only two ways it can go, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible, but like, I don't know. I'd like to just take it for its word, but I guess I have too many questions because I've listened to too many people that have other questions. So, but I'm also open to those questions. You know what I mean? So
Sure.
it's just really hard to, I don't know. It's just really hard to say which way it is, but I mean, the truth of the matter is that, July 23rd is going to go one of two ways. And I guess whichever way it goes, I'll just accept it for what it is. And
We
then
don't have a
take
choice,
it,
really.
and
Yeah.
then, right. And then take it from there, I guess, is like the best way I can put it.
Yeah. I can agree. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have watched not the most recent, but the one before that, Harsh Reality. Have you seen his video from yesterday? I think it was 8 hours ago. So
I haven't watched Harsh in a hot minute, to be
okay,
honest.
it was quite interesting. I think somebody just said it. Gaia did, yes. There's a couple things in here that has caught my attention that really got me thinking. Okay.
Well, he's another one I used to think was crazy, but now maybe not so much.
He's made some sense. Definitely.
Yeah.
So he refers to, this is what I wanted to talk about with the Idaho stuff today here. He refers to a video that Birdie put out. For those of you who aren't familiar with Birdie, go check out his channel. One of the links Mods could drop his link, please. I've been following some of what Birdie covers too recently. He's a newer creator, but he's doing good in my opinion. Hey Cap, thanks for joining us, bud. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, there we are. Welcome, sir.
Any feedback? I'm okay.
No, you sound good. You sound good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good stuff.
Just making sure.
No problem. I know you've had some issues with that phone, new phones and stuff. So no worries, brother. You're good.
Yeah, getting there,
Right. All right, so this is what I wanted to talk about. I'm going to clip this piece from Harsh's video from yesterday, and he took a clip from Birdie's video. Okay, I bet if we cracked open that Birdie fella bee would glow like the. I love it, Annie. I love it. Well, anyway, something he brought up in Birdie's video was like, wait a minute, that's interesting. I want you guys to hear this, and I want your opinions on this, truly, because it got stuck. You know how when you hear something that's interesting to you, you can't shake it off. You know what I mean? That's what this was to me. So I'm gonna play this for you. Again, this is via two different creators, Harsh and Birdie. If we can drop those links, guys, please and thank you. Thank you. SRB already did. There's Birdie's link right there. Go check him out. And of course, Harsh Reality. I followed Harsh probably forever. I go watch not all of it, but quite a bit of him. So just out of curiosity. So I want you to hear this clip, and I want you to hear what they say. And it made me start thinking real hard. So hold on here. What the fuck? Whoa, Twiz. Whoa, buddy. Welcome back, Jesse, Ricky, Jesse.
So pissed off about isn't what everybody thinks he's pissed off about. Everybody thinks Steve Gonzalez is pissed off because he wants Brian Koberger killed. I think Steve Gonzalez is pissed off because he knows there's other people involved and it was going to come out during trial. And now that there's no trial, people who were involved in the murder of his daughter.
Now there's one interesting statement that I think. Oh no, you're good, Annie. Please throw your jokes whatever way you go, bro. Ma'am, please. I love it. I love it. I agree with you too in a lot of senses. So I think that statement there is true. I think that it's been stated. It's a couple points now that they do believe that there were other people involved, and they believe that. Hold on, guys. That's the boss lady again. Hold on 1 second.
But if that's the case, it's too late.
Okay, sorry everybody. Mrs. Dago says hello to everyone and thank you for supporting the channel. Back to where we were. So that statement that he made there, I think I agree with it.
I was just saying though, Dago, like if that's the case, then I think it's a little too late.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
we've all stated Steve should have
not that I don't. I mean, I don't know if he would have said something if it would have mattered, but if he thought that, he surely didn't.
Maybe
He didn't make it known. He didn't make it known.
Maybe if he, as a family member to one of the victims, wasn't so dead set on the narrative that Brian did this, maybe the rest of the world would have thought about it a little bit harder and saw some of the flags that we've seen that have made us think the way we did, because a lot of people followed him.
If he would have been able to call him out.
Yeah, but yeah. Thank you guys for that. And so that's a thing, you know. I think, you know, as a victim's family member, people followed him and looked up to him. Him being as dead set on this as he was, I think a lot of people followed that suit. Just saying. It's just a little theory, but go ahead. Sorry, Cap. Were you gonna say something, Cap?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh no, I was gonna say, it happens to do with all this true crime stuff too, with a lot of different cases and stuff, including this one
Yeah,
about people expressing their opinions and stuff.
sure.
Um, there's a very mainstream channel, cable channel that's been around for years. I'm not going to mention the name, but they came up with a thing with the people that doubted the JFK conspiracy,
Uh-huh.
and it goes hand in hand with a lot of this stuff going on about people's opinions and stuff,
Yeah.
and it really pissed me off. You can look it up for yourself. I'm not going to mention the name of the channel, but you'll figure it out.
Okay.
But what they said was that the people that thought that Oswald, didn't do it, or Oswald was connected with somebody else, were low IQ, weren't didn't have degrees, had intermediate jobs and stuff like that. And
Wow.
it actually got me a little mad because I said there's people out there that are PhDs, doctors, lawyers, judges, and stuff that talk about the case. When I have my business, will come in and talk about JFK and stuff like that. It's
Right.
always been into that. And I said, why do people have to be stupid because they have opinion? You know,
Because it doesn't fit their narrative. Yeah, you're right. That's what we've
but
gone through with this one, dude. You know that.
yeah, but they actually put up a percentage of people that you know didn't graduate high school or didn't have a college degree or worked an intermediate job or had low IQs because they doubted the Warren report. Now, I'm not getting into JFK or nothing, but I'm just giving you example of people and their opinions of how people think and
Yeah.
whatever. And
Yeah.
then and you know me, Dago, I'm open to everybody. So I'm open to all opinions on this stuff. And
Of
I, and
course.
so and sometimes I just like to, hang back and listen
Yeah.
and see what people have to say. But it's
That's
just
that's
it's
that's
just a tidbit, It's just
interesting and it's irritating. You're right. Because they think because we don't agree with them that we're just idiots. And I've heard that stated out here, guys. I mean, there's certain channels that just there's one in particular that, again, I'm not naming the name, but it, it, of all people to call anybody out and call them stupid, this person shouldn't do it
well
by any
because
means.
because you have an opinion doesn't make you, you know, anything less than anybody else. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone has a different narrative of what's going on,
And they should. Yes,
and there's
sir.
no reason to battle back and forth about it. It's just
No,
you know,
not
but
at all.
when it gets really harsh and kind of personal and stuff like that is where I have a problem with it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. We appreciate that. What's up, Willard? Willie boy. Yeah, I agree with you. Some
Captain
of the
Jenks, nice to see you again.
some of the most important and most famous people in times were college or high school dropouts. Hell, some of them didn't even get through grade school, and they became the most important people in our history. So anybody that thinks that, they need to go look in the mirror. I agree with that at one, Cap. That's insane.
I'd like to know more. I'd like to see more of. It's just yes, 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 no, no, no at the hearing. The
Mm-hmm.
trial. It's not even a trial; it's a hearing. Then you have the sentencing. So
Yeah.
I don't think anything's going to change much during that. It's going to take years before anything more comes out. But that's just my opinion. But you know, anything's possible. And if you're not
Mm.
open-minded to other people's opinions and stuff like that, you'll never get anywhere with this stuff.
Amen. You got to keep that mind wide open. I agree with you.
Otherwise, you'll never grow.
That's 100%, folks. Whether you're right or wrong, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you end up being right or wrong in the end. It's the ability to think about it on both aspects, or all aspects, I should say.
As long as it's not the COVID pandemic, then there's no thinking allowed, no opinions allowed, no dissent allowed. I think that might be a better example than the JFK. Just how
Yeah.
far they went to silence people and discolor their skin while they're talking on TV and and
Yeah,
such.
they made that was a big issue. I started reading a lot on that. It's just a problem.
Well, what they did is they allowed us all. They pulled the curtain back. Right now, everybody could see that how far they'll go.
Yeah.
To manipulate us, I guess.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You can call it, bro. Call it what it is, brother. 100%. Good to see you, Jesse.
You could even go back to 9/11 and the
Oh.
laws that were passed to go into people's privacy and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
You know, and Patriot Act, and yeah, and it's odd that people, you know, people get stuck in it, and they're not open-minded at different things. I mean, this guy could be 100% guilty, could be 100% innocent, and just had enough, and said, "I don't want to go to any more hearings. I don't want to do anything. I'm just gonna go sit in the prison, or whatever." You know what I mean? You know, anything could be possible, and then I'm open to any expression. And some people come up with really, there's really people out there that are very smart, like just an average person doing an average job or average business, whatever they do, and just come up with like really good points and stuff like that make you think, you know? And I like that. I like to sit back and listen. You know, like sometimes I'll just sit there and listen and watch or whatever. But yeah, but that was just, I wasn't trying to get back into the JFK thing, but I was just giving you an example, Dago, of just what, you know.
Yeah. No, I get it. That's coming, by the way.
And you know the channel that I'm talking about that did that with the percentages, you know, and all that. Like, if you think, you know, if you don't think Oswald just did it himself, you know, you're uneducated, you have no money, you're this, you're that. It's not true.
No,
You know,
they
you
can't
know.
stand people that have open minds, and it tells you how close-minded those people are. Yes.
Yeah. So, you know,
thankfully, mainstream media is on the decline.
Yes, thankfully. Good way to put it, too, Jesse. Good way to put it. And like Twist said over here, who knows? This could be. I have my own thoughts on Lee Harvey Oswald. Okay, I have my own, as we will talk about when I hit the JFK series we're going to run. You know, Brian Koberger could be the new Lee Harvey Oswald of this century. You know, think about it. Think about how everything went down. I know it sounds a little crazy, but not really.
You know, even though Dago, he was never convicted, they closed that case after the Warren Commission.
Of course.
But I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. You know, I don't want to do a DB Cooper on the show hijack.
Right. No,
but I'm just saying. They just said it's our way. It's our way to a highway.
Could you imagine if Ruby would have never taken him out?
Oh my God! If that went to trial.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost the same situation if you look at it. I mean, Brian wasn't, you know, assassinated, obviously, but look at it. Yeah, not yet. Well, see, I didn't want to say that, but yeah, you're right. Jesse's right. Not yet.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I don't put it past it, you guys. I don't put anything past things that could happen in this situation. Who knows? I don't want to see it happen. God, by no means, but you don't know, guys. If you can imagine what would have happened if Lee Harvey would have went to trial, where we'd be right now as compared to what happened.
That would have been crazy.
It would have been insane.
Trial.
100%. Yeah. And maybe we would have known some truth years ago. Maybe. Okay. Maybe not. Who knows? But it's kind of following the same path in a way, in my opinion. I'm just saying. And like Jesse said, not yet. And I told you guys, I give it a year. If it happens, I do. That's just my opinion. It doesn't mean it's anything of any importance. I'm just saying. Twiz, shut up.
Have you guys discussed the Amazon Prime special yet?
No, I haven't had a chance, but I'm going to, and I'll be talking about it here too after the fact. I just want to make sure everybody gets to watch it before we talk about it.
Is it worth buying it, or is it free? I don't know.
I have it.
I don't think it's free.
If you have Peacock or Prime,
I was going to say, isn't it on Peacock?
If you have Amazon Prime, you should be able to watch it if you have Prime.
I have to see because I replaced everything. I'm almost done replacing everything. So,
gotcha.
And it's called One Night in Idaho, right?
Yeah, One Night in Idaho.
Oh,
I'll be
one night in
watching.
Idaho. Okay.
I'll be watching it here afterwards. It's on
Thank
Prime.
you.
So did you hear that statement that was made there, Jesse, about why he's pissed off? They believe why he's pissed off is not just because Brian didn't get the death penalty, was because they believe that others were involved and it was supposed to come out of trial and should have, and it didn't get a chance to. What do you think on that?
I mean, I said the exact same thing in a video I put out on Twitter the other day.
Yep.
I definitely think that that's what like I said the same thing this last night, which was this morning my time, is they're being very careful about what they're saying in these interviews. They're
Yes.
still going with they think that Brian's the guy, but you read between the lines and you can see that they have their doubts. And when I say they have their doubts, I don't think they think Brian could be innocent, but I think they think Brian might be a smaller player and there's
Bingo.
bigger players
That's
out
what
there.
I'm thinking. Is I'm wondering if Brian's not involved somehow.
Well, he could be, guys. He could be.
I
and
mean,
it's very
I'm
minimal.
not saying that he was there or anything, but I wonder if he could have helped orchestrate it in some way. And he knows who. I want to know if he knows who did it.
Well, that's another thing I think Steve is pissed about, because they wanted him. They believe, in my opinion, I agree with Jesse. They believe, in my opinion, that there was others involved and that they were expecting this to go to trial and that Brian was going to say who else was involved.
And they wanted him to talk.
That's what happened. Not that. So yeah. And Miss Potts is right. By the way, the links are pinned at the top, guys. If anybody else wants to jump up here with us and talk, please do. I love hearing your guys' thoughts. Yeah, the forensic record dictates more than one perp, 100%. And thank you, Annie. I agree with that full-heartedly. So yeah, and I don't blame them for wanting to know the whole truth. And Steve has said that from the beginning. We will get to hear everything. We will get to know everything. And they didn't get that. None of us did. That's why everybody's so pissed off. Zakali, welcome, dear. So yeah.
Maybe that's why the families are maybe a little pissed off, because they don't know the whys, you know?
I think that's 100% true, Cap. I do.
You want to know why this could happen. Why? We know
How
the
long
where,
is
we
Bill
know the when,
Thompson?
but what? Sorry. I'm sorry. I got a little delay.
No, I'm sorry. I interrupted.
No, it's my fault. Sorry.
How long has Bill Thompson been the attorney?
Since TVs were black and white?
Yeah, pretty much. He used to park his sleigh right in front of the TV station. I'm just kidding. I don't know. It's been a long time. It's been a long time.
I mean,
And he's retiring
has
after
been like
this.
40 years or something.
It's been a long time. Yeah, as soon as this case is done, if he's already hasn't done it, he's retiring. So yeah.
What about Hippler?
Him, I don't know 100% about. I haven't looked too deep into him, but I heard at the beginning he was pulled out of retirement. I don't know how true that is, so don't quote me. I don't know, but yeah, I think everybody, like Steve said again, everybody ran as soon as the.
Well, yeah, they're just going to run after this is done. They're just going to run for the hills.
100%. They already started.
Because they're able to. Like.
That's why they did it so fast, in my opinion. And
that's not right.
Not at all. Of course not.
You know, one thing too is, I'm thinking too, and it's just my opinion. You know, I could be wrong. Is it's some kind of money thing, because you have a $1 billion economy that runs off that college. So you have a demolition of a crime scene, right? And then to go through this trial is probably going to cost a few more $1 million at a minimum, I would say.
It would have been a whole lot of money that they didn't have to spend. Yes, sir.
So, you know, I don't want to be that guy, but it's just on the top of my head saying maybe this is a money thing. Like, let's just throw a deal out there, get this done, get it over with, and then we don't have to spend any more money.
Spend the money.
I think that's been.
I could be wrong. I don't know. I could be wrong. What do you guys think?
It makes sense, Cap. It does. I don't think that's all there is to it, but again, I feel like there is.
It could be 70% of it.
It could be some part of it. Yes, I agree with that. Very much so. Welcome, Terry. Good to see you, dear.
Somebody said like 15 million.
Or she was here
For the trial, but I don't know. I don't know.
I don't doubt it. I don't know the exact number, but I'm sure it's up there. really out there.
I just heard and know that DP cases are quite a bit.
Very expensive, yes, ma'am. Especially because of the things that they have to go through for it, you know. Agreed.
Yeah.
The most important thing is you got 4 people that lost their lives in their prime.
Yes.
You know, and you have a lot of grieving family and friends, and you think of 4 people, but 4 people are connected to friends and family. It's thousands of people. And now you have the reason why I think, in my opinion, why this case is so worldwide known, and because Dago, you got people from all over the world calling in and coming into chat
Definitely.
and stuff, right?
Definitely.
So everyone sends their kid to college, not expecting something like this to happen. They leave the nest, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
So
it's definitely caused, but the
Yeah.
weird thing is, I looked yesterday or the day before, I can't remember. Twiz, I was telling Twiz about it. We were talking through Discord, and you guys realize it's so weird to me too. I'd have thought it would have been the opposite, but the enrollment numbers for Idaho went up after this, and I thought, wait a minute, they should have went down, but they didn't. So I'm sure Mr. Money in the Bank, Scott Green, that was involved in the whole thing, is very happy about that and wanted those numbers going up because that keeps his numbers going up. But the numbers went up for enrollment, which blew my mind completely, because my kids, now see, the Chapin's take on that, I understand. They need to finish something they started, blah, blah, blah. I get all that. That's fine. But my kids, no, they'd have left. They'd have never went back. I'm not. And it could happen anywhere, guys. That's a fact, yes. But not there. They wouldn't have went back. Welcome, Terry. If you can hear me. Can you hear me? Are you there, Terry?
Well, and especially if I think it just depends on how far away you are from Idaho.
Right.
You know, like, I mean, they weren't that far. Like, I'm, a little bit further. You're pretty far away from Idaho.
Yeah, if you're not close, I can understand. That makes sense. Definitely. Can you hear me, Terry?
Is Idaho really that? I mean, I've never been there, but is Idaho really that bad of a state?
Oh, it's a beautiful state. I mean, it's beautiful. Everything. It's just the things that are going on there.
She's asking, like, is it that bad of a state legally? Like,
it seems like it. It seems
it
like
seems terrible.
The drug trafficking and all that
I think
stuff.
it is
pretty bad.
I think that Idaho is not your best state because it's right there on the highway, from the border all the way up to the northern border. Plus, you have the port, and I mean, I do. And then,
That's a good point.
Think about this. I wondered, did anybody else wonder that when we were having all the fires and the people that, this was a few years back in Oregon and Washington?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Yeah.
I always wonder. I was like, God, I thought that was like, those were like the really, really nice states. And now I wonder.
I mean,
I think Washington is terrible.
It is. Washington is very bad.
Because, and I think Washington is bad because I hear a lot about Washington, but also because it's a border state to another country.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things, you just said it right there, is any state that borders another country has the tendency to be horrible because of that fact right there. So yeah, agreed. I agree.
Oh, aren't we lucky, Jacob?
Yes, we're right in the middle of the armpit in the asshole of America, right?
But look at Ohio. Ohio's terrible.
That's what I just said.
That's what I mean. No, we're right in the middle of nowhere and we're still horrible. So
yeah,
it is what it is. We got the big.
Well, I'm finding out that Iowa is awful.
It's got a bad reputation as well.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I thought you said Ohio.
Like, I didn't realize it, but I'm looking, sometimes when I'm just like browsing for cases or whatever for, just to listen to new stuff. Oh, by golly, the other night I just clicked on something and by golly, it happened to be in Iowa. And I was like, what? Like this happened in Iowa. Like
You
this
don't
is
hear
terrible.
you don't hear a lot in Iowa, but there is a lot that goes on.
But
That's
when
true.
you do hear what goes on in Iowa, when you do hear what goes on, it's terrible. It's terrible.
Right.
It's
Any
Molly
place,
Tibbetts. It's you
anyone
know,
that has farmlands.
Yeah.
Molly Tibbetts and this other one that I just found out. And I think a lot of it though, I live right over the border from Council Bluffs, which is awful because of there's a lot of drug problems in Council Bluffs due to the casinos, but
Even Nebraska, where you're at, has its problems, and it just saying the name Nebraska makes you think like school books and sunshine. You know what I mean? You would think,
yeah.
that's what I'm saying, but it happens everywhere. That's a good point that these SRBs making. Every state, and I'm sure, has its degree of corruption and crime and bad stuff going on, but some just have a little bit more.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have the famous Nico Jenkins here, and then even out west, you have problems out west too. But and then I said, like we have problems. Council Bluffs has a big drug problem. I don't, hear a lot about what goes on, but I do know that a lot of the cases that I have heard about in Iowa are on the east side.
Yeah. We got plenty of room up here, Annie, if you want to join us. I can hold up to 10, 12 people, I believe.
And in Iowa borders Illinois, so Chicago is right on the other side of the border of Dubuque and Davenport, so it's easy access. Dubuque and Davenport, they're not huge, but they're easy access to Chicago, which is huge.
Yeah, very true.
So anything that like you have anything that you have a short distance to a big city is also, or an interstate, so.
Yes. So I do have another bit of a statement from this same here. I wanted you guys to hear. I thought that was the one I thought was real interesting. I'm going to play this here a little bit more. And again, this was via Birdie, and then Harsh played it from him. So we're playing it. So we're doing a three-way here with this one. So I want you to, this next bit that he plays off here really caught my attention and made me start thinking pretty hard. So hold on a minute here.
Are going to walk free.
What do you think that? Let me know down below what you think. This crime, irrelevant of Brian Koberger being innocent or guilty, because I'm still on the fence of it. But what I am not on the fence of, and I am absolutely 100% certain, and this is just my opinion, this is just my opinion, that this crime was not done by one person. I do not believe it. I do not believe that there was nobody else involved in this crime. I won't believe it. I don't believe it.
That's the whole reason why he's saying, no, this should go to trial, because he knows that the other shit's going to come out that points to who may have actually been there and was an accomplice.
Right. I think
sense, dude.
In my mind, here's what I think happened. Bethany saw something. It wasn't Koberger. It was somebody else that was there. He knows through his private investigator that there were other people involved. Steve Gonzalez knows that. That's my theory. It's a
how can you not think that? We've said about this, haven't we? There's multiple other blood around.
And I agree with that. This gets better here. What he's about to say next really made me go, wait a minute. So hold on.
This crime scene, multiple other sources of DNA, and yet they are seemingly ignored. And when I say ignored, I mean that they're not taken down the track the whole 9 yards like Brian Koberger's tiny bit of trace DNA that was found apparently on the knife sheath. So how come that was, attacked with such, vigilance, yet glove, no, other handrail blood, no, sheath, other stuff on the sheath itself, mixed sample underneath victim's fingernails. It doesn't make sense. And historically, this would be red flag central. You would have learned. You would think they would learn that we need to find out where this comes from, or did they? And then did they bury it?
I'm not saying this is fact. Steve Gonzalez knows through his private investigator that there was other people involved. He tried to sit down with Bethany, and the feds told Steve Gonzalez, let it go. Don't you dare talk to anybody. He knows there's other people involved. And again, I think at my gut, that tells me why Steve Gonzalez is so hot, because those people are going to walk free and maybe even more sickening, be celebrated as some kind of fucking hero around this while they were involved in the murder of his daughter. And by the way, here's another thing that you and I haven't talked about. One of the things that came with this plea deal is the facts have now been established about when Brian Koberger arrived for the crime and when he left the crime.
And this is incredibly important. And he does go on to explain this, but it's very important now that this has now been logged into public record, the specifics, the facts. Because, and again, what they will go on to say is it's now set in stone that this is when this happened, this is when you entered the house, this is when you exited the house. And if in the future that this is then proven to be inaccurate, which could potentially be important in terms of, could Ray come back into the fray and say, look, this is what we've got. And if he then has solid evidence to prove that Brian Koberger was somewhere else outside of this specific time frame, then it doesn't matter what plea deal is in place. Right? With new information coming out that proves that he didn't do it, that would supersede any deal done now. That's just it.
If someone can ever come forward, even 5 years from now, to prove definitively Brian Koberger could not have been in the house at the time that they said he was, then everything changes, including a deal that said there's no appeals. If he physically could not have done it because he could, they've already established the timeline. This is when you entered the house. This is when you exited the house. If something comes out like a Ray that says, I can prove to you, and oh, by the way, we just found out that there's video footage on a camera showing that Koberger was 10 miles away from the crime at the time he said he was supposed to be there. If that kind of thing ever comes forward, this whole fucking thing goes out the window.
And is that impossible? I don't think that's impossible to happen. I genuinely don't. Because I think that so much has been buried in this case. And now, given time, that 51 terabytes of stuff, if someone's got the stones to go through it and get hold of it and continue to look into this case, that's the issue. Is someone going to continue looking into it? Is someone going to continue to get hold of the evidence leading up to this?
A deal with no appeals. If they can prove he couldn't have done it, it changes everything.
Dude, that is a great point. And if you look at the comment that 40 Life Candles just put up, and maybe that's why he kept saying, sorry, Kaylee, I let you down, because he knows. Dude, yes. That makes so much more sense for the rage then.
Yeah.
And not really just killing him.
Right. That person's right on. My gut tells me Steve Gonzalez knows somebody else involved. He probably knows exactly who else is involved, and he's let his daughter down because he's not going to be able to punish the person who was involved.
It says yes, absolutely. If the Idaho,
this is a very interesting piece. This is, listen to this closely.
Case or any case involved WITSEC or was being handled as a quote-unquote show trial, then filing the plea in a different district could be part of a federal workaround. Not legal error, but a covert legal.
Okay, so once again, little by little, what's up, Oofy? Good to see you. You are a great Oofy. The baby videos are awesome, brother. You got to do them about Jesse too. I got to see Jesse, what Jesse looks like as a baby. That'd be awesome. So any thoughts with this last piece we just saw? Anybody, please?
I just think it will be interesting to know if people continue to work on this or if they just let it go.
Oh, I'm not gonna let go of the corruption by any means.
Well, no, like investigators, like if they continue to look into it or
possibly. So do you guys, anybody think that what they just said about Bethany looking out the window, seeing somebody maybe changing their clothes, and it wasn't Brian, and the exculpatory evidence? Does anybody think there could be any validity to that by any means?
I mean,
does anybody think there's any validity that we've been told they weren't home, they were at a hotel, they were there, they weren't there, one was there, one wasn't there?
We've been told everything Terry. Everything. You're right.
I mean, come on.
Didn't I hear that one could have came and picked the other one up or something?
Yes, we heard that. We also heard
Okay.
that what's her
We
name
heard
came
so
and
much.
picked them both up. She also
And
had
it's
her
a
own
gag
car.
order. It's a gag order. So why are we hearing all this stuff?
Well, there's been leaks from the beginning. That's the whole point behind it, Terry. They've leaked everything. They've leaked the things they wanted to leak. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, they
To help
picked and
run that-
choose.
That's how they've helped to run the narrative they have.
And
I
then
just want to know who's responsible for all this crap.
I want to know who's leaking.
I don't know if it's the
Nobody
ISP,
will
the
ever say.
FBI.
You want to know my opinion on that one? Obviously, we know Steve has leaked a lot, but Steve had to have a source. He didn't come up with it on its own. I think it's the FBI.
I was going to say,
Okay,
is the
you do know
FBI kind of.
that Shannon Gray was assigned to Steve. Steve didn't ask him to be his attorney.
I did. Where'd you get that info from? I had no idea.
Rory.
Rory? Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
did not
that
know.
was because they wanted him to shut up, stay quiet. He was like his handler. And that's why you don't see Shannon very much when he's talking. Think about it.
Yeah, that's true. And he just said that once he's sentenced, he no longer has a defense team or legal representation or investigators. Now, do you think that's going to stay that way, Annie, or do you think that there will be somebody connected to him in that sense, that somebody would take him on like Ann could take him on pro bono, couldn't she? Or does she have to be done with this?
That's a good question because I don't know how it comes down to, in my opinion, just in my opinion, and I could be wrong. I've been wrong many times, trust me. But it's going to come down to, how does Steve make the most money? Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. So are you meaning how did he make the most money or how will he make the most money? I'm sorry. And she's gone now.
I think she said how he will make the most money.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that part of it.
Is Oofy the guy that makes the baby videos?
He did, yeah. He did a great job with those. I love him.
I was just saying on Outcast's late live stream that you really know you've made the big time when they're making baby videos of you. So the idea of him making one for me would be it would be an honor. Like I said, it feels like you've made the big time if people are making baby videos of you.
Yeah, me and Willie's are pretty awesome. I loved them. I thought they were
geez,
great.
I never saw those.
Oh, you haven't seen those?
No, I've only seen Pavarotti. I saw Jules, Pavarotti, and this SD guy who's fighting with Pavarotti, and they do like baby.
I haven't seen Jules.
Neither have I. But I'll show you ours, Jesse. And
Oh my gosh, they're so cute, Jesse.
Willie's is the best. I think that's my opinion. But
yours is spot on though, Dago.
Have we even ever seen Willie's face? I don't know if I've ever seen Willie's face.
I have. I've seen him. It's pretty good. The hair could be a little more curly, but it's still on point in my opinion. I was just asked if I saw. Let's see something here.
I kind of think baby Jesse would look just like the real Jesse because I am just
Pretty
a big
close.
baby.
Pretty close. So we have.
You have such a baby face, Jesse.
For a 50-year-old, I think I do.
You do.
The case summary page. Somebody asked me to look at 7-2 sheriff's return criminal sealed 7-3. Yeah, these are the declarations. There, she's back. She must have hit a button. Welcome back, Terry. Non-dissemination order. I don't know if I feel, to answer your question, Terry, I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I don't know that that's going to be it, like an issue, but I understand why you're saying that, though. I get it. Notice of hearing, motion to vacate. Yeah, there's a hearing on the. I pulled that document yesterday. There's a hearing that the whole world, as far as media goes, they want the dissemination order vacated immediately so they can start spreading more bullshit. They filed more discovery yesterday.
What?
Wait a minute. Yesterday was the 10th. Motion to redact, seal newly filed records. Oh my God. Motion to seal Exhibit S1 to state's response to defendant's 24th supplement request for discovery. What is going on? Why is there? Are you serious?
She's asking for more discovery?
They're asking for number 24. What is going on, you guys?
Oh, Twiz is rubbing his hands together. Twiz is looking forward to telling us all that we should have never doubted him. I'm cheering for it. But I want to tell Twiz something. I hope that he has the satisfaction of being right about this.
I do too.
But I want him to know that even if you're right, Twiz, that doesn't mean that all these people that you're arguing with right now have been unreasonable. They're operating on the information that they have. And because this is some wild shit, and we shouldn't.
So there's no document
for not being able to comprehend wild shit.
There's no document as of yet, you guys. Who filed it then? If it wasn't Ann, who's filing this? Jesse said, Twiz said they're sealing everything.
Well, what I don't get is why would he? Okay. Why would he?
This is weird. Is this not weird?
Are you surprised? Are you surprised, JC? Come on.
I mean,
no, I am. Are you, JC? I mean, be honest.
It's just kind of mind blowing.
Motion to redact or seal newly filed records. Motion
Why
to seal Exhibit S1 to state's response to the
But I shouldn't be.
Supplemental request.
Yeah, you should be, because why would he say he's guilty before Cyril can even say anything?
That was what's crazy to me.
Hold on, you guys. I may have read this wrong. Let me read this one more time. The subject document motion to redact or seal newly filed record Exhibit S1 to state's response to the defendant's 24th supplemental request for discovery. When did they file a 24th request for discovery?
I was going to say, when did that happen?
That's what I didn't see because
I only heard a 23.
Yeah. I'm probably reading this wrong. See, this is why we need you, Annie, to explain this, because some of us don't completely fully understand this sometimes. 24th request happened before the plea deal. I thought that was 23, Alicia. I didn't see that. I'm sorry. Maybe I missed it then. My apologies. The state finally responded to a discovery request before the plea. Okay. My apologies. So back up to that's the questionnaire. See, I thought there was only 23. I'm so sorry. There it is right there. Right there. Look. My apologies, you guys. Sorry, I got excited for no reason. But at the very least, they're sealing everything. That's obvious. We can see that. The defendant's 24th supplemental request for discovery came on the 25th of June. I swear I saw only the 23rd. So my apologies, you guys. Again, so be it. Move back down. State's response for request for okay. Why did I think it was only 23? Well, the jury trial is officially canceled. All of that is canceled. Sentencing 9 a.m. the 23rd. We do have the 17th hearing to see if they can drop the gag order, and that's all from the American Broadcasting Corporation, because all the news channels want to blab as much bullshit as they can
Before the 23rd.
Yeah, in my opinion. So, does anybody think that could be something, going back to what we were talking about with the Bethany looking out the window, possibly seeing somebody taking their clothes off after the fact, but it wasn't Brian doing it?
I mean, this story has been floating around for over a year, hasn't it?
Yep.
That Bethany saw. We've heard. Geez,
The
it seems
naked
like
guy
it
running.
might even be 2 years. Like we heard this right from the beginning. I thought that Bethany
Well,
saw
it
something.
wasn't.
And that she had exculpatory evidence.
That's what I'm
That
saying.
it was really worded really crazy too. It was like she has exculpatory evidence that is unique to her. Remember that?
Yeah. And the way they said it though was that they said that there was a naked man seen running. They never said anything about. That's why I started thinking about it again, about her possibly looking out the window, seeing somebody change their clothes, and that it could have possibly not been Brian, and that's what the exculpatory evidence was. And then that she was shipped off to another area so that she could be safe. I don't know, guys. Just wanted everybody's thoughts. That's all. Truly. Yeah, that was always a rumor. He's right on that one. But the way it was described there was interesting to me. 1 second here. Just thought that was quite interesting, to be honest with you. I'd be curious to know what her testimony would be, and if she would have, if she would bring that up.
Here's a question that I've had. She said that she saw a guy in black in the sliding glass doors. Remember, Bethany did.
No, Dylan said she saw somebody.
No, she really did. You can go back and look. She said that she saw somebody on the second floor behind or going in or out, whatever, but it was Bethany. And I swear, because I've asked this question several times, I've asked, how could she see somebody on the second floor when she lives on the first?
That's yeah.
I'm being honest. I'm telling you, people have said that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How she was on the ground floor. There's no way she could have seen anybody.
But they said she saw that. But then here we go again. Did she leave? Did she see somebody leaving the front door? Or did she see somebody leaving the sliding glass?
The sliding glass door.
Thank you. That's on the second floor.
If Bethany was downstairs in her bedroom on the ground floor, there's no way that she could have seen that, in my opinion. Who's they, though? Like, who are you referring to that said that?
JC just said it. I mean, I'm telling you, that is what I've heard over and over and over. And I've asked that question over and over and over, and I keep getting the same answer. No, it was the sliding glass door.
The only thing I have ever heard that's even remotely close to that was the whole thing with Dylan opening her door and the whole shock phase, dressed in black, leaving, going towards the sliding glass door. That's all I saw it in, or that's all I've ever heard. That's remotely close, and it was Dylan, not Bethany. So I don't know. That doesn't even make sense, because, like, if she's downstairs on the ground floor, she couldn't have seen anything on the second floor.
Thank you. That was my whole point.
Right. So yeah, well, Terry, there's so much crazy stuff that's put out here that we have to watch. We have to focus on what we're hearing and try to read through the lines and find the truth within there. That's what it's always been.
I think it's crazy that the Gonsalves family just issued a statement that they stand with the family of Maddie. I mean, you would interpret that as if they don't stand with the other families. You think they'd be smart enough to clarify that, right?
So I take it, going based on that Maddie is her family is saying the same thing about the.
No, I think the reason they issued the statement is because Maddie's family has said that they just want it to go away. They're not concerned about the death penalty. They're happy about the guilty plea.
Jesse, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think it's odd, knowing now how Steve Gonsalves is, correct? He is not somebody to sit behind the scenes. He's not somebody to not do something or not jump in a car or drive or whatever. Am I correct?
Yeah, but I don't think it's odd. I've been waiting for Steve Gonsalves to behave like this for quite a long time.
Okay.
I think it's odd that he didn't do it sooner.
Here's my question: why didn't he drive there when they were told that his daughter was shot?
Yeah, no, that's odd. That is very odd.
Because we
He
both
didn't.
know.
Wait a minute. He didn't go right away.
No.
Huh?
Well, not only that, I'm still a little bit skeptical because I do have a pretty solid memory. You know, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. And I remember the original statements that they heard that report earlier in the day. And then we looked at it, we went back in the tapes a year and a half later, and they sort of said that around the football game, and then you had to interpret.
No, but remember their football games. They live in Idaho, so their football games are going to be starting a lot earlier than most people's. Am I correct?
Yeah, but they were aware of the implications of that, and they wanted to make it clear that they didn't get the information before the 911 call.
No, that's not true. No, what they said is, Christy said that her husband called or her
niece.
Yeah, okay. Her niece called her and said
that
there was
people
a
had been
shooting.
shot.
There's a shooting of some sort. Kaylee was hurt, blah, 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 blah. And she said that her mother-in-law was there because they were decorating for Christmas. You remember that, JC? And they...
I don't remember that, but...
Okay. They were decorating for Christmas, and because her husband... Now, we're talking 11 in the morning, people.
Their
Her
time, yeah.
husband, yeah. Her husband was too drunk to drive.
They were watching. It was 11 o'clock, I think, our time, but 1 o'clock their time, wasn't it? And they were watching football. Is from what I remember.
1, 11, who cares? I mean, wouldn't you still jump in the car? We know Steve. What Steve Gonsalves do we not know that's going to jump in a car and drive to see if his daughter's okay?
Well, himself, I think the whole statement and the point was that he had been drinking and he was too drunk to drive. And that somebody else should have that wasn't drinking, I would imagine.
Okay, that was my next thing. So you're telling me that the mother-in-law was there, that all the kids. I mean, how many kids do they have?
5.
5 total, I think.
Thank you. And not all are 21. So and the first person to get there is the one that lives in California that's pregnant? Really?
Yeah, I still find it completely shocking how different Olivia looks, and it's not just weight loss. I mean, she literally looks like a completely different person.
Agreed.
And how does anybody know how old she is? Because she looks like she's,
I think she's
35 in that.
She's older than Kaylee.
I think she's 28 or in the realm of 28.
I mean, she looks like she's aged a decade at least.
She definitely has changed a lot. The weight loss has kind of sunken her in a little bit, and she does look older, in my opinion. So there's no time change from Moscow to Korea.
I hit it.
Jesus, Willie. Hey, buddy.
I'm just saying. What's up, everybody?
Hi, Willie.
So here's the statement Jesse's talking about, I believe. It says, "Hello, everyone. I wanted to make this post to answer many questions we have been seeing and to clear up any rumors. The Gonsalves family and the Laramie family stand united together. We have not wavered for the love we have for each other and the love we have for Kaylee and Maddie. We 100% respect each other's decisions. Our bond is unbreakable." And I think that statement was put out because a lot of people felt that things that were said by Maddie's mother and stepfather, and then noticing that the Gonsalves family said that they couldn't speak for the other families, blah, 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 that they had maybe had some differences of
Had
opinion.
a falling out. I don't think they had a falling out. I think it's just that they're saying that
you don't think it would be more...
they agree to disagree, but they still stand with them. Like they still support them.
Yeah. What'd you say, Jeff?
You don't think it would be more prudent to clarify that they stand with all the families, though?
It should be.
unless
should
they
be.
don't.
Yeah, I can agree.
And I think I did mention that Christie's car was seen leaving the courthouse the other day with a sticker that said "Justice for Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana only, no Ethan." I didn't see that myself. That's what's been reported. So,
well, I don't think they do. I don't. Well,
yeah,
I'll
they
just
don't like
keep
the
my-
Chapins. We kind of know that, but they haven't
I
made
know.
any statements. I don't think to say that. But
I don't think. I don't think. I'm not going to say they don't like them, but I'm just saying that they
All right. We're guys.
clearly have
guys.
different.
We're guys. We get it.
Yeah, I think there's a strong disagreement there. Truly, that's how I put it.
Yeah.
Take it however you want to take it, whether they like them or don't like them. I agree with. Yeah, I can see it that way.
I was just kidding. Hey, but actually, this is a fact. I mean, this is like 99% of guys.
Like him.
He go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Who was that? JC
Where'd
or
you go?
That was Terry.
I was just gonna say, do you think that he doesn't like him? Do you think that he doesn't? Terry, do you think that he doesn't like him, or he's upset with him? I don't think it's so much he doesn't like him. I think it's more so much
I have
that he
thoughts.
might
I
be
do have
upset with
thoughts.
him because
Well,
he
right off
didn't
the hop,
protect.
the Chapin family's statements have led me to believe that
Cutting
they
out a
didn't
little
like Xana. They didn't like Xana. And almost, and this is just my own thoughts. I can't say where I get this from, but just hypothesizing in my brain, the way they've handled this, the way they stepped back from it, almost made me feel like Ethan was like a bit of a black sheep of the family, and he stepped away and got himself involved in something that almost would allow the family to point some of the blame at him, like, look what he got himself into, it got him killed, kind of thing.
Well, they gave me Jesse, I see where you're going, because it gave me the assumption based on some of the things they weren't fond of him being with Xana because they're different
Backgrounds.
And that if he wasn't with her, that maybe in a sense this wouldn't happen to him. And that, you know what I'm saying? I gathered that too from certain conversations. So if that's where you're going, I see what you're saying.
And I think the Gonsalves family feels the same way about the Chapins. I think the Chapins are a little bit more uppity than the Mogans and the Gonsalveses, and there's just a disconnect there.
Yeah, Terry, you're cutting out really, really bad. You might want to go out and come back in, dear. Like everything you're saying is really, really choppy. If you can hear me. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Jesse. That's how it came off to me too. I don't know, you know, I'm not I guess sound mean or anything, that it's a complete total disliking, but it sure does sound that way in a sense. Like I said, two different backgrounds, two different types of people, you know, the way I gathered it and my feelings. So, I don't know. It's a good way to think about it. So what are you saying here, Joanne? So what do you got, Willie? What are you thinking about it?
Oh, I don't know. I lost that. Dude, that train of thought's gone, bro.
God.
That train is gone.
Come on, man. That thing is. There's another train entering entering soon, dude. Just give me a little bit.
ADHD is awesome, isn't it? Why didn't Xana's dad install heavy-duty locks on Xana's door prior to this? He was worried about theft or worse. Was someone threatening for a reason?
Yes, he did. He did change the locks like a week before.
I don't know exactly why. He made a statement about it in one of the interviews, but it is what it is. Who knows for sure? I'm not Mama Rogers. Oh, we know you're not, Meg. Let's see here. He was repairing the lock. Yeah, that's.
Oh, so they actually got their page back?
It's there. Yeah, it's right there.
Oh shit.
Oh, they got their page back after just like a week or something.
Oh,
yeah, it wasn't too long, I don't think. Let's see. I've seen these pictures that Kaylee posted before on various social platforms. I remember reading several negative comments saying I would be ashamed if my daughter took pictures like this. Well, I happen to think, well, she's in a bathing suit, guys. I mean, it's not that.
Not a big deal.
I don't think it's that provocative, but some people take these things too far.
I wouldn't let my daughter take pictures of that, but yeah, it's not a big deal.
I would have a problem with it with mine too, but that's because
once they're in their 20s and in college, I think you're
you don't
they're
have
going to
that
be
control.
I'm not gonna like it, but
pictures like that out there.
Yeah, that's we don't have that control as parents anymore, and that's their choice. So they're adults. It's just a bathing suit, like I said. So anybody that takes it further than that, that's in your dirty ass mind. It's a swimsuit for Christ's sakes, what she's supposed to be wearing. So I agree
she's
with
in the water.
Right, she's sitting on a boat on the water. So like,
it's the kind of swimsuits that get you Range Rovers.
Well,
Oh my Lord.
She is an adult too. So I will say one thing: she definitely looks older than her age. That I thought in the beginning of this that she was older. Private investigator 9 Steve. I think this is something here, you guys. This is the point I was trying to make when I started talking about this. I think their PI or PIs, because there was multiple that I understood at some point, did find information, gave to them, and they do know that there's possibly others that are involved in this. And they were told to keep quiet, and they were told this will happen. We'll handle this, Steve, on a state and federal level. He will go down, death penalty, no deals, blah, blah, blah. So that's why Steve kept his mouth shut. Steve himself said that they didn't want him talking to the media for whatever reasons. He was going to go talk to the CI or whoever this informant he was talking to, or was supposed to, and they threatened to arrest him. What are they trying to keep from him is what I want to know. What don't they want him to talk about?
The truth.
That's what I'm saying. And I almost wonder now how much truth Steve really does know, and is he going to start talking?
I think he's going to start talking.
That's why I said just give it time.
He's not going to stop talking.
Yeah,
I think
give it time.
I think if he does know or think he knows, let me rephrase that, something of that importance, that it will come here soon, unless something else happens. Now, what are
He's not going to be able to do the fact of him feeling like his daughter is not getting the full justice she deserves. He's not going to be able to sleep at night.
Willie, you'd have been running through the streets like Paul Revere, screaming it right now.
Me, you wouldn't know where I was right now. Like I wouldn't be coming on TV, or nobody would know where I was. I'd be figuring this shit out. People would be going missing. That's it. I wouldn't do all this coming out, talking, letting them know my next move. No, that's not me. You know what I mean? But like, I understand, like, like I said yesterday, there's no handbook on how to take losing a child. So I get people getting shit for coming out and saying this and saying that. I understand, but how would we react? I don't know what I would do. I'd go nuts, dude. I'd go nuts. I don't have a wife and other children to calm me down to keep me from not going nuts. I'd go absolutely nuts.
That's a good point. So I've been told that this is a fake page, just so everybody knows. I don't know that this is real.
What is this?
It says sources.
I used to write for this company, and you can submit anything you want and just publish it immediately. That's what this hub pages just allows you to publish anything and make it look like news.
Yep, and that's what it looks
so
like.
There's no credibility to this whatsoever.
He's consented to a no holds barred sit down interview this fall. I would never believe that. So there you go. Never believe that. It's 100%. So I would not put any faith in this, anybody. I really wouldn't.
I hate people.
It's insane how much of this stuff comes out. It truly is. That's why we're constantly saying it, you guys. Read between the lines.
Yeah.
There's so much untruth out there as compared to truth. I mean, the name of it.
I can't tell you the last time I watched American news, bro.
I watch my local news just to see what's going on, like in my neighborhood and stuff. National news,
that's fine. I'm talking about CNN, Fox, like all them and stuff, dude. It's like one saying one thing, the other one saying the other. It's like the opposite. We have no idea what's true.
You got to be honest with you, Willie. You watch them both, and you kind of go down the middle, and that's somewhere where
that's really what it is. Yeah, it's like what the. But like, if you look at like news broadcasts back in the day, like dude, they would just report what was going. Like if there was a like a car chase or something, and the car blew up, and like other cars, like they would show what happened. Here, it's like everything gets cut out, censored. Oh, we'll be right back. Back then, they didn't care, dude. There was no side, because they weren't trying to please any side. They actually did investigations.
Back in the days when it didn't matter if you were Republican or a Democrat.
Exactly. Where now it's like, oh, we're this kind of network, so we can't report on that. We have to report on this. It's like, come on, man, just report on it. News is news.
Well, here's the thing: is nobody can tell the truth anymore.
Yep.
They have to change the truth to fit
the narrative
to whatever is going to bring the ratings, and that's what's happened to society. Like we don't get
Eric Pascal. Look at your channel. You are completely justify a guy who killed 4 people in their sleep. And
we're stocking up. We're not stocking up for nothing because there's no natural disaster coming. So relax.
What,
Eric? Do you have a channel? Do you have a channel that you go talk about anything on?
Nice grammar check, as
at all.
Hold on 1 second.
Channel, you are completely justified. You mean justifying? That's English grammar, sir. If you're English.
Really, was it you that was justifying
The
that
guy
whole
who
killing
killed
thing?
4 people in the sleep. You are
Nobody.
stalking
First off,
for-
obviously, you can't hear, my friend, because nobody's justifying anybody being murdered.
I just like that he puts his full name on here. I love people.
And they weren't sleeping, by the way. So you might want to follow the case and read some documents before you make an unjustified statement like that. Okay?
Eric, your Facebook profile is cute, dude. It's a cute picture.
Hey, there's a link pinned, Eric. If you want to come up here and say something, you're more than welcome. Let's hear it.
I don't think
Listen, saying you're wrong, right? That's fine. But like coming in like this and being an asshole, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're justified to be this wrong, just like Gaya said.
But it's interesting. It's interesting that he can think like that because we're sitting here saying that we believe there's multiple perpetrators, and he might even be one of them. I believe we've all said that.
But it's interesting because I've seen him around and he's never spoken like this.
Willie, have you ever said that Brian might be one of several perpetrators?
But you come in here all the time, Eric. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, that's not just me, right? I've seen Eric around, but damn, bro.
I love hate watchers. I love it. It's hilarious. Thank you for the view. Appreciate it.
I like the hate watch.
But I mean, to have that mentality to think we're justifying this just because we think there might be multiple perpetrators. I don't see how you could possibly interpret that as justifying anything unless you're not quite, you're not playing with a full deck or something.
Right.
That probably is Jeff. That's his alter ego.
He doesn't have a chat history before today.
That's not the way that Bill Thompson said it happened. So you guys are victim shaming and justifying.
Yep.
Exactly.
That was weird.
Jeff, did you start a new channel, Jeff?
Jeff has.
Come on, Jeff. Did you change your name again, buddy?
Did you change your name, Jeff?
Bro, he has like 11 alt accounts.
I think Goofy did make a baby Jeff H.
Well, he had 11 like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Now he's probably like 33.
Started another one, you guys. Good God.
So weird.
Here.
And you didn't even say nothing, Jay. What the hell is he talking about?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't care, Jesse. It happens every day, Jesse. I get emails from people that tell me off completely. Shame on me for this and shame on me for that.
Jeez.
Oh my God, dude. Yes. Every other day.
Unreal.
I mean, nobody owes us anything, but I would like to hear what Jeff has to say about everything.
Oh boy.
Jeff Kernodle.
Oh, Jeff Kernodle.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you would want to know what Jeff H has
No,
to say.
I do not want to know what Jeff H has to say.
Come on, Jay. You don't want to hear it? Come on.
No.
He's probably like, I told y'all. I told y'all.
I told you so.
Oh, I bet those guilters are just absolutely. I was going to say this the other day. I bet the guilters are just absolutely celebrating.
Well,
they're happy as hell.
I know one that had it figured out way beforehand because he knew that Brian did it and he flushed all his clothes and the murder weapon down the toilet. He knew that.
Oh yeah.
That blew my mind.
A weapon down the toilet. What kind of toilet is this?
I don't know, dude. It's got to be a big one.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I mean, if you just look at the neck behind the toilet, no fucking knife's gonna. What the hell?
Alicia's right. Jeff has better grammar than that guy did, so it probably wasn't him. It's somebody else, one of the other guilters.
I've been trying to switch from guilt or innocence to just separating different aspects of the case, like the 911 call.
Yes.
The things that are obviously been hidden from us, and the questions, whether, and it wouldn't matter if Brian did it or if five guys did it.
Does anybody think that there's still more to the 911 call?
Well, of course. Are you
A
kidding?
Okay.
A lot more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because well, the weirdest thing about the 911 call is every other 911 call I've been listening to on cases and stuff, you hear a person breathing or what the person that's calling is doing before dispatch picks up, and you don't hear that here. Like you don't hear nothing until until dispatch picks up. Where, in other cases you hear as they're dialing, it's already recording.
Right.
Jules just reviewed the Amazon Prime thing just recently,
Mm-hmm.
and you can hear what the people are saying. The people that were on that call, what they were saying at that time. Who's that? Is that Dago?
Hold on.
That's the Dago.
Sound like typically when a plea deal is brought, they typically don't. It doesn't look like that, and that bugs the shit out of me. Just P, show me your face real fast, just for like 3 seconds, and I'll throw you out there. I just got to make sure you're who you are, and you're trying to show your face and not your waist. Please and thank you. And then you make sure you're who you are, and you're trying to show your face and not your waist. Please and thank you. And then you can pop up there. Trying to show your face and not your waist, and I'll throw you out there. I just
Isn't that spot on?
your face real fast, just for
It's
like
scary.
I'll throw you out there. I just got to make sure you're who you are, and you're trying to show your face and not your waist. Please and thank you. And then you can pop up there. Just for a quick second.
It's crazy how spot on those lips are, dude.
Wait, you got to see. Hold on.
The earring. The earring.
Hold
That's
on.
cute.
I gotta
I just
find
noticed
Jesse's
the earring.
Oofy did, or Scully did this. He did an amazing job. I absolutely love it. I do. I'm gonna keep it forever. But Willie's is the best in my.
Oh my god!
And that's why I want to see.
I can't believe she found one with a freaking white tank top on. That's so funny.
And the headphones and the hat, dude. It was
and
perfect.
the hat.
Yes.
What the hell?
It was perfect. Let me find
And
it.
who made? And sorry, who makes him?
His name is Oofy in the chat right now.
That's right. That's right. They told me yesterday. Oofy's crazy. 6 hours to get the lip sync correct. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's like right on point. Both of them.
Well, I appreciate you doing one for me then. If it took that long, oh my god.
It was awesome, dude. I started laughing. I almost pissed myself laughing. It was great. And then yours was even better. I like the part where he rips the book in half. I was like, God, that's perfect. It's perfect.
I can see Willie ripping a book in half.
Yes, me too. When he gets all freaked out and shit.
It's actually
when he gets passionate.
Yeah. Where's it
Yeah,
at?
you can actually weaken the pages. It's actually a way to rip a phone book, and it's not that hard.
All right, Oofy, you got to send it to me again. I can't find the damn email now. Where did it go? Hold on. It had you and me in it together. I'd like to see one with us both out there talking. Or two people at least. It'd be great. And Jesse's, I swear to God, Jesse's would be.
Is it harder to make like a women?
You can go on YouTube and find out how to do it. Clue did it.
I'm only asking because like I see a lot of like I told you, Willie, not Willie, Theo Vaughn and like Joe Rogan and stuff, but like I haven't seen a female baby yet.
Oh, you should see Clues. It's so cute.
Too funny. Too funny.
And I think Cletus has one too. I'm not sure, but.
Oh, you're talking about them? Yeah. I haven't watched them in a while.
Oh, yeah. I want to see Sarge have one too. That would be classic.
Oh my god. Yes. Sergeant Baby.
Classic. Lana has one too.
Oh gosh.
Where's it at, Oofy? Or do you have a way to resend me the link? I can take it out of Discord now. Hold on.
I'm turned on now, SRB.
For what?
Jesus. Huh?
What'd she say?
She said, I just vomited.
Oh no.
That's not good.
Sarge is a baby.
Yeah, I think Sarge.
Is that what? Is that what she?
He wouldn't look like Sarge, obviously, but.
Unless she was responding to like a person.
Diego, are you?
Because I threw up too.
I guess I haven't since, but I'm thinking about all the wild theories that I've heard about
Mhm.
this. It's just absolutely bananas. Some of the things that I've heard.
Oh, we could
All the
do it.
wild theories that you've heard, none of them are as wild as him
I got
pleading
that stuff. I
guilty.
was just missing it.
Is what, Jesse?
As him pleading guilty.
Right.
That's the wildest story I've
That's the
heard yet.
wildest one of all.
It is.
It 100% is.
I still don't understand. Except that one thing about, the blood, but that's later on down the road, man.
Mhm.
You know what the hell can happen in prison? Every day in prison is a gamble.
Oh yeah.
Like, so you could look at somebody wrong and lose your life because of something so stupid. Like it's I don't know why Steve called it a daycare.
That's what I was confused about. I'm like, like jail or prison is not like I'm so scared of jail or prison that I've never really.
Jail general population is like to be just my opinion. That's like it's like a kindergarten for adults.
I've never really I've never. I mean, I'm not saying I've never broke the law to where I could go to jail
Yeah.
because I did. I was in college once. But other than that, I'm a little. And I mean, you got to realize the type of family that I come from. To like whatever. But I'd be scared to go there. Like I live a bougie life, and it's not somewhere where I want to end up.
I'm just saying, if God forbid you do, like women have no, like you guys are never scared to be like stabbed or nothing because we were talking last night or night before. Women
But
do
I've
more
seen
like
Orange
a
is. I've
camaraderie.
seen Orange is the New Black, Willie.
Yeah, okay, but that's a TV show. I'm talking about like in real life. Women usually like you
That
guys
like freaks me out.
stick together and you guys have fun, do each other's hair and like stuff like that. Where like guys are every day they want to fight, they want to
Oh yeah.
who's the toughest. So
In an era where it's difficult to define what a woman is, the women's prisons might be a little more hardcore.
I've just heard
But if I ever get arrested again, I'm just gonna say I'm a woman.
Oh Lord.
What? Don't you dare put down my pronouns.
Good luck with that one, brother.
Don't you dare.
Stop.
Willie.
Just kidding.
Oh my god.
I've heard of one woman's prison story, and it didn't sound too fun to me.
Oh, I'm sure there's different.
Don't believe I
I'm
want
just
to
saying
go
every
there.
time I watch 60 Days In, right? It just always seems like the girls' pod's always like chilling or like they have drama or something over like who took this or, who's, you know what I mean? And
Oh,
like
I
the
think
guys
it
are
can
over
get
there just
petty.
beating the shit out of you. Exactly. And the guys just
But
over
I
there
think
beating
it's
the shit out of you.
also just I think also the WNBA is kind of getting that way as well.
Oh yeah, well that's
Have
because
you
it's
seen
Clark.
have you seen that lately, you guys? Like that organization is nuts.
I think it's crazy just what they let them get away with.
Yes.
It's just so there's so much hate there. It's like
so much hate.
I think they should
Elbowing and
sit
pulling
down
hair
and
and
listen,
Yeah, if Caitlin Clark was
you kids can't have
African
your meat
American,
anymore.
yeah,
oh
but
my Lord.
if Caitlin Clark was black, dude, they'd be fine.
I've got another issue with it. Like as dudes, you're not allowed to just steroid all up and like compete in professional sports.
No.
But they do have these in the women's leagues. They have like Brittany Griner has a way deeper voice than I do.
Oh, I know.
And she's had her. I don't know if she's. I mean, put it this way: she cruises around without a shirt like a dude with tattoos on her chest.
Yeah. I thought she had something done.
I find it hard to believe she doesn't take like testosterone supplements.
Oh, dude, there's no way that voice is just coming because she's tall.
So I mean, but that's a massive advantage if you're a woman taking testosterone and then playing basketball against other like how that should
Yeah, in
not
the
be
Olympics
allowed.
you get banned for that stuff.
That should not be allowed.
No, you're right.
Agreed.
Anyway, I don't know how we got into steroids, but so what time on the 17th is this happening, Dago?
It's a Zoom meeting. I think it said 9.
9 a.m.
9 or 9:30.
9 or 9:30, something like that. I think. Yeah.
Jesus. So I gotta be up early.
Yeah, definitely.
Like 6 a.m.
But
wake up.
That's Idaho time though, right?
Yeah, so it would be for us. It's going to be.
Oh, I'm thinking
12.
opposite. Never mind.
It's going to be 12.
I'm
Willie,
an
you're
idiot.
going the wrong way, Willie.
I'm going opposite. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, it'll be later for us. So, and you and I are on the same time.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got here, y'all. Hold on.
Really? You don't have an hour on me?
Is that Jeff Age?
No, we're in the same exact. What time is it right now for you,
4:32.
32. Same time. Same time, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you guys are in the same time.
We're not that far away from each other, to be honest with you. Like, I could
Really?
probably get to your house in about an hour.
An hour?
Yeah, literally an hour.
No way.
I'm in Ohio, dude. Northeast Ohio.
Well, like I'm in Northeast Pennsylvania.
I know. So we're well, maybe 2 hours. Maybe 2
Yeah,
hours.
yeah. Pennsylvania's a little long. That's all.
Yeah, maybe 2 hours, depending on which way I.
That's awesome. That's not bad at all.
No, we're real close. All right, let's see who this. I think this is Jeff. Yeah.
Oh God.
You guys could have lunch together.
You pulled it out of the sheath, and people say, "Why would you take a sheath in there?" It's like, brother, this thing. I ran it across the edge of my arm because a friend on a live stream said, "You got to try to see how sharp it is." I was like, "Whoa!" It shaved off my hair in this little pack with one little slide. So you don't want that. You don't want to be walking around without this ready to use. It's like turning the safety off on a weapon. When you're intending to use it.
When he was there. Okay, that explains why the other two girls he wouldn't have done anything.
Who's that?
Oh no, Gray Hughes.
Gray pubes. He's got to be the best.
Baby,
That's the
baby,
best so far.
baby pubes.
Why did I expose Jay Embry? And then I'll explain why I gave an apology to him. My friends, this is so important. These will be my
This is that Estes guy that was in here that one time.
opinions.
Just so you know, it's echoing, brother.
I think if you really look closely, we got to ask the questions.
There you go.
I want to ask you, everyone, who is Jay Embry? You know, again, he's had all this success. He's done hundreds and hundreds of videos. And I don't, if he's going to have success with his channel, that I'm not going to condemn him for that. But we got to ask, who is Jay Embry? He comes from the ether. Nobody knew who this guy was, right? And he's claimed he's all about justice. I'm not sure where he was during COVID. I was a public
block. It's a POV switch, and once you flip the POV switch, well,
who's this?
Their switch, and they no longer like you.
Pavarotti.
Oh my God.
I'm going through this. I got this. Well, it flips their switch, and they no longer like you.
Wrong with you?
Oh, he has to do dinky, dude.
Doing this and being like, it's just started.
Oh my Jesus.
Oh, Jules.
See this I'm talking about with the hair?
That is spot on.
This is great.
Because babies never usually have long hair like that. That's
and send it
funny.
to Jules every time he fights with her.
Questions. So do thousands of us.
That's great.
Whenever a small portion of us do this kind of crap,
This is her rant against Twiz, and she's as a baby attacking Twiz. Oh, that's great.
Did she that rant was about Twiz?
Yeah.
That was a rant about Twiz. as
There's
a baby.
Lana.
We're guilty, but you are presumed and you are cloaked in that innocence.
I like Jules, so whatever. Anybody can say whatever.
And if you think it's okay,
We were fighting in
Oh
the
my
trenches
gosh, Lana.
like 2 years ago.
then go watch somebody else's
This is Lana.
feed that fucking mush brain of yours. Get it here.
Baby looks like he's on ecstasy.
This is a touch of reality.
POV block. It's a POV switch, and once you flip the POV switch, well, it flips their switch, and they no longer like you.
That was great.
Good stuff. Scully, I love it, brother. I love it. And thank you, Outcast, for putting that out. That's too funny. I got to find Willie's. I can't find Willie's anymore now.
That's what, like, this is what technology should be used for. Shit like this is what is cool, you know? Everything else.
At least you said Pav has a bun. That's too funny. Yeah,
I,
these are
think he-
awesome.
I went to go look for his video about when he went full, like, you know, Brian's guilty, but he must have took it down. I guess
I
people
can't see him
were.
taking it down.
Well, the only one I saw that was remotely like him saying anything was 8 days ago, and he was addressing people like coming at him, but there was no video before that. So I was like, damn, I hope he didn't take it down because people were bitching and moaning.
I remember. I remember what he said. He said, "Listen, I've been doing throughout my investigation. I've come across a lot of information that would suggest Brian's guilty, but I've been holding it back from you guys because I don't think it's fair to." So he was playing that "I've known this all along" thing.
Oh Jesus! Okay.
Yeah, it was
I get it.
It was a complete meltdown. And then the next day or the next video, he's like, "I overreacted. That was a little harsh. I overreacted."
Yes, that's the one I saw. Yeah. Okay. So you did take it down. No problem.
Meg, drop it in the Discord, Jimmy Hunt. I can't pull it out of the
That's
chat.
funny, dude. I knew all along. I was just holding it back from you guys.
I think there is a JB Gunner baby. I thought I saw a JB Gunner baby.
That would be a trip to see that one.
Oh my god! I just want to see a dinky because of the accent.
Yes. We need Annie needs one. Miss Potts needs a baby, and Jesse, for real.
Yeah, Annie Potts.
Annie's would be awesome, I think. Jules was cute. I like that one. And yeah.
That actually looked good. Yeah, because that was the first girl one I've ever seen. Oh, it's so hot out, dude. Holy shit.
It did warm up today. Real warm.
Yeah.
This is a new video that Tomboy just Oofy got it. Good. And we need a Sarge for sure. I want to see Sarges for real.
But yeah, dude, I just got a message. I just got a message 15 minutes ago that 911 is down in my state. So I can't. Nobody in PA can call 911 right now.
Well, you call me and I'll call 911 for you. Just saying.
Well, that's how it had that. That's what else am I gonna do?
Right.
When you
There's Willie.
All right.
Oh, there I am.
There you go, Jesse. This is Willie. Watch
Looking
this one.
cut. Looking a little cut. Got the shoulders. Okay.
Thick arms and everything.
You know, you watch the hearing and you watch him stand up and admit to going in there, premeditating this, and he went in there to do this and just agreed to everything. And no big deal. He did it. He did it because they forced him, and he did it because there was a plan, and this is going to happen in the future. So I'm not one of those dudes, man. You know me. I'm not admitted to doing it. I'm not admitting to doing any of it, but I'm guilty. If he has no fight, I'm not gonna fight. I got a life, man. I got problems. You think opposite now because he pled. Fuck you guys. Here's the problem though, dude. All these people that are saying like, "Oh, he took it to do this, took it to that." If you ask these same people, I ripped it already and put it back together. You take the plea. They would take your whole house.
It's funny because the book comes apart right around the
Yeah, that was funny.
And then it goes back together.
Like it rips it apart.
That's wrong on him. Their cars, their future, that Brian would not take a plea deal ever. I'm taking no fucking plea with this evidence on him and all this shitty police work. He took a plea. What the hell? Hold on, no. I love this because this is the second time I heard this stupid shit. One, Brian doesn't have a fucking kid. So but I'll still answer this. Would you plead guilty to save your daughter's life in that situation? So I'm in a situation where if I don't plead guilty, somebody's going to kill my daughter. Is what your bullshit fucking theory is here that somebody would do? They're going to kill my daughter if I don't plead guilty. That's how serious Brian. Brian shows up in a suit and all fucking dapper Dan, but Richard Allen shows up in a fucking, like a cripple. That's my answer. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Great.
My God.
Great. I love it. Thanks, Billy. Keep it up, brother.
Well, why do you have to pick that fucking conversation and put it as the
when I'm a mom, said baby Willie needs soap in his mouth.
Yeah, and I said, and if I have a kid at that age, my kid would have been like 1 month old or like 2 days old.
That was good.
Oh, that's funny shit, dude.
A little bit of laughing, guys. We need to smile a little bit. So this just came out an hour ago. They said Tomboy said that this is interesting. The fatal flaw. Says it's far from over. I'm curious.
Oh boy.
Gotta love her.
Yo, Twiz, your dad was in here last night, bro. Met your dad last night. What was that guy's name, Diego?
Oh my God, Twiz. This
Dylan.
dude, you and this dude sound like the same person. Dylan M. Anyway,
Dylan M.
yeah, your guys' voice is identical. I swear to
Bro.
God, it was you the first time I heard him, and it's not.
I called him Mr. Twiz after that.
I think he's younger than Twiz though, so Twiz would be his dad.
That's all right.
But yeah, they sound it's insanely identical. The guy with stars, is it?
I don't know.
No, not Bradley. That dude.
That's Bradley.
Whatever.
He had Willie's
Bradley.
Willie's buddy Bradley.
He was
Bradley
drunk.
got a headache today.
Yeah, yeah. No, Dylan M, which is basically Dylan Mortensen, but yeah, he sounds just like you, dude. It was so freaky.
I was like, "Yo, are you Twiz Dylan?"
I thought the first time he came in here, the first time he came on panel, I'm like, "What are you messing with me for?" I'm thinking, "Come on, Twiz, don't be messing." It's not.
That's what I thought. I thought he put Dylan and then he put Freebie K. So I was like, "Oh."
No, he
He's
showed his
just fucking
face
around.
backstage. It's not Twiz. It's completely somebody different, but they have the exact same identical voice. It's weird.
That was crazy.
Yeah, Brad sounded like Dot. That is true. SRB's right.
Brad.
You got on my nerve. But anyway, moving on.
You think?
Dago, I'm gonna drop down. I gotta get ready for work.
All right, hon. Don't work too hard today. Thanks for joining us.
I'll still listen and chat for a while though.
Okay.
Later.
All right.
Sounds great. All
Bye,
right, all right.
guys.
Yeah, he was definitely.
Thanks for having me, Dago.
Yes, ma'am. Always, always. He was definitely a troll done one. Nice stop on. I always do this stop game real good. I don't know why or how. It just happens. All right, let's see what.
Is this Harsh show? Harsh has been going hard every day.
How is everyone? I hope you're all well. You're amazing, amazing.
I mean, Eddie. Oh, wait, never mind.
It's Monday, early. What is this week going to bring? Who knows? This is video one of God knows how many. I'll do as many videos as it needs to be done. As it needs to be done. As things come out, we will report on them. And look, there is an article that I wanted to share with you, and it is referencing the IDAHO4 case. Call it a miscarriage of justice. Now, some people will agree with that, but there's two sides to that story. I'm going to share my thoughts on how this is a miscarriage of justice. But first of all, let's talk about how the Washington Times are reporting it as a miscarriage of justice. So check this out. So this is letter to the editor, Koberger plea deal, a miscarriage of justice. I know there's a few people that, yeah, it definitely is. This week, the nation was stunned to learn that prosecutors in Idaho have agreed to accept accused killer Brian Koberger's plea deal. Brian Koberger admits to killing 4 Idaho students, but motive remains unclear. And stick a pin in that, because this is something that we're going to touch on in a second. On Wednesday, Mr. Koberger, who was previously charged with brutally murdering 4 University of Idaho students in 2022 in Moscow, Idaho, pleaded guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary in exchange for a sentence of life in prison without parole. Much of the US, as well as several of the victims' families, are outraged that Mr. Koberger will not face the death penalty. It's incredibly ironic that this case is coming to a head at a time when we are seeing another high-profile case hinging on a life without parole sentence from California, the Eric and Cole Menendez case. If ever there were an example of when life without parole does not guarantee that the accused will never get out, it is the Menendez case. Now, look, some people argue that the Menendez brothers should have got out a long time ago. But look, that'll be for another day. After serving more than 30 years in prison, the brothers appear likely to be freed soon. And this says, there is always a segment of the public that cries foul and demand the convicted to be freed. But there's always a reason, isn't there? It ain't just as simple as, oh, we just want to get convicted killers out on the street. There's always more to it. There's always a bigger picture. And some people want to kind of compartmentalize what's happening here, which is either the execution of an individual or just removing their rights to have freedom. So they'll look at a situation and they will try and ignore mitigating factors, or they will consider, like in the Brian Koberger case, that there's still a lot of things that don't quite sit right. And just stick a pin in that for a second. It says, As well as in the Menendez case, the punishment experienced by the accused depends on politics and the political climate at the moment. This is not justice. What is plaguing our judicial system? Is it incompetence, laziness, corruption, or just gutter politics? Let us never forget that while the feelings and desires of the families of the four murdered Idaho students should be foremost, Mr. Koberger's crimes are in fact crimes against all the people of Idaho and all the citizens of the United States. The prosecutors and judges who made the decision to accept the deal have violated the trust bestowed in them and let us all down. So what do they basically mean here? Do you know what I mean? And let's just read this, like the old paratroop. He says, my conclusion is that there must have been a fatal weakness in the prosecution's case that they feared would result in an acquittal for them to accept the plea bargain. The public doesn't know what weakness and may never find out. And it's this fatal weakness. I said this, right? I said this, and it is a case of, look, and we can go round and round and round and round in circles if you like, but it got to a point where the towel was thrown in. The towel was thrown in. Now, for those critical thinkers like myself, we looked at the IDAHO4 case, we looked at the evidence that was public against Brian Koberger, and it was very, very clear that there was a lot of questions around this evidence. A car that might have been Brian Koberger's, but it might not have been. It was not definitive. Phone data that was questionable at best. He was never placed at the property. These 23 times, the best that they could do would say that Brian Koberger was connected to a tower that would provide service up to within 100 meters of 1122 King Road. At no point was he placed physically at the property through data such as phone data. But they did have phone data, and there was phone data that they did hide, that they did retain, that they did claim didn't exist and that couldn't be got, and that was false. And look, maybe in the future we'll hear from the likes of Ray. I know that there's some rumblings that he's potentially doing an interview with Lana over on Truth of Transparency when this whole situation kind of blows over and the plea deal is complete and, you know, Brian Koberger is sentenced. So look, maybe there is more stuff that will come out and there will be more clarity. There definitely does need to be more clarity. But even up in the plea hearing itself, the change of plea, what did we hear? We heard Santa, angry Santa, bad Santa, he still had to guess. He was still quoting the PCA, even as far as where is the knife from this crime, and it was still speculation. It was still speculatory. We think that Brian Koberger might have done this. Well, Brian Koberger's seemingly thrown the towel in. He's seemingly thrown the towel in and said, "Yeah, I did it. I did it. You know, I accept it." So what, has nobody gone to him and said, "All right then, Brian, so where is the knife then, mate? What did you do with the knife?" "Well, I did this with it." And then they, do you see what I mean? Why is just such a simple thing, just such a simple question and something that would alleviate a lot of doubts not being covered? Do you know what I mean? And I know it's not a legal thing. It's not something that has to be done. It's not something, but even Steve Gonsalves would turn around and say, I'd want him to give details that only the killer would know. Something where even the people who do doubt whether Brian Koberger is guilty would be able to be like, okay, he definitely did it, because how would he have done it if he, or how would he have not have done it and known what he's known? Do you know what I mean? But we can't even get that. We literally don't even have that, and I don't understand it. You know, if Brian Koberger behind closed doors is genuinely, yeah, I did it, I give up, yes, I'm a guilty man, then has nobody thought to say, okay, then, bro, well, what did you do, mate? You know, you could indeed ask him why he did it and try and get an insight into it. Now, I know that Brian Koberger will get an opportunity to speak at sentencing, and maybe he will speak at sentencing. Maybe he will speak in the interim to the people in power, and it will become clear some of these questions that we do still have. But there was, like this guy here says, there was a fatal flaw in the prosecution's case. That is the only thing that makes sense. the fatal flaw in their case that could have seen Brian Koberger walk, and they didn't want to roll the dice. So what was the fatal flaw?
So think about that, though. I mean, that makes. Do we need to know for a fact, for absolute positive fact, who came forth first? Was it the prosecution with the plea, or did the defense go ask for the plea? I think that will give some clarity as to what he's just saying here. And I can agree with him.
A lot of people are telling me the defense went.
I've heard it. Yeah, I've heard the same thing, but we don't have any facts proving that yet. If it, I guess it could go either way, to be honest with you.
But you got to think, if the state approached, why didn't Brian get a better deal?
That's well, no, it's a defense approach. They should have gotten a better deal, I would think.
No, if the state approaches because their case is weak.
Well, if they went forth and said, "Hey guys, listen, we're gonna give you give you an egg here. Give us a deal."
Mm-hmm.
Being that they're handing themselves over to the state, I would have figured the state, they had the option, the upper hand, to either take it or not take it. And it sounds to me, it doesn't sound like there was any give and take there. It sounds like, here's the deal, take it or leave it, and he took it, and it's a shitty deal. So we don't know, Now the prosecution, if they were doing what Hirsch is saying, if there was a big problem with their case, they're reaching now. They go to the defense and say, "Hey, we got a deal for you." I think it would have been a more pumped up deal. At least left the ability for appeal or something, and there was nothing. So I don't know which way to go with it. That's what my curiosity is. Truly,
bad deal.
But I do agree with him that it does make some sense that we heard what Bill said. That didn't sound like any kind of a case, not enough to prosecute somebody for a quadruple homicide and get a win out of it.
No.
It sure didn't sound like that to me.
I don't know. But again, like I said earlier, like, dude, you know Texas Hold'em?
Yeah, of course.
Perfect. If me and you were heads up, right? And you bet 10,000, I overbet 50. You're gonna sit there, think, and then probably muck your cards. Are you gonna show me your cards if you lose?
No.
Okay. Am I gonna show you my cards if I win?
Probably not.
Absolutely not, because I don't want you to know how I played my hands, because then you're gonna know if I bet here and I had shit, and I bet here and I had it all. Well, in this case, why would if the prosecution already won, why are they gonna actually show their hand? They're just gonna say, "Hey, all right, read the PCA back to them if you're gonna agree to it. It is what it is. We're not gonna give you our case," because then, like I said, if he withdraws his plea and the judge approves it, now the defense knows what the state has, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's
yeah. No, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? That just doesn't make any sense.
No, and that's why this is such a frustrating. This is why it's so hard for people to accept it. Why it's so hard for people to take it for what it is, because it is so stupid.
Yeah.
And Brian for one is not a stupid person.
And I didn't mean to draw that out, like drag that out. I'm just I'm a big Texas poker player. So poker to me, dude, is like life, like use poker in life, like bluffing and the way you do things in life. It's kind of like the same thing.
Yeah. It's a good point. It's just, well, okay. I know what you're saying, Twiz. It's stupid in the essence that there's not a gain whatsoever other than the death penalty being gone for Brian, which is a big thing. Don't get me wrong, but you're knowing the possibility that the state had nothing. And that's got to be in the minds of everybody. If we're thinking it, the defense had to have been thinking it to some extent, I would think.
Okay, okay. Let me ask you this, because I'm going to throw a little wrench here in the gears. Let's think about this.
Go for it.
His pre-trial hearing. Okay?
Yeah.
His preliminary hearing. What happened to that? It never happened, did it?
Canceled the pretrial hearing and went to a secret grand jury.
There you go. So there was never so there could have been, just like every American has the right to a fast and speedy trial. Is that correct?
He actually gave up his right to a speedy trial.
There you go. So if the prosecution didn't have shit and had to scramble for months and months and months and seems like years to get all information, this, that, and the third, to even still have nothing, why did Anne waive that?
Yeah, it was a mistake. It was an absolute mistake.
Because now you just gave them 6 months to go out and find more evidence and build a case. So think about that, dude. Because somebody put that in my head. I'm not going to say who it was. And I was like, God damn, I didn't even think about that. Because I always thought like it was waived for like a strategic, you know. But if you think about it, waiving that gave the state the ability to, and if that would have went to trial in 6 weeks,
to your poker analogy.
He would have walked.
Bill Thompson was bluffing, and Ann Taylor, you know, he successfully bluffed her.
Well, the grand jury proceeded the preliminary, and that's twice now we've lost out, because if we would have had the preliminary, we'd have probably learned something more than what we know now. But that was blown out when I'm not saying that had something to do with it, but it just seemed kind of coincidental that when they were going to get Bethany to testify or whatever it was going to do, that all of a sudden the grand jury was put into play. So whatever, that's gone.
Yeah.
And now this. That tells me, at least makes me think that the state's never had a case. It's like they scrambled the whole time.
But look what Ms. Fox is saying. Because Annie said it, I'll say it. Annie's the one that put that in my head. Think about that, though. She helped the state. Why in the beginning? I mean, obviously because she's a public defender is the answer. But why is she helping the state in the beginning by waiving his right to a speedy trial? If it really would have went to trial, they would have had shit, huh?
She works for the state.
Yeah, she kind of does.
Okay.
They all knew each other.
So she was backdooring him until she saw the evidence that was exculpatory, or what?
That's why you don't want a publicly appointed attorney. Because
I agree with you. It's just so many people follow me about her, dude, that she's the best. She cares about him. He looks at her like a mother figure, all this yippity yappity you. And here we are.
And Annie's got a good point right there. That statement right there, that's something I learned a long time ago, and it blew my mind. If she would have never waived that, Brian could have been free right now.
Bang.
If it was me, if I was in Kohberger's situation as of 2-3 weeks ago when he decided to take this plea deal, I think the best strategic move is he should have fired his attorney, fired Ann Taylor, even if he likes her, even if he thinks she's doing
100%.
Yeah,
even if you like her, you need to fire her for strategy only.
Strategic reason. Yes.
And you can even keep her on or bring her back or whatever, but just fire her. Go to Hippler, say I've fired my attorneys. Get a GoFundMe going up to get some money together to get a proper attorney, which I don't think would be that. I mean, we'd probably chip in, or I don't know.
He could have. He could have leveraged the public. He didn't. He chose not to. That was his decision.
Yeah. Well, he made. I mean, he just pled guilty to a quadruple homicide. So
Maybe
he's making some bad decisions.
Right.
Maybe Brian doesn't know as much about the legality side to this as we think we all thought he made it.
What the hell is he teaching? I thought like at least like the basics they teach you as a course or something if you're going for criminal. I don't know. I don't know what
cloud forensics, Willie. It's like
I get it. I just figure there's like just basic courses that, you know, anybody would kind of have an idea on.
I mean, it doesn't look like he had much knowledge on this stuff, to be honest with you. I think things would have been a little different, you know?
Yeah.
And if the family had money, he probably would have had a better attorney.
But he wouldn't have bought the murder weapon with the gift card if he's this, you know, we would have, dude, they would have never found where anything about him purchasing any knife ever if he was so good at this cloud-based stuff. Or, you know, it would have came from an offshore account somewhere in Russia. and delivered, to a different address that he went and picked up. But here he's just like, Amazon gift card, my address.
We still don't know if that knife has anything to do with anything.
I don't know that it does either.
I'm just saying what he agreed to.
Yeah. No,
I mean,
that's
they said he bought the Amazon knife.
I find it hilarious when guilters tell me they don't have to be specific. So when they talk about the K-bar purchase and they use really vague language, what do you want them to do? Why do you think they need to be specific? And it's like, are you serious right now? Like, I mean, that seems like some serious cope when you try to tell me, oh yeah, they don't have to be specific. He said it was a brief overview. So you just come up there and spew a bunch of shit. No. What's the point of telling us what evidence you have if you're not going to tell us anything? And he didn't tell us anything.
You guys will say BK is a genius someday. Watch, 10 years from now, 15 years from now? Like, the man could have walked a couple of months from now.
He could. I mean, he could be right. And we don't know. Here's the biggest thing. I have to keep telling myself this because it keeps my frustration level down. We don't know what is going on in the background, what's being said. But
we know what the law is, right? And we know that even if he tries to withdraw this plea and Hitler says no, what happens to him? There you go. Does he go to prison?
Say that one more time.
If Brian tonight requests to withdraw his plea and Hitler says no, what happens to Brian?
He goes to jail.
Okay. So what is this a genius plan?
It depends. I don't know. It depends on what, and this is what Twiz.
Unless we're talking decades from now, I get it. Anything could happen, but
I think firing your lawyer is a better plan.
I agreed with Jesse the day that the plea.
Lead me to water. I can lead you to a law book, but I can't, make you understand it, Twiz. Like Hitler can straight up deny his request to. That's a fact.
He could, but if Brian can show good proof as to why he's rescinding his plea, then he has no way to not allow for it. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get that. But if it's just like, I was having a bad day or whatever, and he's like, no, dude, you already admitted everything to me and made, the court and
I think he can get out of that just by saying he completely
all that used against him in the trial. Now the jury's going to hear that he pled guilty and then withdrew it. That's not, again, he just made this an uphill battle for himself. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
He did. That's a very agreeable, Willie. I can agree with you.
Nobody can do it. Yeah, at least we can all agree on that. For Christ's sakes,
I'll take it a step further and say that even if Twiz is right, it's such an elaborate plan that, of course, we're not going to understand it. You know what I mean?
It's like a movie.
Why should we be expected to understand it if it's that elaborate? But on the surface of things, it just looks stupid.
Exactly. Like, if this was a movie and he was like a secret agent and they were like doing something, yeah, that sounds cool. But like, usually I don't know.
Lucy just said, imagine this plan much like the plan Kevin used in Home Alone, the mannequin shadows dancing in the window, which is basically saying you're seeing something you're not really seeing.
There you go. Hopefully, hey, listen, if he didn't do it, I'd love for him to go free. But unfortunately, Stubbs said he did it. Now he got to, if he wants to backpedal, it's going to be tough. That's all.
All I can say is, I respect Twiz and I respect his thoughts on this. He sees something coming. I'll give him the B a D. But after that, I'm going to say, what the hell? Yeah. I'll still respect you. He knows that. But I really want to see. I guess the anxiety is what's got me going on it. Like, what the hell could it be? That's the whole thing, is trying to understand what it could be.
Whatever it is, it isn't obviously obvious for us.
Yeah, it's not obvious at all.
Twiz shouldn't expect us to see it the way he sees it, because it's
shit.
It's not like it's slapping us in the face.
Right. Well, I don't smoke crack, so yeah.
Well, I mean, Twiz might have the last laugh, and I hope he does. I really do. But
like I said, I want nothing more, like I said, than the Brian. Obviously, we've all been fighting for him for fucking years. Like, it's funny how people just think like, we all of a sudden don't give a fuck about, like, we still know this is the investigation was fucked and everything, and they knocked down all that dirty shit still stands. All that doesn't go away.
No, it doesn't. That's the biggest part of this, is that can never be forgotten, how this all came about.
You can never smack me, Twiz. Trust me.
Jesus
Ever.
All right, guys, put the muscles away.
Yeah, put that fairy tale back into its box. Anyway.
Ain't nobody slapping nobody. We're all on the same damn team.
Well, again, if he would tell me the plan, then I'd be like, maybe I could get on board. But it's just like, there's a plan, but I don't know it. Okay, well, I can't help you.
This is why I think, because he thinks there is one, but he doesn't know what it is. That's why he can't tell anybody. And I get that, because I'm the same way. I think there's something going on, but I don't know what. And that's what is so frustrating, that you, me, Jesse, and everybody
but that's
else.
the whole thing, dude. We all know some slick shit was going on in 2001, and guess what? We're 24 years later, and it's still whatever. This happened this way. So, like I said, unless this is 10, 20 years from now, fine. There's a plan, but I'd want to be free by December or however long the trial went.
Okay, let me say this though. What if there are stipulations, Willie? Like, not stipulations, but like, let me think of how to say this without sounding like an idiot. Too late. What if there's things that you can't do it, like what you're saying, but if you do it this way, it will at some point work out in your favor. But if you were to do it right now, it would cause more problems than what it could make it worse for you rather than better for you, is what I'm saying. And I know that's hard to understand because we don't see those things. But if that's the case, because that's how I'm trying to see this, okay? If that's the case, and then, right now would be a bad idea for you to go through with this, but maybe in a year.
So that's my whole thing, is obviously his lawyers, like, they had talks about the pleading guilty, right?
Well, yeah, obviously, I'm imagining.
So
the only reason I'm not calling Twiz crazy right now,
I'm not calling anybody. Listen, anybody can have their own opinion. I'm just saying the only thing I've heard is there's a plan, but we don't know what the plan is, and I don't know what the hell that means.
Well,
me in my life, I don't know what that means.
That does sound.
There's a lot of stuff that
no more crazy than him pleading guilty when they don't have any evidence, and he's got to know that, and Taylor's got to know that. So I mean.
So if he were to take this all the way to trial at this juncture right now, at this point right now, okay, meaning something else could come forth at a later date. So if he were to take this all the way to trial right now, and even if he's, hung jury or something else, I don't know, or if he was found guilty, the death penalty's there. Granted, he's got some time, he's got an appeal, but it could cause some more detrimental issues than what it needed. Now, if he does it this way, there is a possibility. There's still possibilities he can get out of this, folks. Even if he never rescinds his plea or anything, he can still get out of this at some point if certain things go into play. That's what I'm saying. Like Joanne just said, more harm than good right now as compared to down the road. But I know you don't see it, Willie, because I don't either. And I know that's where your frustrations lies. I get that 100%.
No, I mean, I can see something happening. It's just like, dude, you had a few more, like, what, not even 2 months, and you could have got, like, your fucking team could have told the world about all this shady shit and how you didn't do this and this, that, and the third. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, right. No, I get it. I see your side too, Willie. I agree with you, but I see him too. I'm trying to think of it in every aspect.
Before you took that plea, if we were all up here on panel talking about him taking a plea, we would have laughed our asses off and dismissed it and went on to the next subject faster than we can blink. So, nobody.
The phrase "biting off your nose to spite your face" kind of comes to mind, because it does seem to just, whatever strategy it might be, it makes it more of an uphill battle by pleading guilty.
That's it, and that's all I'm saying. Legally, it makes it an uphill battle, and I don't know how Twiz isn't seeing that. He had a downhill battle, in my opinion, because it was up to the state to prove that Brian did it, and Brian did it alone. So if there's obviously his team knows there's multiple weapons, multiple perpetrators, then they overcharged him at least. Take the shot. What's her name walked free because they overcharged her? I mean, fuck. Just pisses me that he gave up. Or not give up. he gave up a 2-month plan and turned it into a 20-year plan. That's all.
Well, and if he needed more time, he could have just fired his lawyer, or Ann Taylor could have just said, "I quit."
And if Ann really, who the hell's banned Steve Irwin? That's wild. But if
Steve Irwin, I thought Steve Irwin was a friendly.
I love Steve.
Normally he is, but I guess
Steve's funny as shit.
He's talking. Alicia's a mod, and they're going back, and I don't want any drama. So
yeah, it sucks. Anyway, I forget where we were at because I saw they got banned. I was like, damn.
I like Stevie. I don't know what's going on. I guess him and Twizzy or Twizzy.
What are you talking about, Twiz? And don't relax when you listen. I'm being nice to T up here, so there's no reason to talk.
I don't want anybody going at each other. That's all I'm saying.
Relax, dude. I believe that there's a plan that you don't know of yet. Okay, I believe you. Like, what do you want me to say? I believe you that there's a plan that there's no plan yet of. I get it.
The ignorant, what he's saying by ignorant, by the way, it's meaning it because it's not understood, not in a negative way. I hope people understand that. Ignorant means you don't know something too. It doesn't just mean,
but to say like, Willie, you don't know everything, dude. We all don't know everything,
right? I mean,
but we can all watch what we're seeing with our motherfucking eyes, and that's Brian just pled guilty, dude. Like, that happened. He stood up and agreed with everything Hitler asked him. I mean, I can't change that. So,
here's my thought though. I have to imagine with everything that the defense has done with Brian thus far, they sat down with Brian and said, here's your options if you do this. Okay. This, that, and this will happen or not happen.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they see something on a legal standpoint that we obviously don't know. And she said, but maybe, Brian, down at this juncture here, if this happens, then this is what we can do either then, or if we do this now, then this can happen then.
But if you know there's any chance in hell that your client or you would even agree to any kind of plea, why are you still asking for shit? Like, she's still setting up, hearings for this and that and this and that, and all of a sudden, boom, we hear he might take a plea, and there's a plea in the works. Like she was right, like she was so gunned up.
Because I don't know that they knew that it was in stone yet, dude. You know what I'm saying? They were still had to get ready for the trial.
But she's telling me something came in that somebody flinched at. Something must have. I mean, that has to be the only reason.
Well, what gets me is it just doesn't seem like he actually got anything out of the deal. Like,
he didn't at all.
Saving your life. We've already been through this.
Because the jury still had to vote on it, dude.
18 years before they actually do that to you anyways, and you've got multiple appeals. A lot of the time, the mitigating factors you won't even get that.
You get an automatic appeal, actually.
So what are the chances, even if he was found guilty? What are the chances that they would have actually been able to kill him? I mean, I don't know. I think in the low.
I don't know if you heard the other day, but we researched. Huh?
Yeah, like maybe 15% chance that they would actually be able to kill him eventually.
I was saying the other, I don't know if you heard the other day when I asked somebody to search when's like the fastest they've ever executed somebody from a date of sentencing. It was 6 years. So, 6 years.
18 years is the average. And
the one big thing I don't understand either, guys, like you said, Jesse, what he didn't get anything out of it. I don't understand how they eliminated everything. And I mean, like, when I say that, like, everything, there's no process for appeal at this point. They even eliminated the
They didn't even drop the burglary charge.
Investigation got done. Like, I don't understand why they threw everything away. That's what I didn't quite get. My girl said 6 years. So
dude, they kept the burglary charge. That should tell you everything.
Well, they overcharged him to begin with. That's my opinion. That's truly my opinion.
Yeah, but they usually, when you plead, they usually take some shit off, and it's usually like the thing that's, like the least.
Yeah.
And that would have been the burglary.
He got 110 years. That's pretty much life as far as I'm concerned, or death as far as I'm concerned anyway. That's a death.
And what do you guys think about Ann Taylor agreeing to keep the gag order going? I thought that was strange.
Yeah, how
She
quick
agreed to
she agreed
everything.
to it. Yeah.
She jumped right up, and that's what I was confused about, Jesse. I'm glad you brought that up too. When Bill really quickly said, "Yeah, we're ready to do the sentencing whenever you like, right now, the 23rd," right? She popped up. They asked defense, "We're good." And then when they said about dropping the gag order, no, we agree.
So
Like
tell
they
me
were.
she don't want to come out and talk. She don't want to. Yeah, they don't. I don't
It's
know,
almost
man.
like
That's
she
why
works
I
for the
said
same
it.
boss.
It's like I said. It feels like there's something else.
It's almost like they're all in the same bed. Like
Well,
I've been
God
saying.
bless. Eddie's not here. Okay. But
Yeah,
Eddie,
but Eddie knows.
Eddie actually called this, you guys. Eddie called this almost 3 years ago.
Hold on, I'm gonna write in back chat real quick for you, bro.
Do what?
I'm writing back chat for you real quick.
Okay, yeah. Eddie 3 years ago said this will never go to trial. And he said that they're all his words, and I think the way he felt it was they're all reading the same script. Defense, prosecution, and everybody. And I was like, okay, bud, but what do you mean? You know, things like that. And I said, he's like, just trust me, Dago. And I was like, okay. Those were his words. And I know there's people here that heard it. He said the prosecution, the defense, the judge, the jury. Now, I didn't know about the jury, but everybody else, he said they're all reading the same script right now. And I was like, you say so. So yeah, I don't know what he saw, but he saw it. And he said before, one other thing he said, I don't know, take it how you take it.
Check the back chat real quick when you have time.
Yeah.
And then you'll have an idea of, and then you'll kind of see, if you go back and watch like the past 10 videos, you'll be like, oh, okay. That's why we like, I don't know where he's at.
We approached that. We talked about that. And that was the answer. That's the answer I got though.
Oh.
And Jesse as well.
Oh. So where's he at then?
But Jesse has his own thoughts on this, and I respect Jesse a lot. You know that. So I'll just leave it where it is. I
just thought that's why I haven't seen him is he was.
No, I said the same thing.
Yeah, it could be. I reached out and I was told he's been really busy with work and stuff, and he appreciated me reaching out. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. No, I just figured that's why we haven't seen him. That's all.
Well, at first I thought, because Jesse pointed it out to me and it was like, did you notice this, and this? And I'm like, no, because I didn't watch him like that at that point. It had been a while.
Yeah. Well, I haven't watched it in a while. I just watched it like a couple of days ago now, and then,
So, and there were some other people that said some other things about that he was connected to another group of people.
Yeah, well, he's always thought there's something going on here, no matter what.
Well, he's always been really close to on point with everything.
Yeah,
kind of scary. And I love him to death. I respect for him.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Shut up, Twiz. You're stupid. He's such an ass. I swear to God.
What did he say?
He said I texted him the other day, and then he goes, "But don't tell Jules because it's unconfirmed." After which she said to him, "Remember?" Yeah.
Jules is just the kind of woman that you're gonna get in fights with. If you want to be friends with Jules, you're gonna have multiple fallings out with her. I think she would even admit that. I mean, I've had fallings out with her.
Jules was Jules it's not even an issue, I don't think.
One of the first people I've ever met on here. We got kicked out of the same groups and shit together back, when you couldn't say he was innocent.
To understand her, you have to know her a little bit more than just watching her on a show.
Yeah.
She's an independent person. She's a very independent woman, very strong. She's been through hell and back 3 times over. And made it through there and stands strong no matter what happens. She doesn't need anybody to support her in any sense.
Yeah. She's been through some shit. So she knows, you know what I mean?
She reads she's got 2 degrees in criminal justice. And she reads things and understands them when she reads them. So I'm not saying you do, bud. That's not what I meant. I said a lot of people do because of the way she comes off.
Yeah, but then the problem is sometimes, like, you know, people will come to her with some bullshit information, and then like it'll start something that should have never started in the first place. So,
But
that
I'll tell you
happens.
this much, Jules, if she ever ends up being wrong, she will apologize. She's done it before. Okay, I've watched her do it. I think I have way too much respect for her. I always have. I adore her.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying, guys. I'll stand up for her in every aspect that I can because I know her that way.
That's funny.
It is what it is, and we may have disagreements about how we feel about certain things, but I will still support her, and I'll send people to her, and I'll support her channel because I've got nothing but respect for her. But I love Twiz too. Okay, if it wasn't for Twiz, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you guys. So I wouldn't have a computer. The dude spent a whole Saturday and helped me put my computer together over the damn phone. And I think he's a good dude, and he has a lot of knowledge. It's just nobody's always going to see down the same path together at the same time. It's okay to disagree, guys. We can still be friends and disagree. That's all I'm saying.
Right, exactly.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, Annie. That makes a lot of sense. And see, Jules doesn't see all this other shit. She doesn't pay attention to the stupid shit going on around the drama. She completely avoids it. She's got the blinders on and focuses on the direct point, and that's it. She ignores the stupid shit, the drama, so she doesn't know anything about it.
She was like 2 months late to the green car theory. I thought that was really funny. That's where I sort of butted heads with her, is because she was like 2 months late to the green car theory, and then she was crediting some guy who I'd never heard of, and like casually mentioned Mark B. Like Mark B. was like a smaller side piece player to this whole thing, but this other new guy is just he's the tits, you know, this guy that nobody's ever heard of is the tits. And I was just like, but Jules, this is Mark B's thing. Mark B.
She didn't know. Yeah, she didn't know
all
him
the
at that
legwork,
point.
and you're telling us this other guy's the tits, and go to this other guy's channel. And by the way, there's just it's almost like Mark B was just not attractive enough, or too middle-aged and sloppy or something.
Well, I think it was because she didn't even know who he was, and I only found him because of Clue Minotti's channel. I was over there with Clue.
Lana basically rebroke the story like 2 months earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, yeah, no, she didn't know. She didn't know anything about it. Was like, yeah. Anyways, I tried to point it out to her, and she didn't appreciate me pointing it out. Let's put it that way.
That's a good point, Annie. Good point.
Fucking beat. So is there any new videos or anything out?
No, not that I saw, just that Tomboy sent me that harsh video, and I just wanted to approach that one that Birdie had put out and what he had stated on that to see what everybody thought, because I thought it was interesting. I did. I thought that was interesting, the way it was presented and how it was talked about, and then it was ignored.
I find it interesting listening to Birdie and Devil's Advocate, because Birdie is clearly a very tinfoil hat oriented guy. He's like a Alex Jones type.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to say I dislike him, but I think, you know, Devil's Advocate is a guy that likes to reel it in a little bit.
Yeah.
And I would more agree with Devil, but they make a good team, because let's face it, there is, I mean, even Alex Jones is right about things, because because there is conspiracies, there is crazy shit going on.
Making the freaking Bronx gay.
Well, look at the Epstein files thing. I mean,
that's a crock of shit, dude. Don't even get me started with that.
Cash Patel, and
they're lost.
I'm pissed off at all of them, dude.
They're lost. They're found. They're lost. They're found.
We have them. We have a binder. The binder was blank.
It's gone. Here it is. No, it's not. There it is. It's over there.
I mean, whatever crazy
now, the trust is already gone.
Whatever crazy conspiracy theory you can come up with,
how dare
anybody shut it down?
Yeah, we don't want the Epstein list. We want the list of clients on the Epstein list. Like, are you guys like trying to like understand? We want the people that went there and hurt children. They know what we want.
Well, yeah, because everybody, like Sarge said before he goes, first off, that's none of our fucking business. Like, some people went there just that weren't doing that. They're not everybody that was there was involved in that shit. So give us those people, sure, but leave like everybody else's personal business out of it, because it's truly what they're doing. They only give you And they don't
It's
even
the
give you
people that were
that.
giving him money, right? You want to know
Yeah,
where did that
yeah.
money come from?
I think
And
that's exactly what it was, Jesse.
follow the money as always, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
it's
that
all
shit's
money,
crazy.
money in politics all the
Because
way
then
down.
because then my question is, why is that chicken? Why is Ghislaine in jail then if there's no victims
Uh-huh.
or there's no, you know what I mean?
Well, why was Epstein killed? Because don't tell me he hung himself, because I'll laugh at you for the next 3 hours. Why was he killed then? If it's not that serious, okay? Because I've heard that too. It's not as serious as you're making it out to be. It's not that dark, not that deep. Then why'd they kill him? Whose name could he have put out there that didn't want to be heard about? Somebody important, obviously, or they wouldn't have done what they did. But he hung himself, Dago. He didn't take his own life. Really? Okay. If you say so. Whatever you say. Alex Jones. Yeah. Now, see, Alex Jones, I don't pay attention to him. I will say though that the whole Sandy Hook thing pissed me off in a bad way. How much he denied all that, and I'll never understand why.
I just use Alex Jones as the most over the top conspiracy theorist guy in the world, and even he's been right about some things. So I mean,
oh yeah, no, he has. That's a
my
good point. Very good point. Willie hit a button. You like Alex Jones, Joanne? I understand. Like I said, I never had a problem with him until I heard the Sandy Hook thing, and I was just like, dude, shut up, sit down, please. Now we understand why he knows corruption. Yep.
Sorry about that.
Threw yourself out the window, huh?
Phone overheated.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot outside, dude.
That's why I'm in here doing what I'm doing, because I hate it outside in the summertime.
I'm outside and I have it on a wireless charger on StreamYard, so my phone's like in overdrive.
Melting?
Almost, dude. It was like 2 apps closed. Go F yourself.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Right now, today, it's 88 degrees. The real feel is 101.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking hot.
I'm sick of this already, dude.
That's
I'm ready
amateur
for
shit,
winter.
guys. That really is amateur shit.
You live on the left side of the sun. That's why.
Where do you live?
In Thailand. Come on.
Oh, dude, I used to live in hell in Arizona. Arizona's the worst state in all of the United States.
Just think of Robin Williams in Good Morning Vietnam.
Yeah,
the weather report. It's hot and it's wet. You
right.
remember that?
It's hot and wet.
And it's wet. Yes.
That's basically as accurate as it gets, because it's always hot and wet.
I can't handle your humidity level and out there, Jesse's got to be stupid, and I mean stupid.
Well, I used to work in schools with no air conditioning, and I used to be forced to wear a collared shirt and a tie and long pants. And I would shower, and I would get, by the time I got my clothes on, already like big sweat rings around here, just drenched, dripping off my face. I would get out of there, and it would look like somebody just hosed me off.
So what is it like if you were to go with no air conditioning for a couple hours?
Oh my God.
I'm pretty climatized by now. Back in the day, though, I mean, I've always been a fairly heavy guy, like beefy. And when I was teaching, I would spend 8 hours a day in these schools with no air conditioning. I tell you, I slimmed down quite a bit, kept me slim.
Yeah, of course.
I wanted to take a trip there before China takes it back, but I haven't been able to get there yet.
Yeah, so, look me up when you get here.
Wintertime for you. Yeah. Is there a winter time over there, Jesse?
Well, I actually live in the north in the mountains, so that in let's say January, February, maybe it gets a little cool.
What is like 70?
I think the lowest I've ever seen.
No, you're not, Miss Potts. Knock it off.
Was like 6 Celsius.
That sounds fine.
I don't know.
You guys are backwards like Australia. Yeah. Okay.
No. That's wrong. We're on the same standard as everybody else, and only America uses the imperial system.
I saw him, Ceci.
Okay, well, that's what I was
all
told.
Of Europe and Canada and Australia and England and Scandinavia and China, they all use Fahrenheit. And
I know my one friend from Australia
metric.
was telling me it was like 36 Celsius or something. I'm like, wait, what? And I was trying to figure it out. But they're also in the like right now, it's wintertime. It's wintertime in Australia where it's summertime here. So that's the opposite thing. I was trying to figure it out.
Okay, so you weren't saying opposite because we
No.
use,
I knew that.
You weren't saying the metric system was opposite.
No. We're the only ones that are screwed up. Everybody else is right. I knew that.
Okay. That's
Oh
the point
shit!
Yeah, it's completely like I said.
Now the imperial system really just doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. Not truly.
Fahrenheit's easy. You don't got to do any
Like
math.
the metric system has all round numbers, right? It's in like hundreds and thousands and tens.
Right.
And
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, we have our own. Or actually, Gaia, she's in Poland. So we got people from everywhere. There's somebody in here I can't remember. I don't know if they're here today, but they're from South Africa. Jesse's in Thailand. Gaia's in Poland. There was somebody in here for a while that was actually in Japan.
Shit.
We got people that come in here from all over the place. It was kind of interesting. A lot of people from the UK.
I want to travel to Thailand. I want to go to
Vietnam. Vietnam's got to be on the list.
yeah, like places where like the American money is worth a lot, where you can get like a bunch of shit and
Well,
like food's good. That's what I'm about.
That's another thing. Isn't like over where you're at, Jesse, things that are here that are it's so much cheaper over where you're at as compared to what we would deal with, right?
It has to be.
It used to be a lot cheaper, but yeah, it's still quite cheap.
Because I watched this guy who travels the world eating like a bunch of crazy like places in different countries, and dude, like some of the stuff on the street, you'll get like a whole thing for like 30 cents. Like you know what I mean? It's like what the hell?
It is. That's one thing. Michigan Girl's right. It is absolutely beautiful. The country over there is beyond beautiful. I love it.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Are you in Thailand or Taiwan?
He's in Thailand.
Thailand. Okay. I was thinking. I was like, shit. Gotta get there soon.
No, not Taiwan. I was wondering what you were talking about.
Yeah, I was scared. I was gonna ask him, like, dude, are you like prepared over there? Only because China's been trying to take that shit back, but I had it mixed up.
Sounds like Justice is from my old home of British Columbia.
We have a lot of Canada here. Vancouver Island. Here, Jesse, really, I'll show you real fast. I like these because they get to show you. I don't know exactly how accurate they are, but hold on. Here you go. This, I don't know where you are, Jesse, compared to this, but 1 minute here. This is where he's at. This is that country he's in, I should say.
Where is this? Thailand?
This is a live camera from Thailand right now.
Koh Samui. Yeah, This is in an island in the south. I'm in the north.
Okay.
This is the popular tourist place that everybody likes to go to. I hate all tourist places because they're when you know what you're doing, they're just it's tourist trap shit. It's not for me.
And then this is the one that I always watch, wishing I was there. And this is amazing to me. Like, where's Crystal Beach at, or Crystal Bay Beach from you, Jesse?
Crystal Bay Beach. I do not know. I'm not aware of Crystal Bay Beach.
Okay. This, to me, I see this one all the time. If I can get it to work.
Oh, on PP Island, the lagoon in the movie The Beach, you mean?
It's a live cam. It says Crystal Bay Beach Resort. That's Thailand.
This is on Koh Samui as well, which is that same island.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. Love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
These places are quite expensive compared to the rest of Thailand.
I can imagine.
One of the problems is once you get on an island, I don't like the islands because you get away off the mainland and then the locals sort of have control over it. There's a lot of crime and murders. Like there's some really famous murders on some of these islands because the local mafia basically runs the place and it's kind of wild west like.
Gotcha.
It's actually not a great place for you get fucked over a lot. Whereas where I live in like a university town. It's the second biggest city in Thailand. There's a lot more checks and balance. It's very safe, very, very clean. It's probably the safest and cleanest city in Thailand. A lot of people with kids and schools and this and that, and not as much nightlife and all that stuff. And if I ever want beaches and all that stuff, and I just go travel, you can jump on a plane and be anywhere in the country for under 100, like $30-$40. You can fly to
what city is it that you're in?
I'm in Chiang Mai.
Chiang Mai.
Chiang Mai.
Chiang Mai, MAI. Chiang
Gotcha.
Famous for its temples, and there's the downtown area is covered by a moat and a brick wall.
Ah, okay.
Like an ancient city, right?
That's got to be amazing to be able to see, to live around and have in your culture. That's amazing. Like the temples and all that. I would love to see stuff like that on a daily basis.
So what are you doing? Is this your live for the day? You going live later?
I'm probably gonna do one a little bit later too. Just because I've been enjoying hanging out with everybody. So
yeah. Well, I'm probably gonna hop down and get some shit done real quick, and then I'll pop in when you go live again.
Why are you telling lies? You're just gonna go eat something and smoke something.
No, I'm
right?
gonna go. I'm actually directly going to stick my phone in the air conditioning slot.
Oh,
okay. Directly where I'm going because my phone's fucking hot, dude.
This is all you guys that are on iPhones sound like this happens all the time.
It's on an iPhone. It's just because it's on a wireless charger, which already makes your phone hot as shit. So I gotta, yeah. So and then it's StreamYard. I don't know if you've ever been on StreamYard with a phone, but I don't care if you have the best phone in the world. That's gonna destroy you.
Got you.
So trust me, I want to stay up. But if you're going live again later, then I'll come right back.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be in here. I don't know. I liked last night a lot. So
yeah, it was fun.
Again, I like having these conversations. I don't care what we talk about. I really liked the open discussion last night. It did lead back to this, but we can talk about anything. I like talking with everybody. I like everybody's input and everybody's thoughts and feelings on it 100%. So
oh yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna go stick this in the AC and
do your thing, brother. I'll be here.
All right, fellas. I'll see you guys later.
All right, bud. Thanks again.
See you, Chet.
This is gorgeous, Jesse.
Later, Willie.
Truly gorgeous. I love this.
Yeah, I live about 25 minutes, half an hour outside the city. I almost never go into the city anymore. I live out in a suburb that's kind of built up to the point where they got everything. There's no need to go to the city.
Mm-hmm.
But the city itself is nice as well. One of the big things is Northern Thai culture is completely different than Southern Thai culture. Sure. And the people, I find, anyways, my opinion is the people that live in the north here are far more sophisticated, civilized. The people in the south are, a little bit more aggressive and violent. They're not really interested in cohabitating with foreigners, whereas they're, a lot more, they're a lot more open to, a lot more welcoming to foreigners and
gotcha.
Just more educated. I mean, it's a university town, so everybody here has been to the University of Chiang Mai or one of the local universities.
Sure.
So it's a great place to have a family and kids.
Yeah, I'm always been very interested in different cultures and stuff. I'm stuck here in the middle of nowhere in Ohio, and it's just always been an interesting thing to know. Especially with this, it's really neat to me that people come from all over the world and we can sit and have a conversation as if we're all in the same room, and know that everybody's living in different cultures at times. And I really like that a lot. So,
yeah, I mean, when I get on panels like this and talk to you guys, it might be the only English I speak all day, right?
Well, sure. I'm sure that's your.
My whole family's Thai. They prefer to, we live in Thailand. They prefer to speak Thai. I can speak Thai.
I would assume. I was
So-
going to say, I imagine you do. Yeah.
And when I'm with my family, what we normally speak like a broken up language of one sentence of Thai mixed with a sentence of English,
Yeah.
so that nobody could understand
What you're saying. Sure.
Yeah.
You made your
But-
own language together. That's awesome. I love it.
Well, when you get quite fluent in a couple languages, you find that certain phrases and certain things are more efficiently said in one language, whereas certain phrases are more efficient in another language.
Well,
And
when I was, yeah, absolutely. I get it. When I was growing up as a kid at my grandmother's house, it was the same way, but it was Italian and English. Like you said, every other word was English, every other word was Italian, and it was our own language, to be honest with you. You know what they're saying before they'd say it. And then you go have that conversation at the store somewhere. Everybody's looking at you like, what the hell did you just say? So I absolutely get what you're saying. 100%. No, it's a beautiful country, though. This area here, I mean, it's just, and it seems so much like watching the interactions of people and the places and the things. It seems a lot like what America is like, other than the cultural differences.
How did I come to live here? The same way that everybody else came to live here. You go on vacation and you like it so much you don't ever want to go home.
Is that how you met your wife?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah,
I was invited to visit a friend of mine whose father was married to a Thai woman, and he had always asked me to come with him to Thailand, and I always said no. And after splitting up with my girlfriend, I said, I'll go on vacation, and I went to Thailand and met my wife. And actually, I was with three guys and three guys and three girls all hanging out together, and all of us ended up marrying. Everybody got married. It turned into
cool.
3 couples that stayed together for 20 plus years.
Right. Yeah, he's been there for a long, long time, Phenomenon. This isn't just like an overnight thing. He's been there for a long time.
26 years now.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're originally from Vancouver Island, right? In Canada?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And that's a hell of a difference from there. I love the cultural differences and how they're just, like I said, I'm from boring ass old Ohio. So anything is awesome to me from anywhere else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Thailand's still a nice place to visit, but I almost think Vietnam is the best bang for your buck and the best like the cultural experience of going to Vietnam. It's like there's a lot of wow factor when you go to Vietnam.
See, I always anytime I hear Vietnam or however you say it, I always expect it because I know it's a poor country, or it was. And it's like, that's what I picture in my mind, is just like a jungle, poor, people on the streets type country. That shows my diseducation in it.
Well, Saigon is now referred to as Ho Chi Minh City. It's a very large metropolitan city. It's very nice. There's a lot of money there. I'm sure there's taller skyscrapers in Saigon than there would be, within 100 miles of where you are, including Columbus and some of the bigger cities in Ohio.
Cleveland and all them. I got you.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they have they have this one massive building that's towers over everything, and there's a helicopter pad halfway up, and I mean it's pretty modern. But then you get into the streets in some of the neighborhoods, and it's bicycles, and that's Vietnam there. That's Hanoi. I don't like Hanoi. Opposite of Thailand, the different cultures. I prefer the culture in the south of Vietnam, which is obviously the ones that were sympathetic to the Americans, and the ones in the north. Right. It's very much still that cold communist feeling up north, and the more capitalist type atmosphere in the south. Yeah, Ho Chi Minh City is where I spend most of my time.
Wow. And it looks nothing like I expected. It looks so much more. I mean,
look at the traffic, though. The traffic is just nuts.
the scooter thing and the motorcycle thing that's everywhere in those areas, isn't it? There's so many.
Yeah, that's all. I don't have a driver's license. I drive one of those things. My wife's got a car, but I drive around on a scooter.
That's awesome. I mean, hell, we do that kind of here now. We have the electric scooters that you stand on now. That we put in all of our major cities, and you can rent them. They're locked down. You get on your phone, you pay with a credit card, you can run them by the day, the hour, the minute, whatever, and you can just jump on one and ride it around the city now. You can't sit on them, but you can stand on it. And they just
I think this video must be government sponsored or something, because the traffic is never that civilized in Vietnam. It's usually just utter chaos.
Oh yeah. See, that's not what I expected for Vietnam. Not at all.
But the
so
food's great. It's super cheap. And the beaches are at least as nice as they are in Thailand.
Nice.
And some people say that they don't like the Vietnamese people as much as the Thai people, because Thai people are overly friendly and very chatty, whereas Vietnamese people sort of mind their own business. They're not. They don't just come at. They're not friendly for the sake of being friendly. They can be, but I think they're more maybe. I don't know. There's something about them that's different than Thai people.
I think a lot of people have a hard on. Not to be ignorant, but I still think a lot of people from America have a hard on because of the war. Okay, and they don't think people don't separate it, and I think that's where a lot of people have the attitude with them for. It's sad to say.
I mean, during the war, American soldiers were stationed in Saigon. That was friendly territory, and I think a lot of them had a pretty good time there, to be honest with you.
That's my thought and understanding as well. Very much so.
I mean, I think in the middle of the Vietnam War, Saigon was probably one of the coolest places. I mean, there's nothing cool about war or the war itself, but as far as what was going on in Saigon, like if you were a member of the media and you were stationed in Saigon at that time, that was probably something else, man.
Well, my uncle and my cousin both they were in Vietnam and said that they loved, other than being in war during wartime, they loved being in Saigon. 100%. The best time of their lives, they said. And I didn't ask details because I had a feeling I was going to get some answers I didn't like, but just other things in the background there. But they said it was, other than military at wartime, it was a great time, they said. So, and they were young, of course, so okay, I get it. But I mean, it's weird because these, I call them third world countries. I'm probably wrong by saying it, but okay, Beach Babe, we'll be back later for sure. Yeah, it's very interesting. I've always been interested in all these different cultural different places and stuff like that I probably will never get to visit at this juncture in my life. But
SRB wants to know about Bangkok. Bangkok's a big city now, really modern in a lot of places. It's gotten a little expensive. You're not saving any money going to Bangkok. Yeah, I don't know. I would say that everybody wants to go to Bangkok once. I don't spend that much time there anymore. I think Saigon is a way better place to visit and a way better experience altogether.
I have a friend that I went to school with that he went to, when I think he was 22, he went on vacation, like you said, with a few of our other friends to Taiwan. Okay. And he's never come back. My friends came back. His other friends came back. Marcus never came back. He became some huge DJ over there. Very well renowned, actually. And that's what he does. He's been there forever, 50 years. He was like 21 or 22 when they went over, and he's 52 or 53 years old now, and he's never come back, not even to visit one time. Period. He loves it that much. Now, I don't know anything about Taiwan, but I've seen pictures and stuff he's put up.
I mean, it certainly gives you a different perspective if you go and living in Asia for 26 years.
Mm-hmm.
There's just certain perspectives that you get about your home country, about North America, and that you can't have that perspective while you're sitting in it. The only way you can gain that perspective is to step outside it and view it from the outside.
Sure.
And
Sure.
and when I go back to, I've already decided I could never live in North America again. I'm just not. It's changed so much since the late 90s when I was living there that I'm no longer welcome, and I no longer fit in, and I don't want to. I'd
Yeah,
much
I get
rather
it.
stay in Asia. It's
Yeah,
it's
Dubai.
it's the lifestyle that I'm accustomed to these days.
Well, and that's the thing. People are like, I could never do that. I'm so accustomed to this. But you can't say that, though, because, like, if you did what Jesse or my friend Marcus did, and you go there and you become acclimated, you live there, you become part of that and no more of this. Okay. And so, therefore, in turn, it changes your whole. That changes, in my opinion. Like, me personally, because knowing the person I am, if I went somewhere like where you're at, or Bangkok or Taiwan or wherever, I would probably never want to come back either. Okay. Because, things are so much different here. Like you said, did you ever live in the United States, Jesse, or were you always just in BC?
Never lived in the United States. Of course, I traveled to Las Vegas a lot,
Sure.
Seattle, Portland. I mean, I've traveled a lot on the West Coast, but I've never been. I don't think I've actually been through Idaho and Boise, and I think I do remember. And this is years ago. This is when I was like 20, so 30 years ago. We used to we'd rent like a brand new fancy car at the time. I think a Lincoln Town Car was a fancy car.
Yeah, it was
in the late 90s or mid 90s, and we'd drive it from Vancouver Airport to Las Vegas, and a lot of times we'd end up going through Utah and Idaho. And I do remember in Idaho, the cops were quite vigilant, and they'd always give us speeding tickets, and they would force you to, instead of just giving you a ticket and expecting you to pay it later, they'd force you to pay it on the spot.
Oh.
And I also remember them asking you for your phone number.
That's wild.
Which has come up in this case, right?
Yeah, it has actually. With Kaylee. That's a place I've always wanted to go to. That is a beautiful city. Absolutely beautiful. And amazing to me. The technology and the how far more advanced they seem to be than we are here.
I don't think I'm rich enough to go to Dubai, to be honest with you. I'm always looking for the spots where you can get a meal for $1.50 and a beer for 50 cents.
I mean, and that's what it seems to be, is that there's money here, and I mean lots of money here. It's it's just crazy how far advanced it seems. He loves it there, yeah. It is like really wild looking and gorgeous. I gotta say that much, but it seems like you have to have money to be there, to succeed there, and to not be living on the street somewhere. I wouldn't imagine seeing people living on the streets in Dubai. It's crazy. I don't know. Yeah, I don't care where I'm at. You're not going to get me in a hot air balloon. I'm sorry. Like you were talking about skyscrapers and stuff. Look at this place. It looks almost like an advanced civilization on the moon or something. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Crazy. Huge skyscrapers. Yeah, good luck with that, fellas.
Doesn't do much for me, though. Looks like a concrete jungle.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Money, period. I'm good with it. I would not. I'd experience. What the hell? That's wild. I probably would even enjoy it to visit, to be honest with you, Jesse, because I don't like fast paced. I don't like that. That's why I live in the middle of the nowhere. Okay. I don't like big cities. I don't like driving in big cities. I don't like that many people around me. So the smaller, more condensed versions of these things, I'm very happy with. I'm just saying, this is too much for me. I could never do this.
If we're going to be traveling to a first world country anytime soon, I think I'd take the family to Italy. The Italian family that stayed with us for the past month really enjoyed themselves, and they really want us to come visit them in Venice.
Beautiful. My family was from Sicily. though. If I went anywhere, it would be Sicily. It's dirty. I know it's dirty, but I would still like to go experience it. And explains all the salami and coffee and all that fun shit you ended up getting, making me jealous every day that you're having it.
I'm almost through it all. Well, I got lots of Parmesan cheese still, actually.
That doesn't.
Got a bit of salami. I drink the coffee pretty steady, so we're almost through the coffee.
That's
but it's been a month, so that's a month supply of Parmesan cheese and salami and coffee. That's pretty good.
The cheese will last if you keep it the right way. It'll last you for a while. To be honest with you, I used to have it. My grandparents would get it shipped in all the time. The real stuff. Their relatives would come over and bring it all the time. The coffee. Are you getting like coffee like their Americanized version of it, or are you getting actual Italian coffee that you're drinking?
I'm getting their Americanized version of it.
Okay.
Looks like the stuff you'd buy in America.
Yeah, the Americanized stuff is pretty much like our coffee. If you drink their coffee, the real stuff, guys, you get a little bit like this, and that's all you need for a week. I'm telling you, it's super strong. It's like Greek coffee.
I wouldn't be able to handle that because I drink a dozen cups a day at least. Well, I think we should call it a night, Dago. My ass is getting sore.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. No problem. Thanks for joining us as always. I'll be getting, guys. I'll probably be in
5 o'clock in the morning for me, so I better go to bed.
It's 6 o'clock p.m. for me, so I'll be back here in a couple hours. I probably won't see you then, Jess. Thank you for joining us. Always appreciated. It's always an honor to have you here. I always love your insights and everything. So maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for having me, and good night to the chat.
Yes, sir. Have a good night. Good morning, should say. So my son just came to me. He's excited, as am I. I guess Dexter Resurrection just put their first trailer out. The new series is coming out for Dexter. Anybody that's a Dexter fan, as I am, it's coming, folks. Get excited because I love Dexter. All of them so far, I've loved it. So just a thought. Thank you guys for joining us today. It's been a great show as always. Great people, the best people on the internet as far as I'm concerned. Thank you for all your input, thoughts, theories, opinions, and feelings on everything, guys. And I will hopefully see you here in a couple hours just to see what we do. I don't even know what we're gonna do, but we'll do it. Yeah, you're right, Fizzy. The very last episode sucked on that last one. I agree. Scott, good to see you, sir. If you're around, I know it's late where you're at, probably too. Willie, I'll be back, bro. If you're around, hop on in. Let's see what we can get together on, guys. Have a great one. Much love to all of you. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. I'll see you all very soon.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, Keep the vibe alive, we're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.